Chapter 1 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 1. An Event. Every town-bred person who travels in a rich country region knows what it is to see a neat white house planted in a pretty situation, in a shrubbery, or commanding a sunny common, or nestling between two hills, and to say to himself as the carriage sweeps past its gate, "I should like to live there. I could be very happy in that pretty place." Transient visions pass before his mind's eye of dewy summer mornings, when the shadows are long on the grass, and of bright autumn afternoons, when it would be luxury to saunter in the neighbouring lanes, and of frosty winter days, when the sun shines in over the larustiness at the window, while the fire burns with a different light from that which it gives in the dull parlours of a city. Mr. Gray's house had probably been the object of this kind of speculation to one or more persons 3 times a week ever since the stage-coach had begun to pass through Deerbrook. Deerbrook was a rather pretty village, dignified as it was with the woods of a fine park, which formed the background to its best points of view. Of this pretty village, Mr. Gray's was the prettiest house, standing in a field round which the road swept. There were trees enough about it to shade without darkening it, and the garden and shrubbery beyond were evidently of no contemptible extent. The timber and coal yards and granaries which stretched down to the riverside were hidden by a nice management of the garden walls and training of the shrubbery. In the drawing-room of this tempting white house sat Mrs. Gray and her eldest daughter one spring evening. It was rather an unusual thing for them to be in the drawing-room. Sophia read history and practised her music every morning in the little blue parlour which looked towards the road, and her mother sat in the dining-room, which had the same aspect. The advantage of these rooms was, that they commanded the house of Mr. Rowland, Mr. Gray's partner in the corn, coal, and timber business, and also the dwelling of Mrs. Enderby, Mrs. Rowland's mother, who lived just opposite the Rowlands. The drawing-room looked merely into the garden. The only houses seen from it were the greenhouse and the summer-house, the latter of which now served the purpose of a schoolroom for the children of both families, and stood on the boundary line of the gardens of the 2 gentlemen of the firm. The drawing-room was so dull that it was kept for company. That is, it was used about 3 times a year, when the pictures were unveiled, the green baize removed, and the ground windows which opened upon the lawn thrown wide, to afford to the rare guests of the family a welcome from birds and flowers. The ground windows were open now, and on one side sat Mrs. Gray working a rug, and on the other Sophia working a collar. The ladies were evidently in a state of expectation, a state exceedingly trying to people who, living at ease in the country, have rarely anything to expect beyond the days of the week, the newspaper, and their dinners. Mrs. Gray gave her needle a rest every few minutes, to listen, and rang the bell 3 times in a quarter of an hour, to make inquiries of her maid about the arrangements of the best bedroom. Sophia could not attend to her work, and presently gave information that Fanny and Mary were in the orchard. She was desired to call them, and presently Fanny and Mary appeared at the window, twins of 10 years old, and very pretty little girls. "My dears," said Mrs. Gray, "has Miss Young done with you for to-day?" "Oh, yes, mamma. It is just 6 o'clock. We have been out of school this hour almost." "Then come in, and make yourselves neat, and sit down with us. I should not wonder if the Miss Ibbotsons should be here now before you are ready. But where is Sidney?" "Oh, he is making a pond in his garden there. He dug it before school this morning, and he is filling it now." "Yes," said the other, "and I don't know when he will have done, for as fast as he fills it, it empties again, and he says he cannot think how people keep their ponds filled." "He must have done now, however," said his mother. "I suppose he is tearing his clothes to pieces with drawing the water-barrel, and wetting himself to the skin besides." "And spoiling his garden," said Fanny. "He has dug up all his hepaticas and 2 rose-bushes to make his pond." "Go to him, my dears, and tell him to come in directly and dress him for tea. Tell him I insist upon it. Do not run. Walk quietly. You will heat yourselves, and I do not like Mrs. Rowland to see you running." Mary informed her brother that he was to leave his pond and come in, and Fanny added that mamma insisted upon it. They had time to do this, to walk quietly, to have their hair made quite smooth, and to sit down with their 2 dolls on each side the common cradle, in a corner of the drawing-room, before the Miss Ibbotsons arrived. The Miss Ibbotsons were daughters of a distant relation of Mr. Gray's. Their mother had been dead many years, they had now just lost their father, and were left without any nearer relation than Mr. Gray. He had invited them to visit his family while their father's affairs were in course of arrangement, until it could be discovered what their means of living were likely to be. They had passed their lives in Birmingham, and had every inclination to return to it, when their visit to their Deerbrook relations should have been paid. Their old schoolfellows and friends all lived there, and they thought it would be easier and pleasanter to make the smallest income supply their wants in their native town than to remove to any place where it might go further. They had taken leave of their friends as for a very short time, and when they entered Deerbrook, looked around them as upon a place in which they were to pass a summer. All Deerbrook had been informed of their expected arrival, as it always was of everything which concerned the Greys. The little Rowlands were walking with their mother when the chaise came up the street, but being particularly desired not to look at it, they were not much benefited by the event. Their grandmamma, Mrs. Enderby, was not at the moment under the same restriction, and her high cap might be seen above the green blind of her parlour as the chaise turned into Mr. Gray's gate. The stationer, the parish clerk, and the milliner and her assistant had obtained a passing view of sundry boxes, the face of an elderly woman, and the outline of 2 black bonnets, all that they could boast of to repay them for the vigilance of a whole afternoon. Sophia Grey might be pardoned for some anxiety about the reception of the young ladies. She was 4 years younger than the younger of them, and Hester, the elder, was 21, a venerable age to a girl of 16. Sophia began to think she had never really been afraid of anything before, though she remembered having cried bitterly when first left alone with her governess, and though she had always been remarkable for clinging to her mother's side on all social occasions, in the approaching trial her mother could give her little assistance. These cousins would be always with her. How she should read history or practise music with them in the room she could not imagine, nor what she should find to say to them all day long. If poor Elizabeth had but lived, what a comfort she would have been now! The elder one would have taken all the responsibility. And she heaved a sigh once more, as she thought, to the memory of poor Elizabeth. Mr. Gray was at a market some miles off, and Sidney was sent by his mother into the hall, to assist in the work of alighting and causing the luggage to alight. As any other boy of 13 would have done, he slunk behind the hall door, without venturing to speak to the strangers, and left the business to the guests and the maids. Mrs. Gray and Sophia awaited them in the drawing-room, and were ready with information about how uneasy they had all been about the rain in the morning, till they remembered that it would lay the dust, and so make the journey pleasanter. The twins shouldered their dolls, and looked on from their stools, while Sidney stole in, and for want of some better way of covering his awkwardness, began rocking the cradle with his foot till he tilted it over. Sophia found the first half-hour not at all difficult to surmount. She and Margaret Ibbotson informed each other of the precise number of miles between Deerbrook and Birmingham. She ascertained fully to her satisfaction that her guests had dined. She assisted them in the observation that the grass of the lawn looked very green after the streets of Birmingham, and she had to tell them that her father was obliged to attend the market some miles off, and would not be home for an hour or 2. Then the time came when bonnets were to be taken off, and she could offer to show the way to the spare room. There she took Hester and Margaret to the window, and explained to them what they saw thence, and, as it was necessary to talk, she poured out what was most familiar to her mind, experiencing a sudden relief from all the unwonted shyness which had tormented her. "That is Mr. Rowland's house, papa's partner, you know. Isn't it an ugly place, with that ridiculous porch to it? But Mrs. Rowland can never be satisfied without altering her house once a year. She has made Mr. Rowland spend more money upon that place than would have built a new one of twice the size. That house opposite is Mrs. Enderby's, Mrs. Rowland's mother's. So near as she lives to the Rowlands, it is shocking how they neglect her. There could be no difficulty in being properly attentive to her, so near as she is, could there? But when she is ill, we are obliged to go and see her sometimes, when it is very inconvenient, because Mrs. Rowland has never been near her all day. Is not it shocking?" "I rather wonder she should complain of her family," observed Margaret. "Oh, she is not remarkable for keeping her feelings to herself, poor soul. But really it is wonderful how little she says about it, except when her heart is quite full, just to us. She tries to excuse Mrs. Rowland all she can, and she makes out that Mrs. Rowland is such an excellent mother, and so busy with her children and all that, but you know that is no excuse for not taking care of her own mother." "Those are the Verdon woods, are they not?" said Hester, leaning out of the window to survey the whole of the sunny prospect. "I suppose you spend half your days in those woods in summer." "No. Mamma goes out very little, and I seldom walk beyond the garden. But now you are come, we shall go everywhere. Ours is considered a very pretty village." The sisters thought it so beautiful that they gazed as if they feared it would melt away if they withdrew their eyes. The one discovered the bridge lying in shadow, the other the pointed roof of the building which surmounted the spring in the park woods. Sophia was well pleased at their pleasure, and their questions and her descriptions went on improving in rapidity, till a knock at the door of the room cut short the catechism. It was Morris, the Miss Ibbotsons' maid, and her appearance gave Sophia a hint to leave her guests to refresh themselves. She glanced over the room to see that nothing was wanting, pointed out the bell, intimated that the washstands were mahogany, which showed every splash, and explained that the green blinds were meant to be always down when the sun shone in, lest it should fade the carpet. She then withdrew, telling the young ladies that they would find tea ready when they came down. "How very handsome Hester is!" was the exclamation of both mother and daughter, when Sophia had shut the drawing-room door behind her. "I wonder," said Mrs. Grey, "that nobody ever told us how handsome we should find Hester. I should like to see what fault Mrs. Rowland can find in her face." "It is rather odd that one sister should have all the beauty," said Sophia. "I do not see anything striking in Margaret. Mrs. Rowland will say she is plain, but in my opinion Margaret is better looking than any of the Rowlands are ever likely to be. Margaret would not be thought plain away from her sister. I hope they are not fine ladies. I am rather surprised at their bringing a maid. She looks a very respectable person, but I did not suppose they would keep a maid till they knew better what to look forward to. I do not know what Mr. Grey will think of it." When Hester and Margaret came down, Mrs. Grey was ready with an account of the society of the place. "We are as well off for society," said she, "as most places of the size. If you were to ask the bookseller at Blickley, who supplies our club, he would tell you that we are rather intellectual people, and I hope you will see, when our friends have called on you, that though we seem to be living out of the world, we are not without our pleasures. I think, Sophia, the Levitts will certainly call." "Oh, yes, mamma, to-morrow, I have no doubt." "Dr. Levitt is our rector," observed Mrs. Grey to her guests. "We are dissenters, as you know, and our neighbour Mrs. Rowland is very much scandalized at it. If Mr. Rowland would have allowed it, she would have made a difficulty on that ground about having her children educated with mine. But the Levitts' conduct might teach her better. They make no difference on account of our being dissenters. They always call on our friends the first day after they arrive, or the second at furthest. I have no doubt we shall see the Levitts to-morrow." "And Mrs. Enderby, I am sure," said Sophia, "if she is at all able to stir out." "Oh, yes, Mrs. Enderby knows what is right, if her daughter does not. If she does not call to-morrow, I shall think that Mrs. Rowland prevented her. She can keep her mother within doors, as we know, when it suits her purposes." "But Mr. Philip is here, mamma, and Mrs. Enderby can do as she likes when she has her son with her. I assure you he is here, mamma. I saw the cobbler's boy carry home a pair of boots there this morning." Sidney had better evidence still to produce. Mr. Enderby had been talking with him about fishing this afternoon. He said he had come down for a fortnight's fishing. Fanny also declared that Matilda Rowland had told Miss Young to-day that Uncle Philip was coming to see the new schoolroom. Mrs. Grey was always glad, on poor Mrs. Enderby's account, when she had her son with her, but otherwise she owned she did not care for his coming. He was too like his sister to please her. "He is very high, to be sure," observed Sophia. "And really there is no occasion for that with us," resumed Mrs. Grey. "We should never think of mixing him up with his sister's proceedings if he did not do it himself. No one would suppose him answerable for her rudeness. At least I am sure such a thing would never enter my head. But he forces it upon one's mind by carrying himself so high." "I don't think he can help being so tall," observed Sidney. "But he buttons up, and makes the most of it," replied Sophia. "He stalks in like a Polish count." The sisters could not help smiling at this proof that the incursions of the Poles into this place were confined to the book club. They happened to be well acquainted with a Polish count, who was short of stature and did not stalk. They were spared all necessity of exerting themselves in conversation, for it went on very well without the aid of more than a word or two from them. "Do you think, mamma, the Andersons will come?" asked Sophia. "Not before Sunday, my dear. The Andersons live 3 miles off," she explained, "and are much confined by their school. They may possibly call on Saturday afternoon, as Saturday is a half-holiday, but Sunday after church is a more likely time. We do not much approve of Sunday visits, and I dare say you feel the same, but this is a particular case, people living 3 miles off, you know, and keeping a school. and, being dissenters, we do not like to appear illiberal to those who are not of our own way of thinking. So the Andersons sometimes come in after church, and I am sure you will accept their call just as if it was made in any other way." Hester and Margaret could only say that they should be happy to see Mr. and Mrs. Anderson in any mode which was most convenient to themselves. A laugh went through the family, and a general exclamation of "Mr. and Mrs. Anderson!" The Andersons happened to be two maiden sisters, who kept a young ladies' school. It was some time before Mrs. Grey herself could so far command her countenance as to frown with becoming severity at Fanny, who continued to giggle for some time, with intervals of convulsive stillness, at the idea that "the Andersons" could mean Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. In the midst of the struggle Mr. Grey entered. He laid a hand on the head of each twin, observed that they seemed very merry, and asked whether his cousins had been kind enough to make them laugh already. To these cousins he offered a brief and hearty welcome, remarking that he supposed they had been told what had prevented his being on the spot at their arrival, and that he need not trouble them with the story over again. Sidney had slipped out as his father entered, for the chance of riding his horse to the stable, a ride of any length being in his opinion better than none. When he returned in a few minutes, he tried to whisper to Sophia over the back of her chair, but could not for laughing. After repeated attempts, Sophia pushed him away. "Come, my boy, out with it," said his father. "What you can tell your sister you can tell us. What is the joke?" Sidney looked as if he had rather not explain before the strangers, but he never dared to trifle with his father. He had just heard from little George Rowland that Mrs. Rowland had said at home that the young ladies at Mr. Grey's, who had been made so much fuss about, were not young ladies after all. She had seen the face of one as they passed her in the chaise, and she was sure the person could not be less than 50. "She saw Morris, no doubt," said Hester, amidst the general laugh. "I hope she will come to-morrow, and see some people who are very little like 50, said Mrs. Grey. "She will be surprised, I think," she added, looking at Hester, with a very meaning manner of admiration. "I really hope for her own sake she will come, though you need not mind if she does not. You will have no great loss. Mr. Grey, I suppose you think she will call?" "No doubt, my dear. Mrs. Rowland never omits calling on our friends, and why should she now?" And Mr. Grey applied himself to conversation with his cousins, while the rest of the family enjoyed further merriment about Mrs. Rowland having mistaken Morris for one of the Miss Ibbotsons. Mr. Grey showed a sympathy with the sisters, which made them more at home than they had felt since they entered the house. He knew some of their Birmingham friends, and could speak of the institutions and interests of the town. For a whole hour he engaged them in brisk conversation, without having once alluded to their private affairs or his own, or said one word about Deerbrook society. At the end of that time, just as Mary and Fanny had received orders to go to bed, and were putting their dolls into the cradle in preparation, the scrambling of a horse's feet was heard on the gravel before the front door, and the house bell rang. "Who can be coming at this time of night?" said Mrs. Grey. "It is Hope, I have no doubt," replied her husband. "As I passed his door I asked him to go out to old Mr. Smithson, who seems to me to be rather worse than better, and to let me know whether anything can be done for the old gentleman. Hope has come to report of him, no doubt." "Oh, mamma! Don't send us to bed if it is Mr. Hope," cried the little girls. "Let us sit up a little longer if it is Mr. Hope." "Mr. Hope is a great favourite with the children, with us all," observed Mrs. Grey to the sisters. "We have the greatest confidence in him as our medical man, as indeed everyone has who employs him. Mr. Grey brought him here, and we consider him the greatest acquisition our society ever had." The sisters could not be surprised at this when they saw Mr. Hope. The only wonder was that in the description of the intellectual society of Deerbrook, Mr. Hope had not been mentioned first. He was not handsome, but there was a gaiety of countenance and manner in him under which the very lamp seemed to burn brighter. He came, as Mr. Grey had explained, on business, and, not having been aware of the arrival of the strangers, would have retreated when his errand was done, but as opposition was made to this by both parents and children, he sat down for a quarter of an hour, to be taken into consultation about how the Miss Ibbotsons were to be conducted through the process of seeing the sights of Deerbrook. With all sincerity the sisters declared that the woods of the park would fully satisfy them, that they had been accustomed to a life so quiet that excursions were not at all necessary to their enjoyment. Mr. Grey was determined that they should visit every place worth seeing in the neighbourhood, while it was in its summer beauty. Mr. Hope was exactly the right person to consult, as there was no nook, no hamlet, to which his tastes or his profession had not led him. Sophia put paper before him, on which he was to note distances, according to his and Mr. Grey's computations. Now it was one peculiarity of Mr Hope that he could never see a piece of paper before him without drawing upon it. Sophia's music books, and any sheet of blotting paper which might ever have come in his way, bore tokens of this, and now his fingers were as busy as usual while he was talking and computing and arranging. When, as he said, enough had been planned to occupy a month, he threw down his pencil, and took leave till the morning, when he intended to make a call which should be less involuntary. The moment he was gone, the little girls laid hands on the sheet of paper on which he had been employed. As they expected, it was covered with scraps of sketches, and they exclaimed with delight, "Look here! Here is the spring! How fond Mr Hope is of drawing the spring! And here is the footbridge at Dingleford! And what is this? Here is a place we don't know, papa." "I do not know how you should, my dears. It is the Abbey ruin down the river, which I rather think you have never seen." "No, but we should like to see it. Are there no faces this time, Fanny? None anywhere? No funny faces this time. I like them the best of Mr Hope's drawings. Sophia, do let us show them some of the faces that are on your music books." "If you will be sure and put them away again. But you know if Mr Hope is ever reminded of them, he will be sure to rub them out." "He did old Owen fishing so that he can't rub it out if he would," said Sidney. "He did it in ink for me, and that is better than any of your sketches that will rub out in a minute." "Come, children," said their father, "it is an hour past your bedtime." When the children were gone, and Sophia was attending the sisters to their apartment, Mrs Grey looked at her husband over her spectacles. "Well, my dear," said she. "Well, my dear," responded Mr Grey. "Do you not think Hester very handsome?" "There is no doubt of it, my dear. She is very handsome." "Do you not think Mr Hope thinks so too?" It is a fact which few but the despisers of their race like to acknowledge, and which those despisers of their race are therefore apt to interpret wrongly, and are enabled to make too much of, that it is perfectly natural, so natural as to appear necessary, that when young people first meet, the possibility of their falling in love should occur to all the minds present. We have no doubt that it is always so, though we are perfectly aware that the idea speedily goes out again as naturally as it came in, and in no case so speedily and naturally as in the minds of the parties most nearly concerned, from the moment that the concern becomes very near indeed. We have no doubt that the minds in Mr Grey's drawing-room underwent the common succession of ideas, slight and transient imaginations, which pass into nothingness when unexpressed. Probably the sisters wondered whether Mr Hope was married, whether he was engaged, whether he was meant for Sophia in the prospect of her growing old enough. Probably each speculated for half a moment, unconsciously for her sister, and Sophia for both. Probably Mr Grey might reflect that when young people are in the way of meeting frequently in country excursions, a love affair is no very unnatural result. But Mrs Grey was the only one who fixed the idea in her own mind and another's by speaking of it. "Do you not think Mr Hope thinks Hester very handsome, Mr Grey?" "I really know nothing about it, my dear. He did not speak on the subject as he mounted his horse, and that is the only opportunity he has had of saying anything about the young ladies." "It would have been strange if he had then, before Sidney and the servants." "Very strange indeed. But do you not think he must have been struck with her? I should like very well to have her settled here, and the corner house of Mr Rowland's might do nicely for them. I do not know what Mrs Rowland would think of Mr Hope's marrying into our connection so decidedly." "My dear," said her husband, smiling, "just consider. For anything we know, these young ladies may both be attached and engaged. Hope may be attached elsewhere." "No, that I will answer for it, he is not. Well, you may have your reasons for being sure on that head. But he may not like the girls. They may not like him. In short, the only thing that has happened is, that they have seen each other for 1/4 of an hour." "Well, there is no saying what may come of it." "Very true. Let us wait and see." "But there is no harm in my telling you whatever comes into my head." "None in the world, unless you get it so fixed there that somebody else happens to know it too. Be careful, my dear. Let no one of these young people get a glimpse of your speculation. Think of the consequence to them and to yourself." "Dear me, Mr Grey, you need not be afraid. What a serious matter you make of a word or two." "Because a good many ideas belong to that word or two, my dear." End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 2. Moonlight to Townsfolk. The moment the door closed behind Sophia, as she left the sisters in their apartment, Hester crossed the room with a step very like a dance, and threw up the window. "I had rather look out than sleep," said she. "I shall be ashamed to close my eyes on such a prospect. Morris, if you are waiting for us, you may go. I shall sit up a long while yet." Morris thought she had not seen Hester in such spirits since her father's death. She was unwilling to check them, but said something about the fatigues of the journey and being fresh for the next day. "No fear for to morrow, Morris. We are in the country, you know, and I cannot fancy being tired in the fields, and in such a park as that. Good night, Morris." When she was gone, Hester called Margaret to her, put her arm around her waist, and kissed her again and again. "You seem happy to night, Hester," said Margaret's gentle voice. "Yes," sighed Hester, "more like being happy than for a long time past. How little we know what we shall feel. Here I have been dreading and dreading this evening, and shrinking from the idea of meeting the Greys, and wanting to write at the last moment to say that we would not come. And it turns out, oh, so differently. Think of day after day, week after week of pure country life. When they were planning for us to night, and talking about the brook and the lanes and the meadows, it made my very heart dance." "Thank God," said Margaret. "When your heart dances, there is nothing left to wish." "But did not yours? Had you ever such a prospect before? Such a prospect of delicious pleasure for weeks together, except perhaps when we caught our first sight of the sea?" "Nothing can ever equal that," replied Margaret. "Do you not hear now the shout we gave when we saw the sparkles on the horizon, heaving sparkles, when we were a mile off, and mamma held me up that I might see it better, and baby, dear baby, clapped his little hands? Does it not seem like yesterday?" Like yesterday, and yet, if baby had lived, he would now have been our companion, taking the place of all other friends to us. I thought of him when I saw Sydney Grey, but he would have been very unlike Sydney Grey. He would have been 5 years older, but still different from what Sydney Grey will be at 18, graver, more manly. "How strange is the idea of having a brother," said Margaret. "I never see girls with their brothers, but I watch them, and long to feel what it is just for 1 hour. I wonder what difference it would have made between you and me if we had had a brother. You and he would have been close friends, always together, and I should have been left alone," said Hester with a sigh. "Oh yes," she continued, interrupting Margaret's protest, "it would have been so. There can never be the same friendship between three as between two." "And why should you have been the one left out?" asked Margaret. "But this is all nonsense, all a dream," she added. "The reality is that baby died, still a baby, and we know no more of what he would have been than of what he is. The real truth is that you and I are alone, to be each other's only friend." "It makes me tremble to think of it, Margaret. It is not so long since our home seemed full. How we used all to sit round the fire, and laugh and play with papa, as if we were not to separate till we had all grown old. And now, young as we are, here we are alone. How do we know that we shall be left to each other?" "There is only one thing we can do, Hester," said Margaret, resting her head on her sister's shoulder. "We must make the most of being together while we can. There must not be a shadow of a cloud between us for a moment. Our confidence must be as full and free, our whole minds as absolutely open as I have read and heard about two minds can ever be." "Those who say so do not know what may be," exclaimed Hester. "I am sure there is not a thought, a feeling in me that I could not tell you, though I know I never could to any one else. If I were to lose you, Hester, there are many, many things that would shut up in me for ever. There will never be any one on earth to whom I could say the things that I can tell to you. Do you believe this, Hester?" "I do. I know it." "Then you will never again doubt me, as you certainly have done sometimes. You cannot imagine how my heart sinks when I see you are fancying that I care for somebody else more than for you, when you think that I am feeling differently from you. Oh, Hester, I know every change of your thoughts by your face, and indeed your thoughts have been mistaken sometimes." "They have been wicked often," said Hester in a low voice. "I have sometimes thought that I must be hopelessly bad, when I have found that the strongest affection I have in the world has made me unjust and cruel to the pet son I love best. I have a jealous temper, Margaret, and a jealous temper is a wicked temper." "Now you are unkind to yourself, Hester. I do believe you will never doubt me again." "I never will, and if I find a thought of the kind rising in me, I will tell you the moment I am aware of it." "Do, and I will tell you the moment I see a trace of such a thought in your face. So we shall be safe." We can never misunderstand each other for more than a moment. By the gentle leave of Heaven, all human beings have visions. Not the lowest and dullest, but has the coarseness of his life revealed at moments by some scenery of hope, rising through the brooding fogs of his intellect and his heart. Such visitations of mercy are the privilege of the innocent, and the support of the infirm. Here were the lonely sisters sustained in bereavement and self-rebuke by the vision of a friendship which should be unearthly in its depths and freedom. They were so happy for an hour that nothing could disturb them. "I do not see," observed Hester, "that it will be possible to enjoy any intimate intercourse with this family. Unless they are of a different order from what they seem, we cannot have much in common. But I am sure they mean to be kind, and they will let us be happy in our own way. Oh, what mornings you and I will have together in those woods! Did you ever see anything so soft as they look, in this light? And the bend of the river glittering there! Here, a little more this way, and you will see it as I do. The moon is not the full yet. The river will be like this for some nights to come. And these rides and drives, I hope nothing will prevent our going through the whole list of them. What is the matter, Margaret? Why are you so cool about them?" "I think all the pleasure depends upon the companionship, and I have some doubts about that. I had rather sit at work in a drawing room all day than go among mountains with people." "Like the Mansons? Oh, that spreading of shawls, and the bustle of the sandwiches before they could give a look at the waterfall! I am afraid we may find something of the same drawback here." "I am afraid so. Well, only let us get out into the woods and lanes, and we will manage to enjoy ourselves there. We can contrive to digress here and there together without being missed. But I think we are judging rather hastily from what we saw this evening, even about this family, and we have no right to suppose that all their acquaintance are like them." "No, indeed, and I am sure Mr Hope, for one, is a different order. He dropped one thing, one little saying, which proved this to my mind." "I know what you mean. About the old man that is to be our guide, over that heath they were talking of. About why that heath is a different and more beautiful place to him than to us, or to his former self. Is it not true what he said?" "I am sure it is true. I have little to say of my own experience or wisdom or goodness, whichever it was that he particularly meant as giving a new power of sight to the old man. But I know that no tree waves to my eye as it did 10 years ago, and the music of running water is richer to my ear as every summer comes round." "Yes, I almost wonder sometimes whether all things are not made at the moment by the mind that sees them. So wonderfully do they change with one's mood, and according to the store of thoughts they lay open in one's mind. If I lived in a desert island, supposing one's intellect could go on to grow there, I should feel sure of this. But not here, where it is quite clear that the village sot, if there be one, and Mr Hope and the children and we ourselves all, see the same objects in sunlight and moonlight, and acknowledge them to be the same, though we cannot measure feelings upon them. I wish Mr Hope may say something more, which may lead the old man on the heath again. He is coming to morrow morning." "Yes, we shall see him again to morrow." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Ellie, February 2010. Chapter 2 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 3. Making Acquaintance. The sisters were not so fatigued with their journey but that they were early in the open air the next morning. In the shrubbery they met the twins, walking hand in hand, each with a doll in their disengaged arm. "You are giving your dolls an airing before breakfast?" said Hester, stopping them as they would have passed on. "Yes, we carry out our dolls now because we must not run before breakfast. We have made arbours in our own gardens for our own dolls, where they may sit when we are swinging." "I should like to see your arbours and your gardens," said Margaret, looking around her. "Will you take me to them?" "Not now," answered they. "We should have to cross the grass, and we must not go upon the grass before breakfast." "Where is your swing? I am very fond of swinging." "Oh, it is in the orchard there, under that large tree. But you cannot." "I see. We cannot get to it now, because we should have to cross the grass." And Margaret began to look around for any place where they might go beyond the gravel walk on which they stood. She moved towards the greenhouse, but found it was never unlocked before breakfast. The summer house remained, and a most unexceptionable path led to it. The sisters turned that way. "You cannot go there," cried the children. Miss Young always has the schoolroom before breakfast." "We are going to see Miss Young," explained Hester, smiling at the amazed faces with which the children stared from the end of the path. They were suddenly seen to turn and walk as fast as they could, without its being called running, towards the house. They were gone to their mother's dressing room door to tell her that the Miss Ibbotsons were gone to see Miss Young before breakfast. The path led for some little way under the hedge which separated Mr Grey's from Mr Rowland's garden. There were voices on the other side, and what was said was perfectly audible. Uneasy at hearing what was not meant for them, Hester and Margaret gave tokens of their presence. The conversation on the other side of the hedge proceeded, and in a very short time the sisters were persuaded that they had been mistaken in supposing that what was said was not meant for them. "My own Matilda," said a voice, which evidently came from under a lady's bonnet, which moved parallel with Hester's and Margaret's. "My own Matilda, I would not be so harsh as to prevent your playing where you please before breakfast. Run where you like, my love. I am sorry for little girls who are not allowed to do as they please in the cool of the morning. My children shall never suffer such restriction." "Mother," cried a rough little person, "I am going to fish with Uncle Philip to day. Sydney Grey and I are going. I don't know how far up the river." "On no account, my dear boy. You must not think of such a thing. I should not have a moment's peace while you are away. You would not be back till evening, perhaps, and I should be fancying all day that you were in the river. It is out of the question, my own George." "But I must go, mother. Uncle Philip said I might, and Sydney Grey is going." "That is only another reason, my dear boy. Your uncle will yield to my wishes, I am sure, as he always does; and if Mrs Grey allows a son to run such risks, I am sure I should not feel myself justified. You will stay with me, love, won't you? You will stay with your mother, my own boy." George ran roaring away, screaming for Uncle Philip, who was not at hand, however, to plead his cause. "My Matilda," resumed the fond mother, "you are making yourself a sad figure. You will not be fit to show yourself at breakfast. Do you suppose your papa ever saw such a frock as that? There, look, dripping wet. Bridget, take Miss Matilda and change all her clothes directly. So much for my allowing her to run on the grass while the dew is on. Lose no time, Bridget, lest the child should catch cold. Leave Miss Anne with me. Walk beside me, my Anna. Ah, there is papa. Papa, we must find some amusement for George to day, as I cannot think of letting him go out fishing. Suppose we take the children to spend the morning with their cousins at Dingleford?" "To morrow would suit me better, my love," replied the husband. "Indeed, I don't see how I can go to day, or you either." And Mr Rowland lowered his voice, so as to show that he was aware of his liability to be overheard. "Oh, as to that, there is no hurry," replied the lady aloud. "If I had nothing else to do, I should not make that call to day. Any day will do as well." As Hester and Margaret looked at each other, they heard the gentleman say softly, "Hush!" But Mrs Rowland went on as audibly as ever. "There is no reason why I should be in any hurry to call on Mrs Grey's friends, whoever and whatever they may be. Any day will do for that, my dear." Not having been yet forbidden to run before breakfast, Hester and Margaret fled to the summer house, to avoid hearing any more of the domestic dialogues of the Rowland family. "What shall we do when that woman calls?" said Hester. "How will it be possible to speak to her?" "As we should speak to any other indifferent person," replied Margaret. "Her rudeness is meant for Mrs Grey, not for us, for she knows nothing about us, and Mrs Grey will never hear from us what has passed. Shall we knock?" In answer to the knock, they were requested to enter. Miss Young rose in some confusion when she found her visitors were other than her pupils; but she was so lame that Hester made her sit down again, while they drew seats for themselves. They apologized for breaking in upon her with so little ceremony, but explained that they were come to be inmates at Mr Grey's for some months, and that they wished to lose no time in making themselves acquainted with every resort of the family of whom they considered themselves a part. Miss Young was evidently pleased to see them. She closed her volume, and assured them that they were welcome to her apartment. "For," said she, "everybody calls it my apartment, and why should not I?" "Do you spend all your time here?" asked Hester. "Almost the whole day. I have a lodging in the village, but I leave it early these fine mornings, and stay here till dark. I am so lame as to make it inconvenient to pass over the ground oftener than is necessary, and I find it pleasanter to see trees and grass through every window here, than to look out into a farrier's yard, the only prospect from my lodging. The furnace and sparks are pretty enough on a winter's evening, especially when one is too ill or too dismal to do anything but watch them; but at this season one grows tired of the old horseshoes and cinders, and so I sit here." To the sisters there seemed a world of desolation in these words. They were always mourning for having no brother. Here was one who appeared to be entirely alone. From not knowing exactly what to say, Margaret opened the book Miss Young had laid aside. It was German, Schiller's 30 Years' War. Every one has something to say about German literature, those who do not understand it asking whether it is not very mystical and wild and obscure, and those who understand it saying that it is not at all. It would be a welcome novelty if the two parties were to set about finding out what it is to be mystical, a point which, for aught that is known to the generality, it is not yet ascertained. Miss Young and her visitors did not enter upon precise definitions this morning. These were left for a future occasion. Meantime it was ascertained that Miss Young had learned the German language by the aid of dictionary and grammar alone, and also that if she should happen to meet any one who wished to enjoy what she was enjoying, she should be glad to afford any aid in her power. Hester was satisfied with thanking her. She was old enough to know that learning a new language is a serious undertaking. Margaret was somewhat younger, and ready for any enterprise. She thought she saw before her hours of long mornings, when she would be glad to escape from the work table to Miss Young's companionship and to study. The bright field of German literature seemed to open before her to be explored. She warmly thanked Miss Young, and accepted her offered assistance. "So you spend all your days alone here?" said she, looking round upon the rather bare walls, the matted floor, the children's desks, and the single shelf which held Miss Young's books. "Not exactly all day alone," replied Miss Young. "The children are with me 5 hours a day, and a set of pupils from the village comes to me besides, for a spare hour in the afternoon. In this way I see a good many little faces every day." "And some others too, I should hope, some besides little faces?" Miss Young was silent. Margaret hastened on. "I suppose most people would say here what it is said everywhere else about the nobleness and privilege of the task of teaching children, but I do not envy those who have to do it. I am as fond of children as any one, but then it is having them out to play on the grass, or romping with them in the nursery, that I like. When it becomes a matter of desks and school books, I had far rather study than teach." "I believe everybody, except perhaps mothers, would agree with you," said Miss Young, who was now without apology plying her needle. "Indeed, then I am very sorry for you." "Thank you, but there is no need to be sorry for me. Do you suppose that one's comfort lies in having a choice of employments? My experience leads me to think the contrary." "I do not think I could be happy," said Hester, "to be tied down in an employment I did not like." "Not to a positively disgusting one. But I am disposed to think that the greatest number of happy people may be found busy in employments that they have not chosen for themselves, and never would have chosen. I am afraid these very happy people are haunted by longings to be doing something else." "Yes, there is the great trouble. They think, till experience makes them wiser, that if they were only in another set of circumstances, if they had only a choice what they would do, a chance for the exercise of the powers they are conscious of, they would do such things as should be the wonder and the terror of the earth. But their powers may be doubted if they do not appear in the conquest of circumstances." "So you conquer these giddy children when you had rather be conquering German metaphysicians, or what else?" "There is little to conquer in these children," said Miss Young. "They are very good with me. I assure you I have much more to conquer in myself with regard to them. It is but little that I can do for them, and that little I am apt to despise, in the vain desire to do more." "How more?" "If I had them in a house by myself, so that I could educate instead of merely teaching them. But here I am doing just what we were talking of just now, laying out a pretty looking field of duty, in which there would be probably as many thorns as in any other. Teaching has its pleasures, its great occasional and small daily pleasures, though they are not to be compared to the sublime delights of education. You must have some of these sublime delights mixed in with the humbler. You are, in some degree, educating these children while teaching them." "Yes, but it is more a negative than a positive function, a very humble one. Governesses to children at home can do little more than stand between children and the faults of the people about them. I speak quite generally." "Is such an occupation one in which anybody can be happy?" "Why not, as well as in making pins' heads, or in nursing sick people, or in cutting square blocks out of a chalk pit for 30 years together, or in any other occupation which may be ordained to prove to us that happiness lies in the temper, and not in the object of their pursuit? Are there not free and happy pin makers, and sick nurses, and chalk cutters?" "Yes, but they know how much to expect. They have no idea of pin making in itself being great happiness." "Just so. Well, let the governess learn what to expect. Set her free from a hankering after happiness in her work, and you have a happy governess." I thought such a thing was out of the order of nature." "Not quite. There have been such, though there are strong influences against it. The expectations of all parties are unreasonable, and those who are too humble or too amiable to be dissatisfied with others are discontented with themselves when the inevitable disappointment comes. There is a great deal said about the evils of the position of a governess, between the family and the servants, a great deal said that is very true, and always will be true, while governesses have proud hearts, like other people. But these slight evils in comparison with the grand one of the common failure of the relation. There, do you hear the bell?" "What is it? The breakfast bell?" "Yes, you must go. I would not be understood as inviting you here, for it is not, except upon sufferance, my room, and I have no inducement to offer. But I may just say that you will always be welcome." "Always?" said Margaret. "In and out of school hours?" "In and out of school hours, unless your presence should chance to turn my pupils' heads. In that case you will not be offended if I ask you to go away." Mary and Fanny had just reported in the breakfast parlour that the Miss Ibbotsons had been such a time with Miss Young, when Hester and Margaret entered. The testimony there was all in favour of Miss Young. Mr Grey called her a most estimable young woman, and Mrs Grey declared that, though she could not agree with all her points, and decidedly thought that she overrated Matilda Rowland's talents, she was convinced that her children enjoyed great advantages under her care. Sophia added that she was very superior, quite learned. Mrs Grey further explained that, though not so much at ease on the subject of her daughter's education, no one could have any idea of the trouble she had in getting the plan arranged. It had seemed a pity that the Rowlands and her children should not learn together. It was such an advantage for children to learn together. But Mrs Rowland had made 1,000 difficulties. After breakfast she would show her young friends the room which she had proposed should be the schoolroom, as airy and advantageous in every way as could be imagined. But Mrs Rowland had objected that she could not have Matilda and George come out in all weathers, as if they would have to walk a mile, instead of just a sweep of the gravel walk. Mrs Rowland had proposed that her back parlour should be the schoolroom, but really it was not to be thought of, so small and close, and such a dull room for Miss Young. The gentlemen had been obliged to take it up at last. Nobody could ever find out which of them it was that had thought of the summer house, though she was satisfied in her own mind that Mr Rowland was not in the habit of having such clever ideas. But, however, it was soon settled. The summer house was so exactly on the boundary line between the two gardens that really no objection had been left for Mrs Rowland to make. She came as near to it as she could, however, for she had had the walk covered at a great expense from her garden door to the summer house, when everybody knew that she did not mind her children getting wet at other times on the grass before the dew was off. "And the covered way is quite an eyesore from the drawing room windows," added Sophia. "Quite," said Mrs Grey, "and it can be seen from ours, as I dare say you observed last night. But I have no doubt that entered into her calculations when she made it." Mr Grey inquired about the arrangements for the morning, and whether he could be of any service. It happened to be a leisure morning with him, and he did not know when he might have another at command. Sophia reminded her father that it would be impossible for the ladies of the family to go out, when they were expecting the neighbours to call, and this brought on another speculation as to who would call, and especially when the Rowlands might be looked for. Hester and Margaret believed they could have settled the matter, but they forbore to speak of what they had overheard. They began to wonder whether the subject of Mrs Rowland was to be served up with every meal, for a continuance, and Hester found her anticipations of delight in a country life somewhat dampened by the idea of the frowning ghost of the obnoxious lady being for ever present. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Ellie, February 2010. Chapter 4 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 4. Morning Calls. The little girls had been dismissed to the schoolroom before Mr Grey had finally pushed away his teacup. Not being wanted by the ladies, he walked off to his timber yard, and his wife followed to ask him some question not intended for the general ear. Sophia was struck with a sudden panic at being left alone with the strangers, and escaped by another door into the storeroom. As the last traces of the breakfast things vanished, Hester exclaimed, "So we may please ourselves, it seems, as to what we are to do with our morning." "I hope so," said Margaret. "Do let us get down to the meadow we see from our window, the meadow that looks so flat and green. We may very well take 2 hours' grace before we need sit down here in form and order." Hester was willing, and the bonnets were soon on. As Margaret was passing downstairs again, she saw Mrs. Grey and Sophia whispering in a room, the door of which stood open. She heard it shut instantly, and the result of the consultation soon appeared. Just as the sisters were turning out of the house, Sophia ran after them to say that Mamma wished they would be so good as to defer their walk. Mamma was afraid that if they were seen abroad in the village, it would be supposed that they did not wish to receive visitors. Mamma would rather that they should stay within this morning. There was nothing for it but to turn back, and Hester threw down her bonnet with no very good grace, as she observed to her sister that, to all appearance, a town life was more free than a country one after all. "Let us do our duty fully this first morning," said Margaret. "Look, I am going to carry down my work bag, and you shall see me sit on the same chair from this hour till dinner time, unless I receive directions to the contrary." The restraint did not amount to this. Hester's chair was placed opposite to Mrs. Grey, who seemed to have pleasure in gazing at her, and in indulging in audible hints and visible winks and nods about her beauty to every lady visitor who sat near her. Margaret might place herself where she pleased. At the intervals of the visits of the morning she was treated with a diversity of entertainments by Sophia, who occasionally summoned her to the window to see how Matilda Rowland was allowed to run across the road to her grandmamma's without so much as a hat upon her head; to see Jim Bird, the oldest man in the parish, believed to be near 100, who was resting himself on the bank of the hedge; to see the peacock which had been sent as a present from Sir William Hunter to Mr. James, a lawyer, and which was a great nuisance from its screaming; to say whether the 2 little Reeves, dropping their curtsies as they went home from school, were not little beauties; and in short, to witness all the village spectacles which present themselves before the windows of an acute observer on a fine spring morning. The young ladies had to return to their seats as often as wheels were heard or the approach of parasols discerned. Among the earliest visitors were Mrs. Enderby and their redoubtable son, Mr. Philip. Mrs. Enderby was a bright-eyed, brisk little old lady, who was rather apt to talk herself quite out of breath, but who had evidently a strong tendency still, and that was, to look on the bright side of everything and everybody. She smiled smiles full of meaning and assent in return for Mrs. Grey's winks about Hester's beauty, and rarely cheered Hester with accounts of how good everybody was at Deerbrook. She was thankful that her maid Phoebe was better. She knew that Mrs. Grey would not fail to inquire. Really, Phoebe was much better. The influenza had left sad effects, but they were dispersing. It would be a great pity should the girl not quite recover, for she was a most invaluable servant, such a servant as is very rarely to be met with. The credit of restoring her belonged to Mr. Hope, who indeed had done everything. She supposed the ladies would soon be seeing Mr. Hope. He was extremely busy, as everybody knew, had very large practice now, but he always contrived to find time for everything. It was exceedingly difficult to find time for everything. There was her daughter Priscilla, Mrs. Rowland, whose husband was Mr. Grey's partner. Priscilla devoted her life to her children, and dear children they were, and no one who knew what she did for her children would expect anything more from her. But indeed those who knew best, she herself, for instance, were fully satisfied that dear Priscilla did wonders. The apology for Mrs. Rowland, in case she should not call, was made without ingenuity. Hester fully understood it, and Mrs. Grey showed by her bridling that it was not lost upon her either. Mr. Enderby, meanwhile, was behaving civilly to Margaret and Sophia; that is to say, he was somewhat more than merely civil to Margaret and somewhat less to Sophia. It was obviously not without reason that Sophia had complained of his hauteur. He could not, as Sydney had pleaded, help being tall, but he might have helped the excessive rigidity with which he stood upright till invited to sit down. The fact was that he had reason to believe that the ladies of Mr. Grey's family made very free of his sister's name and affairs; and though he would have been sorry to have been obliged to defend all she said and did, he felt some very natural emotions of dislike towards those who were always putting the worst construction upon the whole of her conduct. He believed that Mr. Grey's influence was exerted on behalf of peace and good understanding, and he thought he perceived that Sydney, with the shrewdness which some boys show very early, was more or less sensible to the absurdity of the feud between the partners' wives and daughters, and towards these members of the Grey family Mr Enderby felt nothing but goodwill. He talked politics with Mr Grey in the shrubbery after church on Sunday, executed commissions for him in London, and sent him game; and Sydney was under obligations to him for many a morning of sport, and many a service such as gentlemen who are not above 25, and its freaks can render to boys entertaining their teens. Whatever might be his opinion of women in general from the particular specimens which had come in his way, he had too much sense and gentlemanly feeling to include Mrs Grey's guests in the dislike he felt towards herself, or to suppose that they must necessarily share her disposition towards his relations. Perhaps he felt, unknown to himself, some inclination to prepossess them in favour of his connections, to stretch his complaisance a little as a precaution against the prejudices with which he knew Mrs Grey would attempt to occupy their minds. However this might be, he was as amicable with Margaret as his mother was with her sister. He soon found out that the strangers were more interested about the natural features of Deerbrook than about its gossip. He was amused at the earnestness of Margaret's inquiries about the scenery of the neighbourhood, and he lovingly promised that she should see every nook within 20 miles. "I dare say, if I were to ask you, you have never seen a glass bottle blown or a tea tray painted." "If I have," said Margaret, "I know many ladies in Birmingham who have not." "You will not be surprised, then, if you find some ladies in Deerbrook who do not ride, and who can tell you no more of the pretty places near than if they had been brought up in Whitechapel. They keep their best sights for strangers, and not for common use. I am, in reality, only a visitor at Deerbrook. I do not live here, and never did, yet I am better able to be your guide than almost any resident. The ladies, especially, are extremely domestic. They are far too busy to have ever looked about them. But I will speak to Mr Grey, and—" "Oh, pray, do not trouble Mr Grey. He has too much business on his hands already, and he is so kind, and he will be putting himself out of his way for us, and all we want is to be in the open air in the fields." "All you want?" Very like starlings in a cage, and he looked as if he was smiling at the well-known speech of the starling, but he did not quote it. "My mother is now saying that Mr Hope finds time for everything, and she is right. He will help us. You must see Hope, and you must like him. He is the great boast of the place, next to the new sign." "Is the sign remarkable, or only new?" "Very remarkable for ingenuity, if not for beauty. It is the bonnet so blue, a lady's bonnet of blue satin with brown bows, or whatever you may call the trimming when you see it. And we are favoured besides with a portrait of a milliner holding the bonnet so blue. We talk nearly as much of this sign as of Mr Hope. But you must see them both, and tell us which you like best." "We have seen Mr Hope. He was here yesterday evening." "Well, then, you must see him again. And you must not think the worse of him for his being praised by everybody you meet. It is no ordinary case of a village apothecary." Margaret laughed, so little did Mr Hope look like the village apothecary of her imagination. "Ah, I see you know something of the predilection of villagers for the apothecary. How the young people wonder that he always cures everybody, and how the old people could not live without him, and how the poor folks take him for a sort of magician, and how he obtains more knowledge of human affairs than of any other kind of man. But Hope is, though a very happy man, not this sort of privileged person. His friends are so attached to him that they confide to him all their own affairs, but they respect him too much to gossip at large to him of other people's. I see you do not know how to credit this. But I assure you, though the inhabitants of Deerbrook are as accomplished in the arts of gossip as any villagers in England, Hope knows little more than you do at this moment about who are upon terms and who are not." "My sister and I must learn this art of ignorance," said Margaret. "If it be really true that the place is full of quarrels, we shall be afraid to stay, unless we can contrive to know nothing about them." "Oh, do not suppose we are worse than others who live in villages. Since our present rector came, we have risen somewhat above the rural average of peace and quiet." "And the country has always been identical with the idea of peace and quiet to us town bred people," said Margaret. "And very properly, in one sense. But if you leave behind the din of streets for the sake of stepping forth from your work table upon a soft lawn, or of looking out upon the old church steeple among the trees, while you hear nothing but bleating and chirping, you must expect some set off against such advantages. And the set off is the being among a small number of people who are always busy looking into one another's small concerns." "But that is not a necessary evil," said Margaret. "From what you are saying just now, it appears it may be avoided." "From what I was saying about Hope? Yes, such one as hope may get all the good out of every situation, without its evils. But nobody else," said Margaret, smiling. "Well, Hester and I must try whether we cannot have to do with lawns and sheep for a few months without quarrelling or having to do with quarrels." "And what if you are made the subject of quarrels?" asked Mr Enderby. "How are you to help yourselves in that case?" "How does Mr Hope help himself in that case?" "It remains to be seen. As far as I know, the whole place is agreed about him at present. Every one will tell you that never was society so blessed with a medical man before, from the rector to my mother, who never quarrel with anybody, down to the village scold. I am not going to prepossess you against even our village scold, by telling her name. You will know it in time, though your first acquaintance will probably be with her voice." "So we are to hear something besides bleating and chirping?" A tremendous knock at the door occurred, as if in answer to this. All the conversation in the room suddenly stopped, and Mr and Mrs Rowland walked in. "This is my sister, Mrs Rowland," observed Mr Enderby to Margaret. "This is my daughter Priscilla, Mrs Rowland," said Mrs Enderby to Hester. Both sisters were annoyed at feeling timid and nervous on being introduced to the lady. There is something imposing in hearing a mere name very often, in the proof that the person it belongs to fills a large space in people's minds; and when the person is thus frequently named with fear and dislike, an idea is originated of a command over powers of evil which makes the actual presence absolutely awful. This seemed now to be felt by all. Sophia had nothing to say. Mrs Grey's head twitched nervously while she turned from one to the other with slight remarks. Mrs Enderby ran on about their having all happened to call at once, and its being quite a family party in Mrs Grey's parlour; and Mr Phillip's flow of conversation had stopped. Margaret thought he was trying to help laughing. The call could not be an agreeable one. The partners' ladies quoted their own children's sayings about school, and Miss Young, and Miss Young's praise of the children. They each vied with the other in eulogium of Miss Young, evidently on the ground of her hopes of Fanny and Mary on the one hand, and of Matilda, George, and Anna on the other. Mrs Enderby interposed praises of all the children, while Mr Rowland engaged Hester's attention, calling off her observation and his own from the sparring of the rival mothers. Philip informed Margaret at length that George was a fine little fellow, who would make a good sportsman. There was some pleasure in taking such a boy out fishing, but Mr Philip had lighted on a dangerous topic, as he soon found. His sister heard what he was saying, and began an earnest protest against little boys fishing, on account of the danger, and against any idea that she would allow her George to run any such risks. Of course this made Mrs Grey fire up, as at an imputation upon her care of her son Sydney, and before the rest of the company could talk down the dispute, it bore too much of the appearance of a recrimination about the discharge of maternal duties. Margaret thought that, but for the relationship, Mrs Rowland might fairly be concluded to be the village scold alluded to by Mr Enderby. It was impossible that he could have been speaking of his sister. But Deerbrook was a very unfortunate place if it contained a more unamiable person than she appeared at this moment. The faces of the two ladies were still flushed with excitement when Mr Hope came in. The sisters thought he appeared like a good genius, so amiable did the party grow on his entrance. It seemed as if he was a great favourite with the Rowlands as with the other family. So friendly was the gentleman, and so gracious the lady, while Mr Hope was, to all appearance, unconscious of the existence of any unpleasant feelings among his neighbours. The talk flowed on about the concerns of personages of the village, about the aspect of public affairs, about the poets of the age, and what kind of poetry was most read in Deerbrook, and how the book society went on, till all had grown cordial, and some began to propose to be hospitable. Mrs Rowland hoped for the honour of seeing the Miss Ibbotsons one day the next week, when Mr Rowland should have returned from a little excursion of business. Mrs Enderby wondered whether she could prevail all her young friends to spend an evening with her before her son left Deerbrook; and Mrs Grey gave notice that she should shortly issue her invitations to those with whom she wished her young cousins to become better acquainted. All went right for the rest of the morning. When the Enderbys and Rowlands went away, the Lewitts came. When Dr Lewitt inquired about the schools in Birmingham, it could not but come out that Hester and Margaret were dissenters. Yet, as they were desired to observe, he did not seem in the least shocked, and his manner was just as kind to them after this disclosure as before. He was pronounced a very liberal man. Mr Hope was asked to stay to dinner, and Mrs Grey complacently related the events of the morning to her husband as he took his place at the table. Deerbrook had done its duty to Hester and Margaret pretty well for the first day. Everybody of consequence had called but the Andersons, but they would no doubt come on Sunday. End of chapter 4. Recording by Ellie, February 2010.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 5, The Meadows, Part 1. The afternoon was the time when Miss Young's pupils practised the mysteries of the needle. Little girls are not usually fond of sewing, till they become clever enough to have devices of their own, to cut out a doll's petticoat, or contrive a pin-cushion to surprise mamma. Sewing is a mere galling of the fingers and strain upon the patience. Every wry stitch shows and is pretty sure to be remarked upon. The seam or hem seems longer the oftener it is measured, till the little workwoman becomes capable of the enterprise of dispatching a whole one at a sitting, after which the glory is found to ameliorate the toil, and there is a chance that the girl may become fond of sewing. Miss Young's pupils had not arrived at this stage. It was a mystery to them that Miss Young could sit sewing as fast as her needle could fly for the whole afternoon, and during the intervals of their lessons in the morning it was in vain that told them that some of their pleasantest hours were those which she passed in this employment, and that she thought they would perhaps grow as fond of work as their sister Sophia before they were as old as she. With languid steps did the twins return to the house this afternoon for another pair of shirt sleeves, and show mamma the work they had finished. Hand in hand as usual, and carrying up for judgment their last performance, they entered the house. In a very different mood did they return. Running, skipping, and jumping, they burst again into the summer house. "Miss Young, oh, Miss Young, we are to have a holiday!" "Mamma sends her complaints to you, Miss Young, and she hopes you will give us a holiday. It is a fine afternoon, she thinks, and my cousins have never gathered cowslips. We are all going into the meadow for a cowslip gathering, and Mr Hope will come to us there. He has to go somewhere now, but he will come to us before we have half done." Matilda Rowland looked full of dismay till she was told that Mrs Grey hoped she would be of the party, and begged that she would go directly and ask her mamma's leave. "What a quantity of cowslips we shall get," observed Mary, as she took down Fanny's basket from the nail on which it hung, and then her own. "We are each to have a basket, mamma says, that we may not quarrel. What shall we do with such a quantity of cowslips?" "Make tea of them, to be sure," replied Fanny. "We may dry them in this window, may not we, Miss Young? And we will give you some of our cowslip tea." Miss Young smiled and thanked them. She did not promise to drink of the promised tea. She had a vivid remembrance of the cowslip drying of her young days, when the picked flowers lay in a window till they were laced all over with cobwebs, and when they were at length popped into the teapot with all speed, to hide the fact that they were mouldy. She remembered the good-natured attempts of her father and mother to swallow a doll's cupful of her cowslip's tea, rather than discourage the spirit of enterprise which, now that she had lost those whom she loved, was all that she had to trust to. "Fanny," said Mary, with eyes wide open, "cannot we have a feast here for my cousins when we make our cowslip tea?" "A feast! Oh, that would be grand!" replied Fanny. "I have a shilling, and so have you, and we could buy a good many nice things for that, and Matilda Rowland will lend us her doll's dishes and put with ours. Miss Young, will you let us have our feast here one afternoon? We will ask my cousins, without telling them anything, and they will be so surprised." Miss Young promised everything, engaged not to tell, soothed their hair, tied their bonnets, and sent them away quite happy with their secret. Such a holiday as this was one of Miss Young's few pleasures. There were several occasions in the year when she could make sure beforehand of some hours to herself. Her Sundays were much occupied with the Sunday school, and with intercourse with poor neighbors whom she could not meet on any other day but Christmas Day, the day of the annual fair of Deerbrook, and 2 or 3 more were her own. Those were, however, so appropriated long before to some object, that they lost much of their character of holidays. Their true holidays were such as the afternoon of this day, hours suddenly set free, little gifts of leisure to be spent according to the fancy of the moment. Let none pretend to understand the value of such whose lives are all leisure, who take up a book to pass the time, to saunter in gardens because there are no morning visits to make, who exaggerate the writing of a family letter into important business. Such have their own enjoyments, but they know nothing of the paroxysm of pleasure of a really hard-working person on hearing the door shut which excludes the business of life, and leaves the delight of free thoughts and hands. The worst part of it is the having to decide how to make the most of liberty. Miss Young was not long in settling this point. She just glanced up at her shelf of books, and down upon her drawing-board, and abroad through the south window, and made up her mind. The acacia, with its fresh bunches of blossoms, was waving above the window, casting in flickering shadows upon the floor. The evergreens of the shrubbery twinkled in the sun, as the light breeze swept over them. The birds were chirruping all about, and a yellow butterfly alighted and trembled on the window-sill at the moment. It was one of the softest and gayest days of spring, and the best thing was to do nothing but enjoy it. She moved to the south window with her work, and sewed or let the wind blow upon her face as she looked out. The landscape was a wide one. Far beyond and somewhat below the garden and shrubberies in which the summer-house stood, flat meadows stretched to brink of the river, on the other side of which were the park woods. All was bathed in the afternoon sunshine, except where a tree here and there cast a flake of shadow upon the grass of the meadows. It is a luxury, thought the gazer, for one who cannot move about to sit here and look abroad. I wonder whether I should have been with the party if I had not been lame. I dare say something would have taken off from the pleasure if I had. But how well I can remember what the pleasure is! The jumping stiles, the feel of the turf underfoot, the running after every flower, the going wherever one has a fancy to go. How well I remember it all, and yet it gives me a sort of surprise to see the activity of these children, and how little they are aware of what their privilege is. I fancy, however, the pleasure is more in the recollection of all such natural enjoyments than at the moment. It is so with me, and I believe with everybody. This very landscape is more beautiful to me in the dark night, when I cannot sleep, than at this very moment, when it looks its best and brightest. And surely this is the great difference between that sort of pleasures and those which come altogether from within. The delight of a happy mood of mind is beyond everything at the time. It sets one above all that can happen. It steeps one in heaven itself. But one cannot recall it. One can only remember that it was so. The delight of being in such a place as those woods is generally more or less spoiled at the time by trifles which are forgotten afterwards. One is hungry or tired, or a little vexed with somebody, or doubtful whether somebody else is not vexed. But then the remembrance is purely delicious, brighter in sunshine, softer in shade, wholly tempered to what is genial. The imagination is a better medium than the eye. This is surely the reason why Bryan could not write poetry on Lake Leman, but found he must wait till he got within 4 walls. This is the reason why we are all more moved by the slightest glimpses of food descriptions in books than by the amplitude of the same objects before our eyes. I used to wonder how that was when, as a child, I read the openings of scenes and books in Paradise Lost. I saw plenty of summer sunrises, but none of them gave me a feeling like the 2 lines. Now morn, her rosy steps in the eastern clime advancing, sowed the earth with orient pearl. If all this be so, our lot is more equalized than is commonly thought. Once having received pictures into our minds, and possessing a clear eye in the mind to see them with, the going about to obtain more is not of very great consequence. This comforts one for prisoners suffering carcere duro, and for townspeople who cannot often get out of the streets, and for lame people like me, who see others tripping over commons and through fields which we cannot go. I wish there was as much comfort the other way. about such as suffer from unhappy moods of mind, and know little of the joy of the highest. It would be a small gain to them to fly like birds, to see like the eagle itself. Oh, there are the children! So that is their cowship meadow! How like children they all look together, down on the grass, gathering cowslips. I suppose the two in black are more eager about it than Sophia. She sits on the stile while they are busy. The children are holding forth to their cousins, teaching them something evidently. How I love to overlook people, to watch them acting unconsciously, and speculate for them. It is the most tempting thing in the world to contrast the little affairs one sees them to busy about, with the very serious ones which await every one. There are those two strangers busy gathering cowslips, and perhaps thinking of nothing beyond the fresh pleasure of the air and the grass, and the scent of their flowers, their minds quite filled with the spirit of the spring, when who knows what may be awaiting them? Love may be just at hand. The tempest of passion may be brewing under this soft sunshine. They think themselves now as full of happiness as possible, and a little while hence, upon a few words spoken, a glance exchanged, they may be in such heaven of bliss that they will smile at their own ignorance in being so well pleased to-day. But I pray they may escape the other change. Neither of them knows anything of that mystery yet. I am confident they both look too young, too open, too free to have really suffered. I wonder whether it is foolish to fancy already that one of them may be settled here. It can hardly be foolish, when the thought occurs so naturally, and these great affairs of life lie distinctly under the eye of such as are themselves cut off from them. I am out of the game, and why should I not look upon its chances? I am quite alone, and why should I not watch for others? Every situation has its privileges and its obligations. What is it to be alone, and to be let alone as I am? It is to be put into a post of observation on others, but the knowledge so gained is anything but a good if it stops at mere knowledge. If it does not make me feel and act, women who have what I am not to have, a home and intimate, a perpetual call of themselves, may go on more safely, perhaps without any thought for themselves, than I with all my best consideration, but I with the blessing of a preparatory vocation, which is to stand me instead of sympathy, ties, and spontaneous action. I may find out that it is my proper business to keep an intent eye upon the possible events of other people's lives, that I may use slight occasions of action which might otherwise pass me by. If one were thoroughly wise and good, this would be a sort of divine lot, without being at all wiser or better than others, being even as weak in judgment and in faith as I am. Something may be of it. Without daring to meddle, one may stand clear-sighted, ready to help. How the children are flying over the meadow towards that gentleman who is fastening his horse to the gate. Mr. Hope, no doubt. He is the oldest cowslip gatherer of them all, I fancy. If one could overhear the talk in every house along the village, I dare say some of it is about Mr. Hope winning one of these young ladies. If so, it is only what I am thinking about myself. Everyone wishes to see Mr. Hope married, everyone, even to the servants here, who are always disputing whether he will not have Miss Sophia, or whether Miss Sophia will not do him. But it is very possible that one of these girls may, and the other, but I will not think about that to-day. How yellow the glow is upon these woods! What heavenly hues hang about the world we live in! But how strange is the lot of some in it! One would wonder why, when all are so plainly made to feel and act together, there should be any one completely solitary. There must be a reason. I would fain know it, but I can't wait till we may know all. Such were some of Maria's young and natural and unchecked thoughts. There was not much of common holiday spirit in them, but to Maria liberty and peace were holiday, and her mind was not otherwise than peaceful. She was serious, but not sad. Anyone who could not at the moment have seen her face would have pronounced her cheerful at heart, and so she was. She had been so long and so far banished from ordinary happiness, that her own quiet speculations were material enough for cheerfulness. The subject on which she would not think to-day was the possibility of one of the sisters attaching Mr. Enderby. Maria Young had not always been solitary and lame and poor. Her father had not been very long dead, and while he lived no one supposed that his only child would be poor. Her youth passed gaily, and her adversity came suddenly. Her father was wont to drive her out in his gig almost every summer day. One evening the horse took fright, and upset the gig on a heap of stones by the roadside. Mr. Young was taken up dead, and Maria was lamed for life. She had always known the Enderbys very well, and there had been some gossip among their mutual acquaintance about the probability that Philip would grow to be Maria's lover when he should be old enough to think of marrying. It was never further than this, except in Maria's own heart. She had, indeed, hoped, even supposed, that in Philip's mind the affair had at least been entertained thus far. She could never settle to her own satisfaction whether she had been weak and mistaken, or whether she had really been in any degree wronged. There had been words, there had been looks, but words and looks are so easily misinterpreted. The probability was that she had no one to blame but herself, if fault there was. Perhaps there was no fault anywhere, but there was misery, intense and long. During her illness no tidings came of Philip. He was in another part of the country when the accident happened, and it was not till long after it had been made known that Mr. Young had died insolvent, not till after Maria had recovered, as far as recovery was possible, not till she had fallen into the habit of earning her bread, and told her with how much concern he had heard of her sufferings. This interview gave her entire possession of herself, so she believed. She got through it calmly, and it left her with one subject at least of intense thankfulness, that her mind was known only to herself. Whatever might be her solitary struggles, she might look without the same into the face of every human being. She could bear being pitied for her poverty, for her lameness, for her change of prospects. When the recollection of this came across any of her acquaintance, if it had been necessary, she could probably have borne to be pitied for having loved without return, but she could not be too thankful that it was not necessary. Maria was right in her supposition that the village was speculating upon the newly arrived young ladies. The parish clerk had for some years, indeed ever since the death of the late stationer and dispenser of letters, carried on a flirtation with the widow, notwithstanding the rumours which were current as to the cause to which her late husband owed his death. It was believed that poor Harriet Plumstead died of exhaustion from his wife's voice, for she was no other than the village scold, of whose existence Margaret had been warned by Mr. Enderby. Some thought that Owen was acting a politic part in protracting this flirtation, keeping her temper in check by his hold upon her expectations, and such had little doubt that the affair would linger on to the end, without any other result than Owen's exemption, meanwhile, from the inflictions of her tongue, to which, in the discharge of his office, he might otherwise become frequently liable. Others wished to see them married, believing that in Owen, a Welshman sufficiently irascible, Mrs. Plumstead would at last meet her match. This afternoon an observer would have thought the affair was proceeding to this point. Mrs. Plumstead, looking particularly comely and gracious, was putting up an unclaimed letter at the window for display, when Owen stopped to ask if she had seen the pretty young ladies who had come to Deerbrook. She remarked that, to be sure, they might have gone to some place where they were wanted, for Deerbrook was not without pretty faces of its own before, and as he said so, he smiled hard in the widow's face. He should not wonder if some work for the rector should rise up before long, nor, where there were pretty faces, weddings might be looked for. He even asked Mrs. Plumstead if she did not think so, and added something so ambiguous about his own share in the work for the rector, which was to arise, that the widow could not make out whether she spoke as her admirer or as parish clerk. In the milliner's workroom there was a spirited conversation between Miss Nares and her assistant, on the past wedding dresses of Deerbrook, arising out of the topic of the day. The Miss Ibbotsons, Mrs. Howell, who, with her shopwoman, Miss Miskin, dispensed the haberdashery of the place, smiled winningly at every customer who entered her shop, and talked of delightful accusations, and what must be felt about Mr Hope in the midst of such charming society, and what it must be hoped would be felt, and how gay the place was likely to be with riding parties and boating parties, and some said dances on the green at Mrs Enderby's, and how partners in a dance have been known to become partners for life, jocosely told when her poor dear Howell prevailed on her to stand up with him, the first time for 20 years, at his niece's wedding. Hester's beauty, and what Mrs Grey had said about it to her mind, were discussed, just at the moment when Hester, passing the shop, was entreated by Sophia to look at a new pattern of embroidery which had lately arrived from London, and was suspended at the window. Mrs Howell and her gossips caught a glimpse of the face of the young lady, through the drapery of prints and muslins, and the festoons of ribbons, and when the party proceeded down the street, there was a rush to the door, in order to obtain a view of her figure. She was pronounced beautiful, and it was hoped that some gentleman in the village would find her irresistible. It was only rather strange that no gentleman was in attendance on her now. If the gossips could have followed the party with their eyes into the meadow, they would soon have been satisfied, for it was not long before Mr Hope joined them there. On leaving Mr Grey's table, he was as little disposed to go and visit the patient as medical men are when they are called away from the merriest company, or at the most interesting moment of a conversation. The liability to this kind of interruption is one of the great drawbacks of the profession to which Mr Hope belonged. Another is, the impossibility of travelling, the being fixed to one place for life, without any but the shortest intervals of journeying. Mr Hope had been settled for 5 years at Deerbrook, and during that time he had scarcely been out of sight of its people. His own active and gladsome mind had kept him happy among his occupations. There was no one in the place with whom he could hold equal converse, but while he had it not, he did not feel the pressing heart was ever full of interest. He did not feel the pressing want of it. He loved his profession, and it kept him busy. His kind heart was ever full of interest for his poorer patients. Seeing the best side of everybody, he could be entertained, though sometimes vexed by his intercourse with the Greys and Rowlands. Then there was the kindly tempered and gentlemanly rector, and Philip Enderby often came down for a few weeks, and Mr Hope had the chief management of the book society, and could thus see the best new books, and his professional rides lay through a remarkably pretty country. He kept up a punctual and copious correspondence with the members of his own family, with his married sisters, and with his only brother, now with his regiment in India, relating to them every important circumstance of his lot, and almost every interesting feeling of his heart. With this variety of resources, life had passed away cheerily on the whole with Mr Hope for the 5 years of his residence at Deerbrook, though there were times when he wondered whether it was to be always thus, whether he was to pass to his grave without any higher or deeper human intercourses than he had here. If it had been possible, he might, like other men as wise as himself, have invested one of the young ladies of Deerbrook with imaginary attributes, and have fallen in love with a creature of his own fancy. But it really was not possible. There was no one of the young ladies of Deerbrook who was not so far inferior to the women of Hope's own family. To the mother he had lost, and the sisters who were settled far away, as to render this commonest of all delusions impossible to him. To such a man, so circumcised, it may be imagined how great an event was the meeting with Hester and Margaret. He could not be in their presence 10 minutes without becoming aware of their superiority to every woman he had seen for 5 years past. The beauty of the one, the sincerity and unconsciousness of the other, and the general elevation of both struck him forcibly the first evening. His earliest thought the next morning was of some great event having taken place, and when he left Mr Grey's door after dinner, it was with an unwillingness which made him spur himself and his horse on to their business, that he might the sooner return to his new-found pleasure. His thoughts already darted forward to the time when the Miss Ibbotsons would be leaving Deerbrook. It was already a heavy thought how dull Deerbrook would be without them. He was already unconsciously looking at every object and speculating object in and around the familiar place with the eyes of the strangers, speculating on how the whole would appear to them. In short, his mind was full of them. There are perhaps none who do not know that this kind of impression is. All have felt it at some time or another. Many have felt it often, about strangers whom they had been predisposed to like, or with whom they had been struck at meeting. 9 times out of 10, perhaps the impression is fleeting, and when it is gone, there is an unwillingness to return to it. Absurdity in having been so much interested without one who so soon became indifferent, but the fact it is not the less real and general for this. When it happens between 2 young people who are previously fancy free, and circumstances favor the impression till it sinks deeper than the fancy, it takes the name of love at first sight. Otherwise it passes away without a name, without a record. For an hour it is a secret, in an after-time it is forgotten. Possessed unconsciously with this street, Hope threw himself from his horse at the entrance of the meadow, where the cowslip gatherers were busy, fastened his steed to the gate, and joined the party. The children ran to him with the gleanings of intelligence which they had acquired since he saw them last, half an hour before, that it was well they did not put off their gathering any longer, for some of the flowers were beginning to dry up already. That cousins had never tasted cowslip tea, was not this very odd? That Cousin Hester would not help to pick the flowers for drying, she thought it such a pity to pull the blossom out of the calyx. That Sophia would not help either, because it was warm. That Cousin Margaret had gathered a great many, but she had been ever so long washing a spider's nest, a nasty large spider's nest that Matilda was just going to break into, when Cousin Margaret asked her not to spoil it. Margaret was indeed on her knees, prying into the spider's nest. When duly laughed at, she owned to having seen cobwebs before, but maintained that cobwebs in a closet were a very different affair from a spider's nest in a field. "I rather think, however," said she, "the word nest itself has something to do with my liking for what I have been looking at. Some of your commonest country words have a charm to the ear and imagination of townspeople that you could not understand." "But," said Mr. Hope, "I thought nests were very common in Birmingham. Have you not nests of boxes and nests of work tables?" "Yes, and so we have stacks of chimneys, but yet we do not think of haymaking when we see the smoke of the town. I rather think country words are only captivating as relating to the country, but then you cannot think how bewitching they are to people who live in streets. The children might have found you a prettier sort of nest to indulge your fancy with. I should not think. There must be plenty of creatures besides spiders in this wide meadow." End of chapter 5, part 1.
Part 2 of Chapter 5 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 5, Part 2. Mr. Hope called out to the little girls that whoever should find any sort of a nest in the meadow for Miss Margaret Ibbotson should have a ride on his horse. Away flew the children, and Hester and Sophia came from the waterside to know what all the bustle was about. Fanny returned to inquire whether the nests must be in the meadow, whether just outside would not do. She knew there was an ant's nest in the bank, just on the other side of the hedge. The decision was that the ant's nest would do only in the case of her not being able to find any other within bounds. Sophia looked on languidly, probably thinking all this very silly. It put her in mind of an old schoolfellow of hers who had been called very clever before she came to school at 9 years old. Till she saw her, Sophia had believed that town children were always clever, but no later than the very first day this little girl had got into disgrace with the governess. Her task was to learn by heart Goldsmith's Country Clergyman in the Deserted Village. She said it quite perfectly, but when questioned about the meaning, stopped short at the first line, "Near yonder copse where once a garden smiled." She persisted that she did not know what a copse was. The governess said she was obstinate, and shut her up in the play hours between morning and afternoon school. Sophia never could make out whether the girl was foolish or obstinate in persisting that she did not know what a copse was. but her cousin Margaret now puts her in mind of this girl, with all her town feelings and her fuss about spiders' nests. "How is old Mr. Smithson to-day?" Sophia inquired of Mr Hope, by way of introducing something more rational. "Not better. It is scarcely possible that he should be," was the reply. "Papa thought last night he must be dying." "He is dying." "Have you just come from a patient who is dying?" asked Hester, with a look of anxiety, with which was mixed some surprise. "Yes, from one who cannot live many days." Sophia observed that Mr. James had been sent for early this morning, no doubt to put the finish to the will, but nobody seemed to know whether the old gentleman would leave his money to his neighbour or his stepson, or whether he would divide it between them. Hester and Margaret showed no anxiety on this point, but seemed so ready to be interested about some others as to make Mr Hope think that they were only restrained by delicacy from asking all that he could tell about his patient's state. They knew enough of the profession, however, to be aware that this kind of inquiry is the last which should be addressed to a medical man. "You are surprised," said he, "that I come from a dying patient to play with the children in the fields. Come, acknowledge that this is in your minds." "If it is an unreasonable thought," said Margaret. "You must see so many dying people, it would be hard that in every case you should be put out of the reach of pleasure." "Never mind the hardship, if it be fitting," said Hope. "Hard or not hard, is it natural? Is it possible?" "I suppose witnessing death so often does lessen the feelings about it," observed Hester. "Yet I cannot fancy that one's mind could be at liberty for small concerns immediately after leaving a house full of mourners, and the sight of one in pain. There must be something distasteful in everything that meets one's eyes, in the sunshine itself." "True, that is the feeling in such cases, but such cases seldom occur. Yes, I mean what I say, such cases are very rare. The dying person is commonly old, or so worn out by illness as to make death at last no evil. When the illness is shorter, it is usually found that a few hours in the sick room do the work of months of common life in reconciling the minds of survivors." "I am sure that is true," observed Margaret. "It is so generally the case, that I know no set of circumstances in which I should more confidently reckon on the calmness, forethought, and composure of the persons I have to deal with than in the family of a dying person. The news comes suddenly to the neighbours, all the circumstances rush at once into their imaginations, all their recollections and feelings about the sufferer agitate them in quick succession, and they naturally suppose the near friends must be more agitated in proportion to their nearness. The watchers, meanwhile," said Hester, "have had time in the long night to go over the past and the future again and again, and by morning all seems so familiar that they think they can never be surprised into grief again." "So familiar," said Mr Hope, "that their minds are at liberty for the smallest particulars of their duty. I usually find them ready for the minutest directions I may have to give." "Yes, the time for surprise, for consternation, is long afterwards," said Hester, with some emotion. "When the whole has become settled and finished in other minds, the nearest mourners begin to wake up to their mourning." "And thus," said Margaret, "the strongest agitation is happily not witnessed." "Happily not," said Mr Hope. "I doubt whether anybody's strongest agitations ever are witnessed. I doubt whether the sufferer himself is often aware of what are really his greatest sufferings, and he is so ashamed of them that he hides them from himself when it is possible. I cannot but think that any grief which reveals itself is very endurable." "Is not that rather hard?" asked Margaret. "How does it seem to you hard? Is it not merciful that we can keep our worst sorrows, that we are disposed, as it were forced, to keep them from afflicting our friends? But is it not saying that bereavement of friends is not the greatest of sorrows, while all seem to agree that it is?" "Is it, generally speaking, the greatest of sorrows? I think not, for my own part. There are cases in which the loss is too heavy to bear being the subject of any speculation, almost of observation. For instance, when the happiest married people are separated, or when a first or only child dies. But I think there are many sorrows greater than a separation by death of those who have faith enough to live independently of each other, and mutual love enough to deserve, as they hope, to meet again hereafter. I assure you I have sometimes come away from houses unvisited, and unlikely to be visited by death, with a heart so heavy as I have rarely or never brought from a deathbed." "I should have thought that would be left for the rector to say," observed Hester. "I should have supposed you meant cases of guilt or remorse." "Cases of guilt or remorse," continued Mr Hope, "and also of infirmity. People may say what they will, but I am persuaded that there is immeasurably more suffering endured, both in paroxysms and for a continuance, from infirmity, tendency to a particular fault, or the privation of a sense, than from the loss of any friend upon earth. except the very nearest and dearest, and even that case is no exception, when there is the faith of meeting again, which almost every mourner has, so natural and welcome as it is. "Do you tell your infirm friends the high opinion you have of their sufferings?" asked Margaret. "Why, not exactly. That would not be the kindest thing to do, would it? What they want is, to have their trouble lightened to them, not made the worst of. Lightened, not by using any deceit, of course, but by simply treating their case as a matter of fact." "Then surely you should make light of the case of the dying, too, make light of it even to the survivors. Do you do this?" "In one sense I do. In another sense no one can do it. Not regarding death as a misfortune, I cannot affect to consider it so. Regarding the change of existence as a very serious one, I cannot, of course, make light of it." "That way of looking at it regards only the dying person. You have not said how you speak of it to survivors." "As I speak of it to you now, or to myself when I see any one die, with the added consideration of what the survivors are about to lose. That is a large consideration, certainly, but should not one give them credit for viewing death as it is, and for being willing to bear their own loss cheerfully, as they would desire to bear any other kind of loss, especially if, as they say, they believe it to be only for a time?" "This as looking on the bright side," observed Hester in a low voice, but she was overheard by Mr Hope. "I trust you do not object to the bright side of things," said he, smiling, "as long as there is so much about us that is really very dark." "What can religion be for," said Margaret, "or reason, or philosophy, whichever name you may call your faith by, but to show us the bright side of everything, of death among the rest? I have often wondered why we seem to try to make the most of that evil, if evil it be, while we think it a duty to make the least of every other. I had some such feeling, I suppose, when I was surprised to hear that you had come hither straight from a deathbed. I do not wonder at all now." "Mr. Smithson will not be much missed," observed Sophia, who felt herself relieved from the solemnity of the occasion by what had passed, and at liberty to speak of him as freely as if he was no nearer death than ever. "He has never been a sociable neighbour. I always thought him an odd old man, from the earliest time I can remember." "Some few will miss him," said Mr Hope. "He is a simple-hearted, shy man, who never did himself justice, except with 2 or 3 who saw most of him. Their affection has been enough for him, enough to make him think now that his life has been a very happy one. There," cried Hope, as a lark sprang up almost from under the feet of the party, "there is another member of Deerbrook society, ladies, who is anxious to make your acquaintance." There were 2 or 3 larks hovering above the meadow at this moment, and others were soaring further off. The air was full of lark music. The party stood still and listened. Looking up into the sunny sky, they watched one little warbler wheeling around, falling, rising again, still warbling, till it seemed as if it could never be exhausted. Sophia said it made her head ache to look up so long, and she seemed impatient for the bird to have done. It then struck her that she also might find a nest, like her sisters, and she examined the place whence the lark had sprung. Under a thick tuft of grass, in a little hollow, she found a family of infant larks huddled together, and pointed them out to her cousins. The children came upon being called. They were damped in spirits. They did not see how they were to find any nests if the ants' nest would not do, unless, indeed, Mr Hope would hold them up into the trees or hedges to look, but they could not climb trees, Mr Hope knew. They were somewhat further mortified by perceiving that they might have found a nest by examining the ground, if they had happened to think of it. Margaret begged they would not be distressed at not finding nests for her, and Mr Hope proposed to try his luck, saying that if he succeeded, everyone who wished should have a ride on his horse. To the surprise of the children, he turned towards the water and walked along the bank. The brimming river was smooth as glass, and where it stood in among the rushes, and in every tiny inlet, it was as clear as the air, and alive with small fish, which darted at the flies that dimpled the surface. A swan, which had been quietly sailing in the middle of the stream, changed its deportment as the party proceeded along the bank. It ruffled its breast feathers, arched back its neck till the head rested between the erect wings, and drove through the water with a speed which shivered the pictures in it, as a sweeping gale would have done. "What is the matter with the creature?" asked Margaret. "I never saw a swan behave so." The children seemed rather afraid that the bird would come on shore and attack them. Mr Hope took the opportunity of its being at some little distance to open the rushes and show where a fine milk-white egg lay in a large round nest. "Oh, Mr Hope, you knew!" cried the children. "You knew there was a swan's nest near." "Yes, and did not you, when you saw how the swan behaved? But I was aware of this nest before. Tom Creech has the care of the park swans. He made this nest, and he told me where it was. Let your cousins have a peep, and then we will go, before the poor Swan grows too much frightened. And now, who will have a ride on my horse?" All the children chose to ride, and while Mr Hope was coursing with them in turn, round and round the meadow, the young ladies proceeded along the bank. A quarter of a mile further on, they fell in with Sidney Grey and his friend Mr Philip. They had been successful in their sport. Mr Enderby had had enough of it, and was stretched on the grass reading, while Sidney stood on the roots of an old oak, casting his line into the pool beneath its shadow. "So here you are, quite safe," said Sophia. "George Rowland might have come after all. Poor boy! I am glad he is not with us. He would be so mortified to see all the fish you have caught without him." "How many times have we been in the river, Sidney? Can you remember?" asked Mr Enderby. "I have seen no fish big enough to pull us in," said Sidney, "and I do not know any other way of getting a wetting at this sport. Mrs Rowland should have seen George and me climbing the old oak at the 2-mile turning. I dared George to it, and there he hung over the water, at the end of the branch, riding up and down like a see-saw. She would think nothing of letting him go fishing after that." "If the branch had broken," said Mr Enderby, "what would you have done then?" "Oh, it is not often that a branch breaks." "Old oaks are apt to break sooner or later, and the next time you dare George to see-saw over the river, I would advise you to consider beforehand how you would get him out in case of his dropping in." "Oh, he is not afraid. One day lately, when the water was low, he offered to cross the weir at Dingleford. I did not persuade him to that, but he pulled off his shoes and stockings, and got over and back safe enough." "Indeed! And you tried it too, I suppose?" "Yes, it would be a shame if I could not do what George can. It was almost as easy as walking along this bank. I shall talk to Master George, however, before he goes to Dingleford again, or he may chance to find it easier some day to miss his footing than to hold it." "I wonder Mrs Rowland is afraid to let George go out with you," said Sophia, "considering what things he does when you are not with him." "She does not know of these pranks, or she would feel as you do, and I hope every one here will be kind enough not to tell her. It would only be making her anxious to no purpose, whenever the boy is out of her sight. It would be a pity to make a coward of him, and I think I can teach him what is mischief and what is not, without disturbing her. Come, ladies, suppose you rest yourselves here. You will find a pleasant seat on this bank. At least, I fell asleep on it just now, as if I had been on a sofa." "I wish you would all go to sleep, or else walk off," said Sidney. "You make so much noise, I shall never catch any fish." "Suppose you were to go somewhere else," said Mr Enderby. "Would not that be rather more civil than sending us all away?" Sidney thought he would find another place. There were plenty along the bank. He gathered up bait and basket, and trudged off. There was an amusement, however, which he liked better even than fishing, and for which he now surrendered it. He was presently seen cantering round the meadow on Mr Hope's horse. Mr Enderby hoped the Miss Ibbotsons were able to say no with decision. If not, he did not envy them their supper this evening, for Sidney would certainly ask them to eat all the fish he had caught, bream and dace and all. The first pleasure of young anglers is to catch these small fry, and the next is, to make their sisters and cousins eat them. Sophia solemnly assured her cousins that mamma never allowed Sidney's fish to come to table, at least in the house. If the children liked to get the cook to boil them for their dolls' feasts in the schoolroom, they might. "And then Miss Young is favoured with a share, I suppose," said Margaret. "Have you made acquaintance with Miss Young yet?" inquired Mr Enderby. "Oh yes, I had the pleasure of knowing Miss Young long before I knew you." "Long? How long? I was not aware that you had ever met. Where did you meet?" "In the schoolroom before breakfast, full 4 hours before you called this morning." "Oh, that is all you mean. I wondered how you should know her." Sophia asked whether Margaret and Miss Young were not going to study together. Margaret assented. Miss Young was kind enough to promise to help her to read German. "And you?" said Mr Enderby to Hester. "Why, no, I am rather afraid of the undertaking." "And you, Miss Grey?" "No, mamma says I have enough to do with my history and my music, especially while my cousins are here. I began German once, but mamma thought I was growing awry, and so I left it off. I find Mrs Rowland means Matilda to learn German. We are all disposed to have my little nieces learn whatever Miss Young will be kind enough to teach them. They will gain nothing but good from her." "She is very learned, to be sure," observed Sophia. "And something more than learned, I should think," said Hester. "I fancy she is wise." "How can you have discovered that already?" asked Mr Enderby, whose fingers were busy dissecting a stalk of flowering grass. "I hardly know. I have nothing to quote for my opinion. Her conversation leaves a general impression of her being very sensible." "Sensible, as she is a woman," observed Margaret. "If she were a man, she would be called philosophical." "She is very superior," observed Sophia. "It was mamma's doing that she is the children's governess." "Philosophical," repeated Mr Enderby. "It is a happy thing that she is philosophical in her circumstances, poor thing." "As she happens to be unprosperous," said Margaret, smiling, "if she were rich and strong and admired, her philosophy would be laughed at. It would only be in the way." Mr Enderby sighed and made no answer. Before anyone spoke again, Mr Hope and his little companions came up. "How quiet you all are!" exclaimed Sydney. "I've a good mind to come and fish here again, if you will only go on to be so drowsy." Sophia declared that they had been talking, up to the last minute, about Miss Young, and learning German, and being philosophical. "And which of the party have you made out to be the most philosophical?" inquired Mr Hope. "We have not so much as made out what philosophy is for," said Hester. "Can you tell us?" As she looked up at Mr Hope, who was standing behind her, Sydney thought her question was addressed to him. Swinging his fishing rod round, he replied doubtfully that he thought philosophy was good to know how to do things. What sort of things? Why, to make phosphorus lights and electrify people, as Dr Levitt did when he made Sophia jump off the stool with glass legs. Sophia was sure that anyone else would have jumped off the stool as she did. She should take good care never to jump on it again, but she wondered Sydney did not know any better than that what philosophy was for. Her cousins said Miss Young was philosophical, and she had nothing to do with phosphorus or electrical machines. Mr Enderby explained to Mr Hope that he had said what he was ready to maintain, that it was a happy thing for anyone who, like Miss Young, was not so prosperous as she had been, to be supported by philosophy. And granting this, said Margaret, it was next inquired whether this same philosophy would have been considered equally admirable, equally a matter of congratulation, if Miss Young had not wanted it for solace. "A question as old as the brig at Stirling," replied Mr Hope. "Older than any bridges of man's making." "Why Stirling brig? What do you mean?" "I mean, do you not know the story? That an old woman wanted to cross the Forth, and some ferryman would have persuaded her to go in their boat when she was confident that a tempest was coming on, which would have made the ferry unsafe. They told her at last that she must trust to Providence. 'Na, na,' said she, 'I will ne'er trust to Providence while there is a brig at Stirling.' The common practice is, you know, with the old woman, we will not trust to the highest support we profess to have, till nothing else is left us. We worship philosophy, but never think of making use of it while we have prosperity as well." "The question is, whether such practice is wise," said Margaret. "We all know it is common." "For my part," said Mr Enderby, "I think the old Scotchwoman was right. Providence helps those that help themselves, and takes care of those who take care of themselves." "Just so," said Hope. "Her error was in supposing that the one course was an alternative from the other, that she would not be trusting in Providence as much in going by the bridge as in braving the tempest. I think we are in the same error when we set up philosophy and prosperity in opposition to each other, taking up with the one when we cannot get the other, as if philosophy were not over all, compassing our life as the blue sky overarches the earth, brightening, vivifying, harmonizing all, whether we look up to see whence the light comes or not." "You think it a mistake, then," said Margaret, "not to look up to it till all is night below, and there is no light to be seen but by gazing overhead." "I do not see why we should miss seeing the white clouds and blue depths at noon, because we may reckon upon moon and stars at midnight. Then again, what is life at its best without philosophy?" "I can tell you as well as anybody," said Mr Enderby, "for I never had any philosophy, no, neither wisdom, nor the love of wisdom, nor patience, nor any of the things that philosophy is understood to mean." "Oh, Mr Enderby," cried Sydney, "what pains you took to teach me to fish, and to make me wait patiently for a bite! You say you are not patient." "My account of life without philosophy," said Mr Enderby, proceeding as if he did not hear the children testifying to his patience with them, "my account of life without philosophy is, that it slips away mighty easily, till it is gone, you scarcely know where or how." "And when you call upon philosophy at last to give an account of it, what does she say?" asked Margaret. "I do not understand how life can slip away so," said Hester. "Is there ever a day without its sting, without doubt of somebody, disappointment in oneself or another, dread of some evil or weariness of spirit? Prosperity is no more of a cure for these than for sickness and death. If philosophy is—" "Well," exclaimed Mr Hope with strong interest, "if philosophy is— 'Happy they that have her, for all need her.' Hear a testimony at least as candid as your own, Enderby. If you really find life steal away as easily as you now fancy, depend upon it you are more of a philosopher than you are aware of." "What is philosophy?" asked Matilda of Sydney in a loud whisper, which the boy was not in any hurry to take notice of, so little was there in the conversation which seemed to bear upon phosphorus and electricity. "A good question," observed Mr Enderby. "Hope, will you tell us, children, what we are talking about, what philosophy is all this while? You gave us a few meanings just now, which I should put into one. Call it enlargement of views, and you have wisdom and the love of wisdom and patience all at once. Ay, Sydney, and your kind of philosophy too. It was by looking far and deep into nature that men found electricity." "Did Dr Levitt find it out?" asked Matilda. "He is so very short-sighted. I don't believe he would see those fish snapping up the flies, if he sat where I do. What was that fell on my bonnet? Is it raining?" Sydney, tired of fishing, had climbed into the oak, and was sending down twigs and leaves upon the heads of the party. Sophia desired him to come down, and even assured him that if he did not, she should be angry. He replied that he would only stay to see whether she would be angry or not. The experiment was cut short by the whole party rising and moving homewards. The sun was setting, and the picked cowslips must not have any dew upon them. As the group passed up the street, Sydney in advance, with his rod and basket, on Mr Hope's horse, Mr Hope himself following with Hester, and the tall Mr Enderby, with Sophia and Margaret on either arm, all, like the little girls, laden with cowslips, the gossips of Deerbrook were satisfied that the stranger ladies must have enjoyed their walk in the meadows. End of chapter 5.
Section 7 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 7 of Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. The Schoolroom. Mrs Rowland was mortified that the Greys had been before her in the idea of a cowslip gathering. From the moment Matilda asking leave to accompany them, she resolved to have such an expedition from her house as her neighbours should not be able to eclipse. Like Lear, she did not yet know what her deed was to be, but it should be the wonder and terror of the place. She would do such things as should strike the strangers with admiration. When she heard an account of it from her little daughter, she found this had been a very poor beginning. A mere walk in the meadows, and home again to tea. No boiling the kettle in the woods, not even a surprise of early strawberries. She could not call this being forestalled. It could not give the young ladies any idea of a proper country excursion, with 4 or 5 carriages, or a boat with an awning. As soon as Mr Rowland came home in the evening, she consulted him about the day, the place, the mode, and the numbers to be invited. Mr Rowland was so well pleased to find his lady in the mood to be civil to her neighbours, that he started no difficulties, and exerted himself to overcome such as could not be overlooked. All the planning prospered so well, that notes to the Grey family and to the Miss Ibbotsons lay on Mr Grey's breakfast table the next morning, inviting the whole party to dine with Mrs Rowland in Dingleford Woods that day week, the carriages to be at the door at 10 o'clock. The whole village rang with the preparations for this excursion, and the village was destined to ring with other tidings before it took place. Mrs Rowland often said that she had the worst luck in the world, and it seemed as if all small events fell out so as to plague her. She had an unusual fertility in such sensible suppositions and reasonable complaints, and her whole diversity of expression of this kind was called into play about this expedition to Dingleford Woods. The hams were actually boiled, and the chicken pies baked, when clouds began to gather in the sky, and on the appointed morning pattens clinked in the village streets. Miss Young's umbrella was wet through in the mere transit from the farrier's gate to the schoolroom. The gravel walk before Mr Grey's house was full of yellow pools, and the gurgling of spouts or drips from the trees was heard on every side. The worst of it was, this rain came after a drought of many weeks, which had perilled the young crops and almost destroyed the hopes of hay. The ladies and children had been far from sufficiently sorry to hear that some of the poorer wheat lands in the country had been ploughed up, and that there was no calculating what hay would be a ton the next winter. They were now to receive the retribution of their indifference. The rain set in, and the farmers hoped that it might continue for a month. It would not be wise to fix any country excursion for a few weeks to come. Let the young people enjoy any fine afternoon that they might be able to turn to the account of a walk, or a drive, or a sail on the river. But picnic parties must be deferred till settled weather came. There was every hope that the middle of the summer would be fine and seasonable, if the rains came down freely now. This course of meteorological events involved two great vexations to Mrs Rowland. One was that the neighbours, who could pretend to entertain the strangers only in a quiet way at home, took the opportunity of the rainy weather to do so, hoping, as they said, not to interfere with any more agreeable engagements. Mrs Rowland really never saw anything so dissipated as the Greys. They were out almost every evening, when they had not company at home. It was impossible that Sophia's studies could go on as they ought to do, what with taking a quiet cup of tea with one acquaintance, and being at a merry reading party at another's, and Mrs Enderby's little dance, and the dinner at the Levitts. There were few evenings left, and on those evenings they were never content to be alone. They were always giving the young men encouragement to go in. Mr Hope made quite a home house of Mr Grey's, and as for Philip, he seemed now to be more at Mr Grey's than ever at his own mother's or sister's. Mrs Grey ought to remember how bad all this was for a girl of Sophia's age. It would completely spoil the excursion to Dingleford Woods. The young people knew one another so well by this time, that the novelty was all worn off, and they would have nothing left to say to each other. It was provoking that Mr Rowland had promised that the excursion should take place whenever the weather should be settled enough. It might so fairly have been given up, and now it must be gone on with, when everyone was tired of the idea, and the young people must almost be weary of one another, from always being together. The other vexation was, there were frequent short intervals of fine weather, which were immediately taken advantage of for a drive or a walk or a sail; and it came out one day from the children, who had learned it in the schoolroom, that the Miss Ibbotsons had been in Dingleford Woods. There had been no such intention when the party set out. They had not designed to go nearly so far, but they had been tempted on by the beauty of the evening and of the scenery, till they had found it the shortest way to come home through Dingleford Woods. Mrs Rowland pronounced this abominable, and she was not appeased by hearing that her brother had been the proposer of this mode of return, and the guide of the party. Philip forgot everything, she declared, in his fancy for these girls. It was always his fault that he was carried away by the people he was with. He had got the name of a flirt by it, and a flirt he was; but she had never known him so possessed as he seemed to be by these strangers. She must speak to Mr Rowland about it. The matter might really become serious, and if he should ever be entrapped into marrying into the Grey connections, among people so decidedly objectionable, it would be a terrible self-reproach to her, as long as she lived, that she had not interfered in time. She should speak to Mr Rowland. Meanwhile, she kept a watchful eye on her brother's proceedings. She found from the children that their Uncle Philip had fulfilled his promise of going to see the schoolroom, and had been so much better than his word, that he had been there very often. When he went, it was always when the Miss Ibbotsons were there, learning German, or drawing, or talking with Miss Young. It was impossible to pick a quarrel with Miss Young about this, for she always sent the visitors away the moment the clock struck the school hour. The summer house was Mr Grey's property too, so that Mrs Rowland could only be angry at the studies which went on in it, and had no power to close the doors against any of the parties. The rainy weather had indeed been very propitious to the study of German. For a fortnight Margaret had spent some hours of each day with Miss Young, and over their books they had learned so much of one another's heart and mind, that a strong regard had sprung up between them. This new friendship was a great event to Miss Young. How great, she herself could scarcely have believed beforehand. Her pupils found that Miss Young was now very merry sometimes. Mr Grey observed to his wife that the warmer weather seemed to agree with the poor young woman, as she had some little colour in her cheeks at last; and Margaret herself observed a change in the tone of the philosophy she had admired from the beginning. There was something less of reasoning in it, and more of impulse. It was as sound as ever, but more genial. While never forgetting the constancy of change in human affairs, she was heartily willing to enjoy the good that befell her while it lasted. It was as well that she could do so, for the good of this new friendship was presently alloyed. She was not aware, and it was well that she was not, that Hester was jealous of her, almost from the hour of Margaret's learning what a vast number of irregular verbs there is in the German. Each sister remembered the conversation by the open window on the night of their arrival at Deerbrook. Remembering it, Hester made Margaret a partaker in all her feelings about Maria Young, her admiration, her pity, her esteem, reserving to herself any confidence which Maria placed in her, in which, however, no mention of Mr Enderby ever occurred. She kept not a thought or feeling of her own from her sister. The consequence was that Hester found that Maria filled a large space in Margaret's mind, and that a new interest had risen up in which she had little share. She too remembered the conversation, but had not the strength to act up to the spirit of it. She had then owned her weakness, and called it wickedness, and fancied that she could never mistrust her sister again. She was now so ashamed of her own consciousness of being once more jealous, that she strove to hide the fact from herself, and was not therefore likely to tell it to Margaret. She struggled hourly with herself, rebuking her own temper, and making appeals to her own generosity. She sat drawing in the little blue parlour morning after morning, during Sophia's reading or practising, telling herself that Margaret and Miss Young had no secrets, no desire to be always tete-a-tete, that they had properly invited her to learn German, and that she only had to go at any moment, and offer to join them, to be joyfully received. She argued with herself how mean it would be to do so, to agree to study at last, in order to be a sort of spy upon them, to watch over her own interests, as if Margaret, the most sincere and faithful of living beings, were not to be trusted with them. She had often vowed that she would cure the jealousy of her temper. Now was the occasion, and she would meet it. She would sit steadily beside Sophia or Mrs Grey every morning, when Margaret was not with her, and never let her sister know how selfish she could be. This was all very well, but it could not make Margaret suppose her sister happy when she was not. She could not be certain what was the matter, but she saw that something was wrong. At times Hester's manner was so unboundedly affectionate that it was impossible to suppose that unkind feelings existed towards herself, though a few pettish words were at other times let drop. Hester's mood of magnanimity and jealousy were accounted for in other ways by her sister. Margaret believed, after a course of very close observation, that she had discovered, in investigating the cause of Margaret's discomposure, a secret which was unknown to her sister herself. Margaret was not experienced in love, nor in watching the signs of it, but here was the mind she understood best, discomposed without apparent cause, more fond, more generous to herself than ever, yet not reposing its usual confidence in her, and subject to those starts of delight and disappointment which she had heard and could understand to be the moods of love. She was confirmed in her suspicion by observing that the merits of Mr Hope were becoming daily a less common subject of conversation between them, while it was certain that he had in no degree lost favour with either. They had been charmed with him from the beginning, and had expressed to each other the freest admiration of his truth, his gaiety, his accomplishments, and great superiority to the people amidst whom he lived. He was now spoken of less every day, while his visits grew more frequent, longer, and, Margaret could not but think, more welcome to her sister. The hours when he was sure not to come happened to be those which she spent with Miss Young, the hours in which gentlemen are devoted to their business. Margaret thus witnessed all that passed, and if her conjecture about Hester was right, she could have wished to see Mr Hope's manner rather different from what it was. He was evidently strongly attracted to the house, and there was some reason to think that Mrs Grey believed Hester was the attraction. But Margaret had no such impression. She saw that Mr Hope admired her sister's beauty, listened to her conversation with interest, and was moved at times by the generosity of her tone of moral feeling. But this, though much, was not enough for the anxious sister's full satisfaction, and the one thing besides which she would fain have discerned, she could not perceive. These were early days yet, however, so early that, in the case of any one whom she knew, except her sister, she should have supposed her own conjectures wild and almost improper. But Hester's was one of those natures to which time and circumstance minister more speedily and more abundantly than to the generality. By the strength of her feelings and the activity of her affections, time was made more comprehensive and circumstance more weighty than to others. A day would produce changes in her which the impressions of a week would not effect in less passionate natures, and what were trifling incidents to the minds about her were great events to her. Margaret began to consider what was to be done. The more she thought, the more plainly she perceived that there was nothing to be done but to occupy Hester simply and naturally with as many interests as possible. This was safe practice, be the cause of her occasional discomposure what it might. It was particularly desirable that she should not continue the habit of sitting in silence for a considerable part of every morning. One day, just after the voices of the children had been heard in the hall, giving token that school was over, Hester, sitting in the little blue parlour alone, with her head on her hand, was apparently contemplating the drawing on her board, but really considering that Margaret was now beginning to be happy with her friend, and asking why Margaret should not be happy with her friend, when Margaret herself entered. "Do you want Sophia?" said Hester. "She's upstairs." "No, I want you." "Indeed?" There was an ironical tone of surprise in the one word she spoke, which let fall a weight upon Margaret's heart, an old feeling, but one to which she had made no progress towards being reconciled. "I cannot help you with your German, you know. How can you pretend to want me?" "It is not about German at all that I want you. Maria has found a Spencer at last, and I am going to read her the Hymn of Heavenly Beauty. I know you can never hear that often enough, so come. Perhaps Miss Young had rather not. I should be sorry to intrude myself upon her. But, however," continued she, observing Margaret's look of surprise, "I will come. Do not wait for me, dear. I will come the moment I have put up my drawing." Margaret did wait, running over the keys of the open piano meanwhile. "Shall I call Sophia too?" asked Hester, as she took up her work bag. "I dare say she never read any of Spencer." "I dare say not," replied Margaret, "and she would not care about it now. If you think we ought, we'll call her. If not," Hester smiled, nodded, and led the way to the schoolroom without calling Sophia. She had not been 2 minutes in the cordial presence of her sister and Maria before she felt the full absurdity of the feelings which had occupied her so lately, and was angry with herself to her own satisfaction. Her companions looked at each other with a smile as they observed at the same moment the downcast attitude of her moistened eyes, the beautiful blush on her cheek, and the expression of meek emotion on her lips. They thought that it was the image of heavenly beauty which moved her thus. Before they had quite finished the hymn, the door was burst open, and the children entered, dragging in Mr Enderby. Mr Enderby rebuked them good naturedly for introducing him with so little ceremony, and declared to the ladies that Matilda had promised to knock before she opened the door. Hester advised Mary and Fanny to be more quiet in their mode of entrance, observing that they had made Miss Young start with their hurry. Matilda was glad her uncle remembered to come sometimes. He had promised it several weeks before he came at all, even when he said he was going away in a fortnight. "And if I had gone away in a fortnight," said he, "I should not have seen your schoolroom. But this is not the first time I have seen it, as you remember very well. I have been here often lately. But you never attend to me here, uncle, and I want so to show you my desk, where I keep my copybook, and the workbook you gave me on my birthday." "Well, you can show me now, cannot you? So, this is your desk. It seems convenient enough, whatever we may think of its beauty. I suppose it will hold all the knowledge you will want to have put into your head for some time to come. Now, show me which is George's desk, and which Fanny's, and now Mary's. A nice row of desks. Now," whispering to her, "can you show me which is Miss Margaret's desk?" The little girl giggled as she answered that Miss Margaret was too old to be a schoolgirl. "So she is, but she learns of Miss Young, and I know she keeps some of her books here. Can you show me where?" There was a desk rather larger than the rest, the lid of which now happened to be standing open. Matilda pointed slyly at it. While the ladies were engaged with the other children, Mr Enderby cast a glance into this desk, saw a book which he knew to be Margaret's, laid something upon it from his pocket, and softly closed the lid, the whole passing, if it was observed at all, as a survey of the children's desks. He then pretended to look around for the rod. "No rod?" said he to the laughing children. "Oh, I should like to learn here very much, if there is no rod. Miss Margaret, do you not find it very pleasant learning here?" The children were shouting, "Miss Young! Miss Young! Do let Uncle Philip come and learn with us. He says he will be a very good boy. Won't you, Uncle Philip? Miss Young, when may Uncle Philip come and learn his lessons?" Margaret saw that there was constraint in the smile with which Maria answered the children. Little as she knew, it struck her that in his fun with the children, Mr Enderby was relying quite sufficiently on the philosophy he had professed to admire in Miss Young. Mr Enderby drew up a chair to the window round which the ladies were sitting, and took up the volume Margaret had just laid down. "Go, go, children," said he. "Run away to your gardens. I cannot spare you any more play to-day." "Oh, but uncle, we want to ask you a question." "Well, ask it." "But it is a secret. You must come into the corner with Fanny and Mary and me." For peace and quiet, he went into the corner with them, and they whispered into each ear a question. How many burnt almonds and gingerbread buttons, and how much barley sugar, 2 shillings and 3 halfpenny would buy? The cowslips were now ready to make tea of, and the feast on the dolls' dishes might be served any day. Mr Enderby promised to inquire at the confectioner's, and not to tell anybody else. And at last the children were got rid of. "Now that we have done with mysteries," said he, as he resumed his seat by the window, "that is, with children's mysteries that we can see to the bottom of, let us look a little into the poet's mysteries. What were you reading? Show me, and I will be your reader. Who or what is this heavenly beauty? We have not done with mysteries yet, I see." "I was wondering," said Margaret, smiling, "whether you take up Spenser because you are tired of mysteries, in which case some other poet might suit you better." "What other? Some one less allegorical, at least." "I do not know that," said Hester. "The most cunning allegory that ever was devised is plain and easy in comparison with the simplest true story, fully told; and a man is a poet in proportion as he fully tells the simple true story." "A story of the mind, you mean," said Mr Enderby, "not of the mere events of life?" "Of the mind, of course. I mean, without the mind, the mere life is nothing. Is not allegory a very pretty way of telling such a story of the mind, under the appearance of telling a story of a life?" "Yes," said Margaret; "and that is the reason why so many like allegory. There is a pleasure in making one's way about a grotto in the garden; but I think there is a much higher one in exploring a cave on the sea shore, dim and winding, where you never know that you have come to the end; a much higher pleasure in exploring a life than following out an allegory." "You are a true lover of mystery, Miss Margaret. You should have lived 1,000 years ago." "Thank you. I am very glad I did not. But why so long ago? Are there not mysteries left enough? And will there not be enough 1,000 years hence?" said Hester. "I'm afraid not. You and I cannot venture to speak upon what the Germans may be doing; but these 2 ladies can tell us, perhaps, whether they are not clearing everything up very fast, making windows in your cave, Miss Margaret, till nobody will be afraid to look into every cranny of it." "And then our complaint," said Miss Young, would be like Mrs Howell's, when someone told her that we were to have the Drummond light on every church steeple. Oh dear, ma'am, said she,
we shall not know how in the world to get any darkness.
you speak as if you agreed that the Germans really are the makers of windows that Mr Enderby supposes them, observed Margaret. But you do not think we are any nearer the end of mysteries than ever, do you? Oh no, not till we have struck our stone to the bottom of the universe, and walked around it. And I am not aware that the Germans pretend to be able to do that, any more than other people. Indeed, I think that there are as many makers of grottos as explorers of caves among them. What do you want, my dear? This last was addressed to George, whose round face, red with exertion, appeared at a back window. The little girls were hoisting him up, that he might call out once more, "Uncle Philip, be sure you remember not to tell." "It would be a pity that mysteries should come to an end," observed Mr Enderby, "when they seem to please our human tastes so well. See there, how early the love of mystery begins! And who can tell where it ends? Is there one of your pupils, Miss Young, in whom you do not find it?" "Not one. But is there not a difference between the love of making mysteries and a taste for finding them out?"
Do you not find both in children, and up into old age? In children one usually finds both, but I think the love of mystery making and surprises goes off as people grow wiser. Fanny and Mary were plotting all last week how to take their sister Sophia by surprise with a piece of india rubber, a token of fraternal affection, as they were pleased to call it. And you see George has a secret today, but they will have fewer hidings and devices every year, and if they grow really wise, they will find that amidst the actual business of life there is so much more safety and ease and blessing in perfect frankness than in any kind of concealment, that they will give themselves the liberty and peace of being open as the daylight. Such is the hope for them, but all this need not prevent their delighting in the mysteries which are not of man's making. They will be all the more at leisure for them, said Margaret, from having their minds free from plots and secrets. Surely you are rather hard upon arts and devices, said Philip. Without more or fewer of them, we should make our world into a palace of truth. See the Veille de Chateau, which Matilda is reading with Miss Young. Who ever read it that did not think the palace of truth the most disagreeable place in the world? And why? Asked Margaret. Not because the people in it spoke truth, but because the truth which they spoke was hatred and malice and selfishness. And how much better, inquired Hester, is the truth that we should speak, if we were as true as the daylight? I hope we shall always be allowed to make mysteries of our own selfish and unkind fancies. There would be little mutual respect left if these things were told. I think there would be more than ever, said Margaret, carefully avoiding to meet her sister's eye. I think so many mistakes would be explained, so many false impressions set right, on the instant of their being made, that our mutual relations would go on more harmoniously than now. And what would you do with the affairs now dedicated to mystery? Asked Mr Enderby. How would you deal with diplomacy and government, and with courtship? You surely would not overthrow the whole art of wooing. You would not doom lovers' plots and devices. The ladies were all silent. Mr Enderby, however, was determined to have an answer. He addressed himself particularly to Margaret. You do not disapprove of the little hidden tokens with which a man may make his feelings secretly known where he wishes them to be understood, tokens which may meet the eye of one alone, and carry no meaning to any other. You do not disapprove of a more gentle and mysterious way of saying, "I love you," than looking full into another's face and declaiming it like a Quaker upon affirmation. You do not disapprove. As for disapproving, said Margaret, who chanced to perceive that Maria's hand shook so that she could not guide her needle, and that she was therefore apparently searching for something in her work-box. As for disapproving, I do not pretend to judge for other people. She stopped short, struck with the blunder she had made. Mr Enderby hastened to take advantage of it. He said, laughing, "Well then, speak for yourself. Never mind other people's cases." "What I mean," said Margaret, with grave simplicity, "is that all depends on the person whose regard is to be won. There are silly girls and weak women who, liking mysteries in other affairs, are best pleased to be wooed with small artifices, with having their vanity and their curiosity piqued, with sly compliments." "Sly compliments! What an expression!" "Such women agree, as a matter of course, in the old notion, suitable enough 5 centuries ago, that the life of courtship should be as unlike as possible to married life. But I certainly think those much the wisest and the happiest who look upon the whole affair as the solemn matter that it really is, and who desire to be treated from the beginning with the sincerity and seriousness which they will require after they are married. If the same simplicity and seriousness were common in this as are required in other grave transactions," said Hester, "there would be less of the treachery, delusion, and heartbreaking which lie heavy upon the souls of many a man and many a woman." Mr Enderby happened to be looking out the window here, as if for something to say, caught the eye of his sister, who was walking in her garden. She beckoned to him, but he took no notice, not desiring to be disturbed at present. Turning again to Margaret, he said, "But you would destroy all the graces of courtship. You would—" "Nay," said Hester. "What is so graceful as the simplicity of entire mutual trust? The more entire, the more graceful." "I wish you had left out the word trust. You have spoiled something that I was going on to say about the simplicity of drawing lots like the Moravians, the most sincere courtship of all. But that word trust puts my illustration aside. You need not protest. I assure you I am not so dull as not to understand that you think love necessary to the wooing which seems graceful in your eyes. Oh yes, love, and mutual knowledge, and mutual reverence, and perfect trust. Oh yes, I understand it all." "Philip!" cried a soft sentimental voice under the window. "Brother, I want your arm for a turn in the shrubbery." Mrs Rowland's bonnet was visible as she looked up to the window. She saw the braids of the hair of the young ladies, and her voice was rather less soft as she called again, "Philip, do you hear? I want you." It was impossible to seem not to hear. Mr Enderby was obliged to go, but he left his hat behind him, as a sort of pledge that he meant to limit himself to the single turn proposed. For various reasons, the young ladies were all disinclined to speak after he had left them. Miss Young was the first to move. She rose to go to her desk for something, the desk in which Margaret kept the books she used in this place. Ever on the watch to save Maria the trouble of moving about, which was actual pain to her, Margaret flew to see if she could not fetch what was wanted. But Miss Young was already looking into the desk. Her eye caught the pretty new little volume which lay there. She took it up, found it was a volume of Tieck, and saw on the flyleaf, in the well-known handwriting, "From P.E." One warm beam of hope shot through her heart. How could it be otherwise? The book lying in her desk, and thus addressed. But it was only one moment's joy. The next instant's reflection, and the sight of Margaret's German exercise, on which the book had lain, revealed the real case to her. In sickness of heart, she would, upon impulse, have put back the book and concealed the incident; but she was not sure but that Margaret had seen the volume, and she was sure of what her own duty was. With a smile and a steady voice, she held out the book to Margaret, and said, "Here is something for you, Margaret, which looks a little like one of the hidden and gentle and mysterious tokens Mr Enderby has been talking about. Here it is, lying among your books, and I think it was not with them when you last left your seat." Margaret blushed with an emotion which seemed to the one who knew her best to be too strong to be mere surprise. She looked doubtful for a moment about the book being meant for her. Its German aspect was conclusive against its being designed for Hester. But Miss Young? Was it certain that the volume was not hers? She asked this, but Maria replied, as her head was bent over her desk, "There is no doubt about it, I am sure. It is nobody's but yours." Someone proposed to resume the reading. The hymn to Heavenly Beauty was finished, but no remark followed. Each was thinking of something else. More common subjects suited their present mood better. It was urged upon Hester that she should be one of the daily party, and her lonely fancies being for the hour dispersed, she agreed. But, she observed, other people's visits alter the case entirely. I do not see how study is to go on if anyone may come in from either house, as Mr Enderby did to-day. It is depriving Miss Young of her leisure too, and making use of her apartment in a way that she may well object to. "I am here out of school hours only upon sufferance," replied Miss Young. "I never call the room mine without this explanation." "Besides," said Margaret, "it is a mere accident Mr Enderby's coming in to-day. If he makes a habit of it, we only have to tell him we want our time to ourselves." Miss Young knew better. She made no reply, but she felt in her inmost soul that her new-born pleasures were, from this moment, to be turned into pains. She knew Mr Enderby, and, knowing him, foresaw that she was to be a witness of his wooings of another, whom she had just begun to take to her heart. This was to be her fate if she was strong enough for it, strong enough to be generous in allowing to Margaret opportunities which could not without her be enjoyed, of fixing the heart of one whom she could not pronounce to have been faulty towards herself. His conversation to-day had gone far to make her suppose him blameless, and herself alone in fault. So complete had seemed his unconsciousness with regard to her. Her duty then was clearly to give them up to each other, with such spirit of self-sacrifice as she might be capable of. If not strong enough for this, the alternative was a daily painful retreat to her lodgings, whence she might look out on the heaps of cinders in the farrier's yard, her spirit abased the while with the experience of her own weakness. Neither alternative was very cheering. End of section 7.
Chapter 8 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Section 8. Family Confidence. "When do you leave us, Philip?" inquired Mrs Rowland, putting her arm within her brother's and marching him up the gravel drive. "Do you wish me to go?" replied he, laughing. "Is this what you are so anxious to say?" "Why, we understood 6 weeks since that you meant to leave Deerbrook in a fortnight, that is all." "So I did, but my mother is kind enough to be pleased that I am staying longer, and since I am equally pleased myself, it is all very well. I rather think, too, that the children consider Uncle Philip a good boy, who deserves a holiday." "My mother! Oh, she always supposes everything is right that you do. And that is the reason why Mr Rowland and I agree so well," interrupted the brother. "Yes, that is one reason among many. Rowland's wish is to see the old lady happy, and she is naturally happiest when she has both children with her. And for every merry hour of hers, your good husband looks the more kindly upon me." "Of course, all that is a matter of course, though you are not aware, perhaps, of the fatigue it is to my mother to have any one with her too long a time. She will not tell you, but you have no idea how low she is for some time after you go away. If you have stayed more than a few days, from pure exhaustion. Ah, you do not perceive it, because the excitement keeps her up while you are here, and she naturally makes an effort, you know. But if you were to see her as we do after you are gone,
You cannot think how it sets the Greys talking about her low spirits. Poor soul, I wish I could be always with her. I will try whether I cannot, for some time to come at least. But, sister, how does it happen that neither you nor Roland ever told me this before? Oh, we would not distress you unnecessarily. We knew it was an unavoidable evil. You cannot always be here, and you must— Yes, but I must sometimes come. That is an unavoidable evil, and I always will be, sister, while I have a good old mother living here. My dear Philip, how you do misunderstand one! I never heard anything so odd. Why odd? Have you not been giving me to understand all this time that you do not wish to have me here, that you want me to go away? If not this, I do not know what you have been talking about. What an idea! My only brother! What can you be thinking of? Why upon earth should I wish you anywhere else? That you may manage my mother and her affairs all your own way, I imagine. Mrs Rowland had nothing to oppose to this plain speech but exclamations. When she had exhausted all she could muster, she avowed that the only consideration which could reconcile her to the sacrifice of her dear brother's society was anxiety for his happiness. Then, supposing I am happiest here, we are all satisfied. And Uncle Philip would have made a diversion from the path to give George his favourite swing, quite up to the second branch of the great pear tree. Pray let George swing himself for once, brother. Hold your tongue, George. You are a very troublesome boy, and your uncle and I are busy. It's about your own affairs, brother, that I wanted to open my mind to you. As for your always remaining here, as you kindly hinted just now— I didn't mean to hint, said Philip. I thought I had spoken quite plainly. Well, well, we all know how to appreciate the kindness of your intentions, I'm sure. But your happiness must not be sacrificed to the good of any of us here. We can take care of one another, but as it is impossible that you should find a companion for life here, and as it is time you were thinking of settling, we must not be selfish, and detain you among us when you should be creating an interest elsewhere. Mr Rowland and I are extremely anxious to see you happily married, brother, and indeed we feel it is time you were thinking about it. I am glad of that, sister. I am somewhat of the same opinion myself. I rejoice to hear it, replied the lady, in a rather uneasy tone. We have been delighted to hear of these frequent visits of yours to the Buchanans. There is a strong attraction there, I fancy, Philip? Joe Buchanan is the attraction to me there. If you mean Caroline, she has been engaged these 3 years to her brother's friend Annesley. You do not say so. But did you not know it? I have known it these 2 years, under the seal of secrecy. Ah, sister, I have had many an hour's amusement at your schemes on my behalf about Caroline Buchanan. I have been quite out, I see. When do you go to the Bruces to make the visit you were disappointed of at Christmas? When they return from the Continent, where they are gone for 3 years. Miss Mary is out of reach for 3 years, sister. Out of reach? You speak as if Paris, or Rome, if you will, was in Australia. And even in Australia one can hardly speak of people being out of reach. If one wishes to overtake them, said Mr Enderby, whereas I can wait very well for the Bruces till they come home again. Now, no more, sister. I cannot stand and hear young ladies of my acquaintance catalogued as a speculation for my advantage. I could not look them in the face again after having permitted it. There is someone in the schoolroom, I declare, cried the lady, as if astonished, and she stood looking from afar at the summer house, in which 3 heads were distinctly visible. Were you not aware of that before? Did you suppose I was asleep there, or writing poetry all alone, or what? The Miss Ibbotsons are there, and Miss Young. You remind me, said the lady, of something that I declared to Mr Rowland that I should speak to you about. My dear brother, you should have some compassion on the young ladies you fall in with. I thought your great anxiety just now was that the young ladies should have compassion upon me. One, Philip, the right one. But you really have no mercy. You are too modest to be aware of the mischief you may be doing. But let me entreat you,
not to turn the head of a girl whom you cannot possibly think seriously of." "Whom do you mean?" "You may be making even more mischief than flattering the poor girl with vain hopes. If you once let it get into their heads of the Greys that any one belonging to us could think of marrying into their connection, you do not know the trouble you will impose upon Mr Rowland and me." "Does Rowland say so?" "Does he say so? One would think Dear me, brother, there is nothing one might not think from your manner. You terrify me." "Have you a pocket mirror about you?" asked Philip. "I should like to see what this terrible manner of mine is like." "Now, pray, no joking, Philip. I declare my nerves will not bear it. But I tell you what, Philip, if you let your old admiration of beauty carry you away, and make you forget yourself, so far as to dream of marrying into that connection, you will repent it as long as you live. I shall never forgive you, and you will kill our poor dear mother." "I will ask her whether she thinks so," said Philip, "and I give you my word of honour that I will not kill my mother." "Girls seem to think that beauty is everything," continued the angry lady, "and so do their connections for them. I declare Mrs Grey sits winking at my mother when Miss Ibbotson has a colour, as if nobody ever saw a good complexion before. I declare it makes me sick. Now, Philip, you have been fairly warned, and if you fall into the trap, you will not deserve any consideration from me. I have let you lay down the law to me, sister, in your own way, because I know your way. Say what you please to me of myself and my affairs, and a joke is the worst that will come of it. But I tell you gravely that I will not hear of traps. I will not hear imputations like those you have just spoken against these young ladies or their connections without rebuke. You can know nothing of the Miss Ibbotsons which can justify this conversation." "I shall soon believe you are in love," cried the lady, in high resentment. "Only take care what grounds you go on before you speak and act, sister. In my turn, I give you fair warning how you take any measures against them, even in my own mind, without being quite sure what you are about. You do not say now that you do not mean to have that girl?" cried Mrs Rowland, fixing her fiery eyes upon her brother's face. "Why should I? You have not set about obtaining my confidence in any way which could succeed. If I am in love, it would not be easy to own it upon such unwarrantable pressure. If I am not in love, if you are not, in that case, I am disinclined to make my not caring for them the condition on which those young ladies may receive your civilities. These civilities are due to them, whatever I may feel or intend, and my respect for them is such that I shall keep my mind to myself." "At least," said the lady, somewhat humbled, "do not be so much with them. For my sake, do not go into the schoolroom again." "I'm sorry I cannot oblige you," said he, smiling, "but I must go at this moment. Not to sit down, not to speak 5 words, however, but only to get my hat. I have to go into the village on an errand for the children." "Can I do anything for you in the village?" "She thinks only of Hester, it is plain," thought he. "If I am to have any more lectures and advice, I hope they will proceed on the same supposition. It will make my part easier, and save my being driven to assert my own will, and so plunging poor Priscilla into hysterics. I can bear her interference as long as Margaret's name is not on her lips. The moment she casts an evil eye on her, I shall speak to Rowland, which I had much rather avoid. It would be delicious too to be her protector without her knowing it, to watch over her as she walks in her bright innocence, to shield her. But from whom? From my own sister? No, no, better keep her out of suspicion. Better let it pass that it really is Hester. Hester has plenty of friends to stand by her. The Greys are so proud of her beauty, they have no eyes or ears but for her. People who meddle with concerns they have no business with are strangely blind. They make odd mistakes, from running away with notions of their own, prepared beforehand. Here is everyone determined that we shall all fall in love with Hester. Priscilla has jumped to her conclusions at once, perhaps in emulation of Mrs Grey. Mrs Grey has clearly given Hester to Hope, in her own mind. I rather think Hope would be obliged to her if she would not show so plainly what is in her thoughts. I fear so. I may be jealous, but I am afraid Hope and I are too much of the same mind about these girls. I will stand up for Mrs Grey as long as I live, if she proves right here. She shall wink and nod for Evermore, and I will justify her. If Hope turns out to be in love with Hester, I will be the first to congratulate him. If he succeeds with her, and really he would be a happy fellow, she is a lovely creature, and how she will love whenever she does love. She would be a devoted wife. Why cannot he see the matter so, and leave Margaret to me? Now, how will she look up as I go in? His vision of Margaret's looks remained a vision. No one was in the schoolroom but Miss Young, writing a letter. "They are not here," said Mr Enderby. "No, they have gone with Mrs Grey into the village, I believe." "Oh, well, I only came for my hat. You are in the children's secret, of course, Miss Young. About their feast? Yes, I believe I know all about it. I am going to ask some important questions for them at the confectioner's. You will not object to my bringing them a few good things?" "I? Oh, no. I would not act in so serious a manner without asking you. Can I be of any use to you in the village? Or perhaps you want some pens mended before I go?" "No, I thank you. Then I will not interrupt your letter any longer. Good morning." It was a wonder that the letter was written at all. When Maria had done, leaning back in her chair, and taken up her pen again, she was disturbed by painful sounds from Mrs Rowland's garden. The lady's own Matilda and precious George and darling Anna were now pronounced to be naughty, wilful, mischief, and finally to be combined together to break their mamma's heart. It was clear that they were receiving the discharge of the wrath which was caused by somebody else. Now a wail, now a scream of passion went to Maria's heart. She hastened on with her letter, in the hope that Mrs Rowland would presently go into the house, when the little sufferers might be invited into the schoolroom to hear a story or have their ruffled tempers calmed by some other such simple means. What a life of discipline this is, thought Maria. We all have it, sooner or later. These poor children are beginning early, if one can but help them through it. There, she goes in and shuts the door behind her. Now I may call them hither, and tell them something or another about Una and her lion. At the well-known sound of Miss Young's lame step, the little ones all came about her. One ashamed face was hid on her shoulder, another was relieved of her salt tears, and the boy's pout was first relaxed and then forgotten. End of section 8.
Chapter 8 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 8. Family Correspondence. From the time of the great event of the arrival of the Miss Ibbotsons, Mr Hope had longed to communicate all connected with it to his family. As often as Hester looked eminently beautiful, he wished his sisters could see her. As often as he felt his spirit moved and animated by his conversations with Margaret, he thought of Frank, and wished that the poor fellow could for a day exchange the heats and fatigues, and vapid society, of which he complained as accompaniments of service in India, for some one of the wood and meadow rambles, or garden frolics, which were the summer pleasures of Deerbrook, now unspeakably enhanced by the addition lately made to its society. Frank wrote that the very names of meadows and kine, of cowslips, trout, and harriers, were a refreshment to a soldier's fancy, when the heats and the solitude of spirit in which he was compelled to live made him weary of the novelties which had at first pleased him in the East. He begged that Edward would go on to write as he did of everything that passed in the village. of everything which could make him for a whole evening fancy himself in Deerbrook, and repose himself in its shacks and quietness. Mr Hope had felt, for a month past, that such a letter was by this time due to Frank, and that he had, for once, failed in punctuality; but he now, for the first time, found it difficult to get time to write. He never dreamed of sending Frank letters, which would be esteemed by others of a moderate length. When he did write, it was an epistle indeed, and during this particular May and June there was always something happening which prevented his having his hours to himself. In other words, he was always at the Greys when not engaged in his professional duties. The arrival of a letter from Frank one day gave him the necessary stimulus, and he sat down on the instant to open his heart to his brother. Frank was his younger and only brother, and the person in the world most deeply indebted to him. Their parents being dead, it was Edward who had been Frank's dependence as he grew up. It was Edward who had, at great cost and pains, gratified his wish to go into the army, and had procured him the best educational advantages in preparation for a military life. It was Edward who had always treated him with such familiar friendship that he had scarcely felt as if he wanted any other intimate, and who seemed to forget the 5 years' difference of age between them at all times but when it afforded a reason for pressing kindness and assistance upon him. The confidence between them was as familiar and entire as if they had been twin brothers. The epistle which Frank was to have the benefit of on the present occasion was even longer than usual, from the delay which had caused an accumulation of tidings and of thoughts. Deerbrook, June 20th, 18 . Dear Frank, your letter of December last has arrived to remind me how far I am past my time in writing to you. I make no apologies for my delay, however, and I do not pretend to feel any remorse about it. We never write to one another from a mere sense of duty, and long may it be before we do so. Unless we write because we cannot help it, pray let us let it alone. As for the reasons why my inclination to talk to you has not overpowered all impediments till now, you shall have them by and by. Meanwhile, here, before your eyes, is the proof that I cannot but spend this June evening with you. You ask about our grandfather, and I have somewhat to say to you about him. He is still living, very infirm, as you may suppose, but, I think, as clear in mind as I have ever known him. He sent for me 2 months ago, as you will have heard from the letter I find he caused to be written to you about the business which then occupied his mind. My share in that business he would represent to you as it appeared to him, but I must give you an account of it as it appears to myself. He sent for me to take leave of me, as he said, but, in my opinion, to receive my acknowledgments for his latest disposition of his property by will. The new arrangements did not please me at all, and I am confident that you would have liked them no better than I, and I wished not a little that you were nearer, that we might have acted together. I know that he once intended to divide his property equally among us 4, but of late, from some unaccountable feeling of indifference about Emily and Anne, or, as is more likely, from some notion about women not wanting money, and not knowing how to manage it, he has changed his mind, and destined his money for you and me, leaving my sisters only £100 each as a remembrance. He informed me of this as soon as I arrived. I thought him quite well enough to hear reason, and I spoke my mind plainly to him. I had no right to answer for you, any further than for your sense of justice, and your affection for your sisters. The way in which the matter was settled at last, therefore, with great pains and trouble, was, that you and our sisters share equally, and that I have the legacy of £100, which was destined for one of them. The reasons why I declined a 4th part of the property were sufficient to my mind, and will be so, I doubt not, to yours. Out of this property I have had my professional education. while you and my sisters have received nothing at all. This professional education has enabled me to provide sufficiently for myself so far, and this provision will, in all probability, go on to increase, while my sisters want as much as fairly can be put into their hands. Their husbands are not likely ever to be rich men, and will probably be poor for some years to come. Their children have to be educated, and, in short, there is every reason why Emily and Anne should have this money, and none why I should. I am afraid the old gentleman is not very well pleased with my way of receiving what he intended for kindness, but that cannot be helped. If he falls back into his previous state of mind, and leaves the whole, after all, to you and me, I shall set the matter right as far as I can, by dividing my portion between my sisters; and I feel confident that you will do the same, but I earnestly hope this will not happen. It will be a very different thing to my sisters receiving this money by their grandfather's will as their due, and from our hands as a gift, the way in which they will look at it. The letter to you was sent off without delay, in order that, in case of any dissatisfaction whatever on your part, your wishes might have the better chance of being made known to us during the old gentleman's life. I doubt not that your thoughts, whatever they may be, will be on the way to me before this reaches you, and I can have as little doubt what they are. You know Mr Blunt says, that men are created to rob their sisters; a somewhat partial view of the objects and achievements of mortal existence, it must be owned, and a statement which I conceive the course of your life, for one, will not go to confirm. But a man must have had a good deal of experience of what he is talking of, before he could make so sweeping a generalization from the facts of life; and I am afraid Mr Blunt has some reason for what he says. Medical men receive many confidences in sick rooms, you know, and some, among others, which had better be reserved for the lawyer. What I have seen in this way leads me to imagine that my grandfather's notion is a very common one, that women who have little occasion for money, and do not know how to manage it, and that their property is to be drawn upon to the very last, to meet the difficulties and supply the purposes of their brothers. On the utter injustice and absurdity of such a notion there can be no disagreement between you and me, nor, I imagine, in our actions with regard to it. I heard from Emily yesterday. The letter is more than half full of stories about the children, and accounts of her principles and plans with regards to them. She writes on the same subjects to you, no doubt, for her heart is full of them. Her husband finds the post of consul at a little Spanish port rather a dull affair, as we anticipated, and groans at the mention of Bristol or Liverpool shipping, he says. But I like the tone of his postscript very well. He is thankful for the honest independence his office affords him, and says he can tolerate his Spanish neighbours, though they are as ignorant as Turkish ladies, for the sake of his family, and of the hope of returning, sooner or later, to live in his own country, after having discharged his duty to his children. Theirs must be an irksome life enough, as much of it as is passed out of their own doors; but they seem to be finding out that it is not so much the where and the how, as the what people are, that matters to their peace of mind; and I suppose those who love each other, and have settled what they are living for, can attain what they most want, nearly so well in one place as another. Poor Anne wrote to you, I know, after the death of her infant, her little Highlandman, as she proudly called him in her last letter before she lost him. Gilchrist talked last year of bringing her and his boy south this summer, and I had some hopes of seeing them all here; but I have not been able to get them to speak again of travelling, and I give it up for this year. I hope your letters and theirs fall due seasonably, that your reports of all your devices to cool yourself reach them in the depth of their Caithness winter, and that all they say to you of their snowdrifts and freshets is acceptable when you are panting in the hottest of your noons. Anne writes more cheerfully than she did. and Gilchrist says she is exerting herself to overcome her sorrow. Their love must be passing strange in the eyes of such as despised Anne's match. It is such as it should make Anne's brothers feel very cordially towards Gilchrist. We have drifted asunder in life rather strangely, when one comes to think of it, and our anchorage grounds are pretty far apart. Who would have thought it, when we four used to climb the old apple tree together, and drop from the garden wall? I wonder whether we shall ever contrive to meet in one house once more, and whether I may be honoured by my house being the place? It is possible, and I spend certain of my dreams upon the project. Do you not find that one effect of this wide separation is, to make one fancy the world smaller than one used to think of it? You, on the other side of it, probably waked up to this conviction long ago. It is just opening upon me, shut up in my nook of our little island. When I have a letter from you, like that which lies before me, spiced with an old family joke or two, and a good many new ones of your own, all exactly like yourself, I am persuaded you cannot be very far off; and I should certainly call you from my window to come in to tea, but from a disagreeable suspicion that I should get no answer. But do tell me in your next whether our globe has not been made far too much of its children, and whether its oceans do not look very like ponds, when you cast your eye over them to that small old apple tree I mentioned just now. But you want news, this being the place of all others to send to from the other side of the world for news. Deerbrook has rung with news and rumours of news since winter. The first report after the ice broke up in March was, that I was going to be married to Deborah Giles. Who is Deborah Giles, you will ask? She is not going to be a relation of yours, in the first place. Secondly, she is the daughter of the boatman, whose boats Enderby and I are wont to hire. The young lady may be all that ever woman was, for aught I know, for I never spoke to her in my life, except that one day I asked her for something to bail the boat with. But I heard that the astonishment of Deerbrook was, that I was engaged to a woman who could not read or write. So you see we of Deerbrook follow our old pastime of first inventing marvels, and then being scarcely able to believe them. I rather suspect that we have some wag among us who fabricates news, to see how much will be received and retailed. But perhaps these rumours, even the wildest of them, rise by natural exhalation from the nooks and crevices of village life. My 5 years' residence has not qualified me to pronounce absolutely upon this. Old Smithson is dead. You could not have seen him half a dozen times when you were here, but you may chance to recollect him. A short old man, with white hair and deep set grey eyes. He is less of a loss to the village than almost any other man would be. He was so shy and quiet, and kept so much within his own gate, that some fancied he must be a miser. But though he spent little on himself, his money made its way abroad, and his heirs are rather disappointed at finding the property no larger than when he came into it. He is much missed by his own household, and, I own, by myself. I was not often with him, but it was something to feel that there was one among us who was free from ambition and worldly cares, content to live on in the enjoyment of humble duties and simple pleasures; one who would not have changed colour at the news of a bequest of £10,000, but could be very eager about his grand nephew's prize at school, and about the first forget me not of the season beside his pond, and the first mushroom in his meadow. During the fortnight of his illness the village inquired about him, but when it was all over, there was not much to forget of one so little known, and we hear of him no more. The Greys and Rowlands go on much as usual, the gentlemen of the family agreeing very well, and the ladies rather the reverse. The great grievance this spring has been, that Mrs Rowland has seen fit to enlarge her hall, and to make a porch to her door. Her neighbours are certain that, in the course of her alterations, every principal beam of her house has been cut through, and that the whole will fall in. No such catastrophe has yet occurred, however. I have not been called in to set any broken bones, and I have not much expectation of an accident, as Mr Rowland understands building too well to allow his house to be cut down over his head. As for the porch, I do not perceive what can be alleged to its disadvantage, but that some people think it ugly. Here I must cease my gossip. I regularly begin my letters with the intention of telling you all that I hear and see out of my profession, but I invariably stop short, as I do now, from disgust at the nonsense I should have to write. It is endurable enough to witness, for one thing quickly dismisses another, and some relief occurs from the more amiable or intellectual qualities of the parties concerned. But I hate detail in writing, and I never do get through the whole list of particulars that I believe you would like to have. You must excuse me now, and take my word for it, in the large, that we are all pretty much what we were when you saw us 3 years ago, except of course being 3 years older, and some few of us 3 years wiser. It will be a satisfaction to you also to know that my practice has made a very good growth for the time. You liked my last year's report of it. It has increased more since that time than even during the preceding year, and I have no further anxiety about my worldly prospects. I am as well satisfied with my choice of an occupation in life as ever. Mine has its anxieties and desagremens as others have, but I am convinced I could not have chosen better. You saw when you were with me something of the anxiety of responsibility, what it is, for instance, to await the one or the other event of a desperate case; and I could tell you a good deal that you do not and cannot know of the perils and troubles attendant upon being the depository of so much domestic and personal confidence as my function imposes upon me the necessity of receiving. I sometimes long to be able to see nothing but what is apparent to all in society, to perceive what is ostensible, and to dream of nothing more, not exactly like children, but like the members of large and happy families, who carry about with them the purity and peace of their homes, and therefore take cognizance of the pure and peaceful only whom they meet abroad. But it is childish, or indolent, or cowardly, to desire this. While there is private vice and wretchedness, and domestic misunderstanding, one would desire to know it, if one can do anything to cure or alleviate it. Dr Levitt and I have the same feeling about this, and I sometimes hope that we mutually prepare for and aid each other's work. There is a bright side to our business, as I need not tell you. The mere exercise of our respective professions, the scientific as well as the moral interest of them, is as much to us as the theory of your business to you, and that is saying a great deal. You will not quarrel with the idea of the scientific interest of Dr Levitt's profession in his hands, for you know how learned he is in the complex science of humanity. You remember the eternal wonder of the Greys at his liberality towards dissenters. Of that liberality he is unconscious, as it is the natural, the inevitable result of his knowledge of men, of his having been hunting the waterfalls, from his youth up, following up thought and prejudice to their fountains. When I see him bland and grey among us, I feel pretty confident that his greatest pleasure is the same as mine, that of reposing in the society of the innocent, the single-hearted, the unburdened, after having seen what the dark corners of social life are. It is like coming out of a fetid cave into the evening sunshine. Of late we have felt this in an extraordinary degree. But I must tell you in an orderly way what has happened to us. I have put off entering upon the grand subject, partly from the pleasure of keeping one's best news for the last, and partly from shyness in beginning to describe what it is impossible that you should enter into. I am well aware of your powers of imagination and sympathy, but you have not lived 5 years within 5 miles of a country village, and you can no more understand our present condition then we can appreciate your sherbet and your mountain summer house. There are two ladies here from Birmingham, so far beyond any ladies that we have to boast of, that some of us begin to suspect that Deerbrook is not the Athens and Arcadia united that we have been accustomed to believe it. You can have no idea how our vanity is mortified, and our pride abased, by finding what the world can produce out of the bounds of Deerbrook. We bear our humiliation wonderfully, however. Our Verdun woods echo with laughter, and singing is heard beside the brook. The voices of children, grown and ungrown, go up from all the meadows round, and wit and wisdom are wafted over the surface of our river at eventide. The truth is, these girls have brought in new life among us, and there is not one of us, except the children, that is not some years younger for their presence. Mr Grey deserts his business for them like a schoolboy, and Mr Rowland watches his opportunity to play truant in turn. Mrs Enderby gives dances, and looks quite disposed to lead off in person. Mrs Plumstead has grown quite giddy about sorting the letters, and her voice has not been heard further than 3 doors off since the arrival of the strangers. Dr Levitt is preaching his old sermons. Mrs Grey is well nigh intoxicated with being the hostess of these ladies, and has even reached the point of allowing her drawing room to be used every afternoon. Enderby is a fixture while they are so. Neither mother, sister, friend, nor frolic ever detained him here before for a month together. He was going away in a fortnight when these ladies came. They have been here 6 weeks, and Enderby has dropped all mention of the external world. If you ask, as you are at this moment doing in your own heart, how I stand under this influence, I really cannot tell you. I avoid inquiring too closely. I enjoy every passing day too much to question it, and I let it go, and so must you. But who are they, you want to know? They are distant cousins of Mr Grey's, orphans, and in mourning for their father. They are just above 20, and their name is Ibbotson. Are they handsome, is your next question? The eldest, Hester, is beautiful as the evening star. Margaret is very different. It does not matter what she is as to beauty, for the question seems never to have entered her own mind. I doubt whether it has often occurred to her whether she can be this, or that, or the other. She is, and there is an end of the matter. Such pure existence, without question, without introspection, without hesitation or consciousness, I never saw in any one above 8 years old. Yet she is wise. It becomes not me to estimate how wise. You will ask how I know this already. I knew it the first day I saw them. I knew it by her infinite simplicity, from which all selfishness is discharged, and into which no folly can enter. The airs of heaven must have been about her from her infancy to nourish such health of the soul. What her struggle is to be in life, I cannot conceive, for not a morbid tendency is to be discerned. I suppose she may be destined to make mistakes, to find her faith deceived, her affections rebuked, her full repose delayed. If, like the rest of us, she be destined to struggle, it must be to conflict of this kind, for it is inconceivable that any should arise from herself. Yet is she as truly human as the weakest of us, engrossed by affection, and susceptible of passion. Her affection for her sister is a sort of passion. It has some of the features of the serene guardianship of one from on high, but it is yet more like the passionate servitude of the benefited to a benefactor, for instance, which is perhaps the most graceful attitude in which our humanity appears. Where are the words that can tell what it is to witness, day by day, the course of such a life as this? To see living and moving before one's eyes the very spirit that one had caught glimpses of, wandering in the brightest vistas of one's imagination, in the holiest hours of thought. Yet is there nothing fearful, as in the presence of a spirit. There is scarcely even a sense of awe, so childlike is her deportment. I go, grave and longing to listen. I come away, and I find I have been talking more than any one, revealing, discussing, as if I were the teacher and not the learner. You will say the worshipper. Say it if you will. Our whole little world worships the one or the other. Hester is also well worthy of worship. If there were nothing but her beauty, she would have a wider world than ours of Deerbrook at her feet. But she has much more. She is what you would call a true woman. She has a generous soul, strong affections, and a susceptibility which interferes with her serenity. She is not exempt from the trouble and snare into which the lot of women seems to drive them: too close a contemplation of self, too nice a sensitiveness, which yet does not interfere with devotedness to others. She will be a devoted wife, but Margaret does not wait to be a wife to be devoted. Her life has been devotedness, and will be to the end. If she were left the last of her race, she would spend her life in worshipping the unseen that lay about her, and would be as unaware of herself as now. What a comfort it is to speak freely of them! This is the first relief of the kind I have had. Every one is praising them. Every one is following them. But to whom but you can I speak of them? Even to you, I filled my first sheet with mere surface matter. I now wonder how I could. As for the general opinion of Deerbrook on the engrossing subject of the summer, you will anticipate it in your own mind, concluding that Hester is most worshipped, on account of her beauty, and that Margaret's influence must be too subtle and refined to operate on more than a few. This is partly, but not wholly, the case. It has been taken for granted from the beginning, by the many, that Hester is to be exclusively the adored, and Enderby has, I fancy, as many broad hints as myself of this general conclusion. But I question whether Enderby assents, any more than myself. Margaret's influence may be received as unconsciously as it is exerted, but it is not, therefore, the less real, while it is the more potent. I see old Jem Bird raise himself up from the churchyard bench by his staff, and stand uncovered as Hester passes by. I see the children in the road touch one another, and look up at her. I see the admiration which diffuses itself like sunshine around her steps. All this homage to Hester is visible enough. But I also see Sydney Grey growing manly, and his sisters amiable, under Margaret's eye. I fancy I perceive Enderby, but that is his own affair. I am sure I daily witness one healing and renovating process which Margaret is unconsciously effecting. There is no one of us so worthy of her, so capable of appreciating her, as Maria Young. They are friends, and Maria Young is becoming a new creature. Health and spirit are returning to that poor girl's countenance. There is absolutely a new tone in her voice, and a joyous strain in her conversation, which I, for one, never recognised before. It is a sight on which angels might look down, to see Margaret, with her earnest face, listening humbly, and lovingly serving the infirm and much tried friend whom she herself is daily lifting up into life and gladness. I have done with listening to abuse of life and the world. I will never sit still under it again. If there are two such as these sisters springing out of the bosom of a busy town, and quietly passing along their path of life, casting sanctity around them as they go, if there are two such, why not more? If God casts such seeds of goodness into our nook, how do we know but that He is sowing the whole earth with it? I will believe it henceforth. You will wonder, as I have wondered many a time within the last 6 weeks, what is to become of us when we lose these strangers. I can only say, God help us! But that time is far off. They came for several months, and no one hints at their departure yet. They are the most unlearned creatures about country life that you can conceive, with a surpassing genius for country pleasures. Only imagine the charm of our excursions. They are never so happy as when in the fields or on the river, and we all feel ourselves only too blessed in being able to indulge them. Our mornings are all activity and despatch. that our afternoons may be all mirth, and our evenings repose. I am afraid this will make you sigh with mingled envy and sympathy; but whatever is that can be told, you may rely upon it that I shall tell you, trusting to your feeling both pleasure and pain in virtuous moderation. I have done my story, and now I am going to look what o'clock it is, a thing I have refrained from, in my impulse to tell you all. The house is quite still, and I heard the church clock strike something very long just now, but I would not count. It is so. It was midnight that the clock struck. I shall seal this up directly. I dare not trust my morning, my broad daylight mood with it. Now, as soon as you have got thus far, just take up your pen, and answer me, telling me as copiously of your affairs as I have written of ours. Heaven bless you. Yours ever, Edward Hope. It was not only Mr Hope's broad daylight mood which was not to be trusted with this letter. In this hour of midnight a misgiving seized upon him that it was extravagant. He became aware, when he had laid down his pen, that he was agitated. The door of his room opened into the garden. He thought he would look out upon the night. It was the night of the full moon. As he stood in the doorway, the festoons of creepers that dangled from his little porch waved in the night breeze. Long shadows from the shrubs lay on the grass, and in the depth of one of these shadows glimmered the green spark of a glowworm. It was deliciously cool and serene. Mr Hope stood leaning against the door post, with his arms folded, and was not long in settling the question whether the letter should go. "Frank will think that I am in love," he considered. "He will not understand the real state of my feeling. He will think that I am in love. I should conclude so in his place; but what matters it what he infers and concludes? I have written exactly what I thought and felt at the moment, and it is not from such revelations that wrong inferences are usually drawn. What I have written is true, and truth carries safely over land and sea, more safely than confidence compounded with caution. Frank deserves the simplest and freshest confidence from me. I am glad that no hesitation occurred to me while I wrote. It shall go, every word of it." He returned to his desk, sealed and addressed the letter, and placed it where it was sure to be seen in the morning, and carried to the post office before he rose. Chapter 9. of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 9. Child's Play. The afternoon arrived when the children were to have their feast in the summer house. From the hour of dinner the little people were as busy as aldermen's cooks, spreading their table. Sydney thought himself too old for such play. He was hard at work filling up the pond he had dug in his garden, having tried experiments with it for several weeks, and found that it never held water but in a pouring rain. While he was occupied with his spade, his sisters and the little Rowlands were arranging their dishes and brewing their cowslip tea. "Our mamma is coming," said Fanny to Matilda. "Is yours?" "No, she says she can't come, but papa will." "So will our papa. It was so funny at dinner. Mr Paxton came in, and asked whether papa would ride with him, and papa said it was out of the question. It must be to morrow, for he had an engagement this afternoon." "A very particular engagement, he said," observed Mary; "and he smiled at me so, I could not help laughing. Fanny, do look at Matilda's dish of strawberries. How pretty!" "There's somebody coming," observed little Anna, who, being too young to help, and liable to be tempted to put her fingers into the good things, was sent to amuse herself with jumping up and down the steps. "There now! That is always the way, is it not, Miss Young?" cried Fanny. "Who is it, George? Mr Enderby? Oh, do not let him come in yet. Tell him he must not come in this half hour." Mr Enderby chose to enter, however, and all opposition gave way before him. "Pray don't send me back," he said, "till you know what I am come for. Now, who will pick my pockets?" Little Anna was most on a level with the coat pocket. She almost buried her face in it as she dived, the whole length of her arm, to the very bottom. George attacked its fellow, while the waistcoat pockets were at the mercy of the taller children. A number of white parcels made their appearance, and the little girls screamed with delight. "Miss Young," cried Fanny, "do come and help us pick Mr Enderby's pockets. See what I have got! The very largest of all!" When every pocket had been thoroughly picked without Miss Young's assistance, the table did indeed show a goodly pile of white cornucopia, that most agitating form of paper to children's eyes. When opened, there was found such a store of sweet things as the little girls had seldom before seen out of the confectioner's shop. Difficulties are apt to come with good fortune, and the anxious question was now asked, how all these dainties were to be dished up. Miss Young was, as usual, the friend in need. She had before lent 2 small china plates of her own, and she now supplied the further want. She knew how to make pretty square boxes out of writing paper, and her nimble scissors and neat fingers now provided a sufficiency of these in a trice. Uncle Philip was called upon, as each was finished, to admire her skill, and admire he did, to the children's entire content. "Is this our feast, Mr Enderby?" inquired Mary, finally, when Anna had been sent to summon the company. "May we say it is ours?" "To be sure," cried Fanny. "Whose else should it be?" "It is all your own, I assure you," said Mr Enderby. "Now you two should stand at the head of the table, and Matilda at the foot." "I think I had better take this place," said Sydney, who had made his appearance, and who thought much better of the affair now that he saw Mr Enderby so much interested in it. There should always be a gentleman at the bottom of the table. "No, no, Sydney," protested Mr Enderby; "not when he has had no cost nor trouble about the feast. March off. You are only one of the company. Stand there, Matilda, and remember you must look very polite. I shall hide behind the acacia there, and come in with the ladies." A sudden and pelting shower was now falling, however, and instead of hiding behind a tree, Mr Enderby had to run between the house and the schoolroom, holding umbrellas over the ladies' heads, setting clogs for them, and assuring Mrs Grey at each return that the feast could not be deferred, and that nobody should catch cold. Mr Grey was on the spot, to give his arm to Mrs Enderby, who had luckily chanced to look in, a thing which she never really did after dinner. Mr Hope had been seen riding by, and Mrs Grey had sent after him to beg he would come in. Mr Rowland made a point of being present, and thus the summer house was quite full, really crowded. "I am glad Mrs Rowland keeps away," whispered Mrs Grey to Sophia. "She would say it is insufferably hot." "Yes, that she would. Do not you think we might have that window open? The rain does not come in on that side. Did you ever see such a feast as the children have got? I am sure poor Elizabeth and I never managed such a one. It is really a pity Mrs Rowland should not see it. Mr Rowland should have made her come. It looks so odd her being the only one to stay away." The room resounded with the exclamations and admiration and grave jokes upon the children. Notwithstanding all Uncle Philip could do, the ingenious little girls answered to every compliment that Mr Enderby brought his, and that and the other came out of Uncle Philip's pocket. They stood in their places, blushing and laughing, and served out their dainties with hands trembling with delight. Maria's pleasure was, as usual, in observing all that went on. She could do this while replying, quite to the purpose, to Mrs Enderby's praise of her management of the dear children, and to George's pressing offers of cake, and to Mr Rowland's suspicions that the children would never have accomplished this achievement without her, as indeed he might say of all their achievements, and to Anna's entreaty that she would eat a pink comfit, and then a yellow one, and then a green one, and to Mrs Grey's wonder where she could have put away all her books and things, to make so much room for the children. She could see Mr Hope's look of delight when Margaret declined a cup of chocolate, and said she preferred tasting some of the cowslip tea. She saw how he helped Mary to pour out the tea, and how quietly he took the opportunity of getting rid of it through the window behind Margaret, when she could not pretend to say that she liked it. She observed Mr Rowland's somewhat stiff politeness to Hester, and Mr Enderby's equal partition of his attentions between the two sisters. She could see Mrs Grey watching every strawberry and sugar plum that went down the throats of the little Rowlands, and her care, seconded by Sophia's, that her own children should have an exactly equal portion of the good things. She believed, but she was not quite sure, that she saw Hester's colour and manner change as Mr Hope came and went in the course of his service about the table, and that once, upon receiving some slight attention from him, she threw a hasty glance towards her sister, and turned quite away upon meeting her eye. The rain had not prevented the servants from trying to amuse themselves with witnessing the amusement of the family. They were clustered together under umbrellas at the window nearest the stables, where they thought they should be least observed. Some commotion took place among them at the same moment that an extraordinary sound became audible from a distance above the clatter of plates and the mingling of voices in the summer house. "What in the world is that noise?" asked Margaret. "Only somebody killing a pig," replied Sydney decidedly. "Do not believe him," said Mr Enderby. "The Deerbrook people have better manners than to kill their pigs in the hearing of ladies on summer afternoons." "But what is it? It seems coming nearer." "I once told you," said Mr Enderby, "that we possess an inhabitant whose voice you might know before her name. I suspect it is that same voice which we hear now." "A human voice? Impossible!" "What is the matter, Alice?" Mrs Grey asked of her maid out of the window. "Oh, ma'am, it is Mrs Plumstead, and she is coming this way, ma'am, and she will be upon us before we can get to the house. Oh, ma'am, what shall we do?" Mrs Grey entreated permission of the ladies to allow the maid servants to come into the summer house. Their caps might be torn from their heads before they could defend themselves, she said, if they remained outside. Of course, leave was given instantly, and the maids crowded in, chattering teeth, and many a tale of deeds done by Mrs Plumstead in her paroxysms of rage. The children shared the panic, more or less, and not only they. Mr Grey proposed to put up the shutters of the windows nearest to the scene of action, but it was thought that this might draw on an attack from the virago, who might let the party alone if she were left unnoticed by them. She was now full in sight, as, with half Deerbrook at her heels, she pursued the object of her rage through the falling shower and amidst the puddles in front of the stables. Her widow's cap was at the back of her head, her hair hanging from beneath it, wet in the rain. Her black gown was splashed to the shoulders, her hands were clenched, her face was white as her apron, and her vociferations were dreadful to hear. She was hunting a poor terrified young countrywoman, who, between fright and running, looked ready to sink. "We must put a stop to this," cried Mr Grey and Mr Rowland, each speaking to the other. It ended with their issuing forth together, looking as dignified as they could, and placing themselves between the scold and her victim. It would not do. They could not make themselves heard, and when she shook her fist in their faces, they retired backwards, and took refuge among their party, bringing the victim in with them, however. Mr Enderby declared this retreat too bad, and was gone before the entreaties of his little nieces could stop him. He held his ground longer, and the dumb show he made was so energetic as to cause a laugh in the summer house, in the midst of the uneasiness of his friends, and to call forth shouts of mirth from the crowd at the virago's heels. "That will not do. It will only exasperate her the more," said Mr Hope, pressing his way to the door. "Let me pass, will you?" "Oh, Mr Hope! Oh, sir!" said Alice. "Don't go. Don't think of going, sir. She does not mind killing anybody, I assure you, sir." "Oh, Mr Hope, don't go!" cried almost everybody. Maria was sure she heard Hester's voice among the rest. The young countrywoman and the children grasped the skirts of his coat, but he shook them off, laughing, and went. Little Mary loved Mr Hope very dearly. She shot out at the door with him, and clasped her hands before Mrs Plumstead, looking up piteously, as if to implore her to do Mr Hope no harm. Already, however, the vixen's mood had changed. At the first glimpse of Mr Hope, her voice sank from being a squall into some resemblance to human utterance. She pulled her cap forward, and a tinge of colour returned to her white lips. Mr Enderby caught up little Mary, and carried her in to her mamma, crying bitterly. Mr Hope might safely be left to finish his conquest of the otherwise unconquerable scold. He stood still till he could make himself heard, looking her full in the face, and it was not long before she would listen to his remonstrance, and even at length take his advice, to go home and compose herself. He went with her, to ensure the good behaviour of her neighbours, and had the satisfaction of seeing her lock herself into her house alone before he returned to his party. "It is as you told me," said Margaret to Mr Enderby. "Mr Hope's power extends even to the temper of the Deerbrook scold. How she began to grow quiet directly! It was like magic." Mr Enderby smiled, but there was some uneasiness in his smile. The countrywoman was commended to the servants, to be refreshed and dismissed another way. There was no further reason for detaining her when it appeared that she really could give no account of how she had offended Mrs Plumstead in selling her a pound of butter. It remained to console little Mary, who was still crying, more from grief for Mrs Plumstead than from fear, Maria thought, though Mrs Grey was profuse in assurances to the child that Mrs Plumstead should not be allowed to frighten her any more. All the children seemed so depressed and confounded, that their guests exerted themselves to be merry again, and to efface, as far as was possible, the impression of the late scene. When Mr Hope returned, he found Mr Grey singing his single ditty about Dame Dumshire and her crockery ware, amidst great mirth and unbounded applause. Then Mrs Enderby was fluttered, and somewhat flattered, by an entreaty that she would favour the company with one of the ballads for which she had been famous in her time. She could not refuse on such an occasion, if indeed she had ever been able to refuse when she was told she would give pleasure. She made her son choose for her what she would sing, and then followed a wonderful story of Giles Collins, who loved a lady. Giles and the lady both died of true love. Giles was laid in the lower chancel, and the lady in the higher. From the one grave grew a milk white rose, and from the other a briar, both of which climbed up to the church top, and there tied themselves into a true lover's knot, which made all the parish admire. At this part, Anna was seen looking up at the ceiling, but the rest had no eyes but for Mrs Enderby, as she gazed full at the opposite wall, and the shrill quavering notes of the monotonous air were poured out, and the words were as distinct as if they were spoken. "Is that true, grandmamma?" asked Anna, when all was over. "You had better ask the person who made the song, my dear. I did not make it." "But did you ever see that church with the briar growing in it, before the sexton cut it down?" "Do not let us talk any more about it," said Philip, solemnly. "I wonder grandmamma dares sing such a sad song." "Why, you asked her, Uncle Philip." "Oh, ay, so I did. Well, we are much obliged to her: and now we will have something that is not quite so terrible. Miss Grey, will you favour us with a song?" Sophia's music books were all in the house, and she could not sing without. Mr Enderby would fetch some, if she would give him directions what to bring. No, she could not sing without the piano. As it was clearly impossible to bring that, Philip feared the company must wait for the pleasure of hearing Miss Grey till another time. Mr Grey would have Hester and Margaret sing, and sing they did, very simply and sweetly, and much to the satisfaction of all present. One thing led to another. They sang together, with Mr Grey, with Mr Enderby. Mr Hope listening with an unlearned eagerness which made Mrs Grey wink at her husband, and nod at Sophia, and exchange smiles with Mrs Enderby. They proceeded to catches at last, and when people really fond of music get to singing catches in a summer house, who can foresee the end? "Fair Enslaver!" cried Mr Enderby. "You must know Fair Enslaver. There's not a sweeter catch than that. Come, Miss Ibbotson, begin. Your sister will follow, and I " But it so happened that Miss Ibbotson had never heard of Fair Enslaver. Margaret knew it, she believed, but she did not. With a gay eagerness, Mr Enderby turned round to Maria, saying that he knew she could sing this catch, and everybody was aware that when she had the power of doing a kindness, she never wanted the will. He remembered that she could sing Fair Enslaver. He might well remember this, for often had they sung it together. While several of the company were saying they did not know Miss Young could sing, and the children were explaining that she often sang at her work, Mr Enderby observed some signs of agitation in Maria, and hastened to say, "You had rather not, perhaps. Pray do not think of it. I will find something else in a moment. I beg your pardon. I was very inconsiderate." But Maria thought she had rather not accept the consideration, and besides, the children were anxious that she should sing. She bore her part in a way which made Mr Rowland and Mrs Grey agree that she was a very superior young woman indeed, that they were singularly fortunate to have secured her for their children, and that she was much to be pitied. "I think Miss Young has got a little cold, though," observed Sydney. "Her voice is not in the least husky when she sits singing here by herself. Father, look there! There are all the servants huddled together under the window again, to listen to the singing." This was true, and the rain was over. It was presently settled that the schoolroom should be evacuated by the present party, that the children should be allowed to invite the servants in, to dispense to them the remains of the feast, and that Miss Young must favour Mrs Grey with her company this evening. Mr Rowland was obliged to return home to business; but before his friends dispersed, he must just say that Mrs Rowland and he had never, for a moment, given up the hope of the pleasure of entertaining them at dinner in the Dingleford woods; and as the rains were now daily abating, he might perhaps be allowed to name Wednesday of the next week as the day of the excursion. He hoped to see the whole of the present company, from the oldest to the youngest, bowing as he spoke to Mrs Enderby and to his own little daughter Anna. This was one of Mr Rowland's pieces of independent action. His lady had given him no commission to bring the affair to an issue, and he returned home involuntarily planning what kind of an unconcerned face and manner he should put on, while he told her what he had done. Chapter 9.
Part 1 of Chapter 10 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 10, Part 1. To see the whole of the present company, from the oldest to the youngest. This was the best part of his speech to the ears of the children. It made an impression also upon some others. 2 or 3 days afterwards, Sydney burst, laughing, into the dining room, where his mother and her guests were at work, to tell them that he had seen Mr Hope riding a pony in the oddest way, in the lane behind his lodgings. He had a side saddle, and a horse cloth put up like a lady's riding habit. He rode the pony in and out among the trees, and made it scramble up the hill behind, and it went as nicely as could be, wherever he wanted it to go. Mr Hope's new way of riding was easily explained, the next time he called. Miss Young was certainly included in the invitation to Dingleford woods. It was a pity she should not go, and she could not walk in wild places. The pony was training for her. Mrs Grey quite agreed that Miss Young ought to go, but thought that Mr Hope was giving himself much needless trouble. There would be room made for her in some carriage, of course, no doubt, but no kind of carriage could make its way in the woods, and, but for this pony, Miss Young would have to sit in a carriage or under a tree the whole time that the rest of the party were rambling about. whereas this quiet, active little pony would take care that she was nowhere left behind. It could do everything but climb trees. It was to be taken over to Dingleford the evening before, and would be waiting for its rider on the verge of the woods when the party should arrive. Miss Young was touched and extremely pleased with Mr Hope's attention. In the days of her prosperity she had been accustomed to ride much, and was very fond of it. But since her misfortunes she had never once been in the saddle, lame as she was, and debarred from other exercise. To be on a horse again, and among the woods, was a delicious prospect, and when a few misgivings had been reasoned away, misgivings about being troublesome, about being in the way of somebody's pleasure or convenience, Maria resigned herself to the full expectation of a most delightful day, if the weather would only be fine. The children would be there, and they were always willing to do anything for her. Sydney would guide her pony in case of need, or show her where she might stay behind by herself, if the others should exhibit a passion for impracticable places. She knew that Margaret would enjoy the day all the more for her being there, and so would Mr Hope, as he had amply proved. Maria was really delighted to be going, and she and the children rejoiced together. This great pleasure involved some minor enjoyments too, in the way of preparation. On Sunday Mr Hope told her that he believed the pony was now fully trained, but he should like that she should try it, especially as she had been long out of the habit of riding. She must take a ride with him on Monday and Tuesday afternoons, for practice. The Monday's ride was charming, through Verdon Woods, and home over the heath from Crossley End. The circuit, which was to have been 3 miles, had extended to 10. She must be moderate, she said to herself, the next day, and not let Mr Hope spend so much of his time upon her, and besides, the pony had to be sent over to Dingleford in the evening, after she had done with it, to be in readiness for her on Wednesday morning. The ride on Tuesday was happily accomplished, as that of Monday, but it was much shorter. Mr Hope agreed that it should be short, as he had a patient to visit on the Dingleford road, so near the hamlet that he might as well take the pony there himself. It would trot along beside his horse. Sydney saved him part of the charge. Sydney would at all times walk back any distance for the sake of a ride out on whatever kind of saddle, or almost any kind of quadruped. He was in waiting at the farrier's gate when Miss Young returned from her ride, and having assisted her into the house, he threw himself upon her pony and rode 3 miles and a half on the Dingleford road before he would dismount and deliver his bridle into Mr Hope's hand. Tea was over, and the tea things removed, before he appeared at home, heated and delighted with his expedition. He ran to the dairy for a basin of milk, and declared that his being hot and tired did not matter in the least, as he had no lessons to do, the next day being a holiday. It was about 2 hours after this, when Hester and Margaret were singing to Sophia's playing, that Mr Grey put his head in at the door, and beckoned Mrs Grey out of the room. She remained absent a considerable time, and when she returned, the singers were in the middle of another duet. She wandered restlessly about the room till the piece was finished, and then made a sign to Sophia to follow her into the store-room, the double door of which the sisters could hear carefully closed. They were too much accustomed to the appearance of mystery among the ladies of the Grey family, to be surprised at any number of secret conferences which might take place in the course of the day. But evening was not the usual time for these. The family practice was to transact all private consultations in the morning, and to assemble round the work-table or piano after tea. The sisters made no remark to each other on the present occasion, but continued their singing, each supposing that the store-room conference related to some preparation for the next day's excursion. It was too dark to distinguish anything in the room before their hostess re-entered it. Margaret was playing quadrilles. Hester was standing at the window, watching the shadows which the risen moon was flinging across the field, and the lighting up of Mrs Enderby's parlour behind the blinds. And Sydney was teasing his twin sisters with rough play on the sofa, when Mrs Grey returned. "You are all in the dark," said she, in a particularly grave tone. "Why, did you not ring for lights, my dears?" And she rang immediately. "Be quiet, children. I will not have you make so much noise." The little girls seemed to wish to obey, but their brother still forced them to giggle, and their struggling entreaties were heard. "Now don't, Sydney! Now pray, Sydney, don't!" "Mary and Fanny, go to bed," said their mother, decidedly, when lights were brought. Sydney, bid your cousins good night, and then come with me. I want to ask you a question." "Good night already, mother! Why, it is not time yet this half hour." "It is enough that I choose you to go to bed. Wish your cousins good night, and come with me." Mrs Grey led the way once more into the store room, followed, rather sulkily, by Sydney. "What can all this be about?" whispered Hester to Margaret. "There is always something going on which we are not to know." "Some affair of fruit or wine, or bonbons perhaps, which are all the better for making their appearance unexpectedly." At this moment Sophia and her mother entered by opposite doors. Sophia's eyes were red, and there was every promise in her face that the slightest word spoken to her would again open the sluices of her tears. Mrs Grey's countenance was to the last degree dismal, but she talked industriously of everything she could think of. This was the broadest possible hint to the sisters not to inquire what was the matter, and they therefore went on sewing and conversing very diligently till they thought they might relieve Mrs Grey by offering to retire. They hesitated only because Mr Grey had not come in, and he so regularly appeared at 10 o'clock that they had never yet retired without having enjoyed half an hour's chat with him. "Sophia, my dear," said her mother, "are the night candles there? Light your cousins' candles. I am sure they are wishing to go, and it is getting late. You will not see Mr Grey to night, my dears. He has been sent for to a distance." At this moment the scrambling of a horse's feet was heard on the gravel before the front door. Sophia looked at her mother, and each lighted a candle precipitately, and thrust it into a hand of each cousin. "There, go, my dears," said Mrs Grey. "Never mind stopping for Mr Grey. I will deliver your good night to him. You will have to be rather early in the morning, you know. Good night, good night." Thus Hester and Margaret were hurried upstairs, while the front door was in the act of being unbarred for Mr Grey's entrance. Morris was despatched after them, with equal speed, by Mrs Grey's orders, and she reached their chamber door at the same moment that they did. Hester set down her candle, bade Morris shut the door, and threw herself into an armchair with wonderful decision of manner, declaring that she had never been so treated, to be amused and sent to bed like a baby, in a house where she was a guest. "I am afraid something is the matter," said Margaret. "What then? They might have told us so, and said plainly that they had rather be alone." "People must choose their own ways of managing their own affairs, you know, and what those ways are cannot matter to us, as long as we are not offended at them." "Do you take your own way of viewing their behaviour, then, and leave me mine," said Hester hastily. Morris feared there was something amiss, and she believed Alice knew what it was, but she had not told either cook or housemaid a syllable about it. By Morris's account, Alice had been playing the mysterious in the kitchen as her mistress had in the parlour. Mr Grey had been suddenly sent for, and had saddled his horse himself, as his people were all gone, and there was no one on the premises to do it for him. A wine glass had also been called for Miss Sophia, whose weeping had been overheard. Master Sydney had gone to his room very cross, complaining of his mother's having questioned him over much about his ride, and then sent him to bed half an hour before his usual time. A deadly fear seized upon Margaret's heart when she heard of Sydney's complaint of being overmuch questioned about his ride. A deadly fear for Hester. If her suspicion should prove true, it was out of pure consideration that they had been amused and sent to bed like babies. A glance at Hester showed that the same apprehension had crossed her mind. Her eyes were closed for a moment, and her face was white as ashes. It was not for long, however. She presently said, with decision, that, whatever was the matter, it must be some entirely private affair of the Greys. If any accident had happened to any one in the village, if bad news had arrived of any common friend, there would be no occasion for secrecy. In such a case, Mrs Grey would have given herself the comfort of speaking of it to her guests. It must certainly be some entirely private, some family affair. Hester was sincere in what she said. She knew so little of the state of her own heart that she could not conceive how some things in it could be divined or speculated upon by others. Still only on the brink of the discovery that she loved Mr Hope, she could never have imagined that any one else could dream of such a thing, much less act upon it. She was angry with herself for letting her fears now point for a moment to Mr Hope, for, if this bad news had related to him, her sister and she would, of course, have heard of it the next moment after the Greys. Margaret caught her sister's meaning, and strove to the utmost to think as she did, but Sydney's complaint of being overmuch questioned about his ride was fatal to the attempt. It returned upon her incessantly during the night, and when, towards morning, she slept a little, these words seemed to be sounding in her ear all the while. Before undressing, both she and Hester had been unable to resist stepping out upon the stairs to watch for signs, whether it was the intention of the family to sit up or go to rest. All had retired to their rooms some time before midnight, and then it was certain that nothing more could be learned before morning. Each sister believed that the other slept, but neither could be sure. It was an utterly wretched night to both, and the first which they had ever passed in misery without speaking to each other. Margaret's suffering was all from apprehension. Hester was little alarmed in comparison, but she this night underwent the discovery which her sister had made some little time ago. She discovered that nothing could happen to her so dreadful as any evil befalling Mr Hope. She discovered that he was more to her than the sister whom she could have declared, but a few hours before, to be the dearest on earth to her. She discovered that she was for ever humbled in her own eyes, that her self-respect had received an incurable wound, for Mr Hope had never given her reason to regard him as more than a friend. During the weary hours of this night, she revolved every conversation, every act of intercourse, which she could recall, and from all that she could remember the same impression resulted, that Mr Hope was a friend, a kind and sympathizing friend, interested in her views and opinions, in her tastes and feelings, that he was this kind friend, and nothing more. He had in no case distinguished her from her sister. She had even thought, at times, that Margaret had been the more important of the two to him. That might be from her own jealous temper, which, she knew, was apt to make her fancy every one preferred to herself, but she had thought that he liked Margaret best, as she was sure Mr Enderby did. Whichever way she looked at the case, it was all wretchedness. She had lost her self-sufficiency and self-respect, and she was miserable. The first rays of morning have a wonderful power of putting to flight the terrors of the darkness, whether their causes lie without us or within. When the first beam of the midsummer sunshine darted into the chamber, through the leafy limes which shaded one side of the apartment, Hester's mood transiently changed. There was a brief reaction in her spirits. She thought she had been making herself miserable far too readily. The mystery of the preceding evening might turn out a trifle. She had been thinking too seriously about her own fancies. If she had really been discovering a great and sad secret about herself, no one else knew it, nor need ever know it. She could command herself, and, in the strength of pride and duty, she would do so. All was not lost. Before this mood had passed away, she fell asleep, with prayer in her heart and quiet tears upon her cheek. Both sisters were roused from their brief slumbers by a loud tapping at their door. All in readiness to be alarmed, Margaret sprang up, and was at the door to know who was there. "It is us, it is we, Fanny and Mary, cousin Margaret," answered the twins, "come to call you. It is such a fine morning, you can't think. Papa does not believe we shall have a drop of rain to-day. The baker's boy has just carried the rolls, such a basketful, to Mrs Rowland's, so you must get up. Mamma is getting up already." The sisters were vexed to have been thrown into a terror for nothing, but it was a great relief to find Mr Grey prophesying fine weather for the excursion. Nothing could have happened to cast a doubt over it. Margaret, too, now began to think that the mystery might turn out a trifle, and she threw up the sash to let in the fresh air with a gaiety of spirits she had little expected to feel. Another tap at the door. It was Morris, with the news that it was a fine morning, that the whole house was astir, and that she had no further news to tell. Another tap before they were half dressed. It was Mrs Grey, with a face quite as sorrowful as on the preceding evening, and the peculiar nervous expression about the mouth, which served her instead of tears. "Have you done with Morris yet, my dears?" "Morris, you may go," said Hester steadily. Mrs Grey gazed at her with a mournful inquisitiveness while she spoke, and kept her eyes fixed on Hester throughout, though what she said seemed addressed to both sisters. "There is something the matter, Mrs Grey," continued Hester calmly. "Say what it is. You had better have told us last night." "I thought it best not to break your sleep, my dears. We always think bad news is best told in the morning." "Tell us," said Margaret. Hester quietly seated herself on the bed. "It concerns our valued friend, Mr Hope," said Mrs Grey. Hester's colour had been going from the moment Mrs Grey entered the room. It was now quite gone, but she preserved her calmness. "He was safe when Sydney lost sight of him on the ridge of the hill on the Dingleford road, but he afterwards had an accident." "What kind of accident?" inquired Margaret. "Is he killed?" asked Hester. "No, not killed. He was found insensible in the road. The miller's boy observed his horse, without a rider, plunge into the river below the dam, and swim across, and another person saw the pony Sydney had been riding, grazing with a side saddle on the common. This made them search, and they found Mr Hope lying in the road insensible, as I told you." "What is thought of his state?" asked Margaret. "Two medical men were called immediately from the nearest places, and Mr Grey saw them last night, for the news reached us while you were at the piano, and we thought—" "Yes, but what do the medical men say?" "They do not speak very favourably. It is a concussion of the brain. They declare the case is not hopeless, and that is all they can say. He has not spoken yet, only just opened his eyes, but we are assured the case is not quite desperate, so we must hope for the best." "I am glad the case is not desperate," said Hester. "He would be a great loss to you all." Mrs Grey looked at her in amazement, and then at Margaret. Margaret's eyes were full of tears. She comprehended and respected the effort her sister was making. "Oh, Mrs Grey," said Margaret, "must we go to day? Surely it is no time for an excursion of pleasure." "That must be as you feel disposed, my dears. It would annoy Mrs Rowland very much to have the party broken up, so much so that some of us must go. But my young people will do their best to fill your places, if you feel yourselves unequal to the exertion." She looked at Hester as she spoke. "Oh, if anybody goes, we go, of course," said Hester. "I think you are quite right in supposing that the business of the day must proceed. If there was anything to be done by staying at home, if you could make us of any use, Mrs Grey, it would be a different thing, but— well, if there is nothing in your feelings which— if you believe yourselves equal to the exertion—" Margaret now interposed. "One had rather stay at home and be quiet, when one is anxious about one's friends. But other people must be considered, as we seem to be agreed, Mr and Mrs Rowland and all the children. So we will proceed with our dressing, Mrs Grey. But can you tell us, before you go, how soon we shall know, when this case will probably be decided?" "It might be a few hours, or it might be many days," Mrs Grey said. "She should stay at home to-day, in case of anything being sent for from the farmhouse where Mr Hope was lying. He was well attended, in the hands of good nurses, former patients of his own, but something might be wanted, and orders had been left by Mr Grey that application should be made to his house for whatever could be of service, so Mrs Grey could not think of leaving home. Mr Grey would make inquiry at the farmhouse as the party went by to the woods, and he would just turn his horse back in the middle of the day to inquire again, and thus the Rowlands' party would know more of Mr Hope's state than those who remained at home." Having explained, Mrs Grey quitted the room, somewhat disappointed that Hester had received the disclosure so well. The moment the door was closed, Hester sank forward on the bed, her face hidden, but her trembling betraying her emotion. End of Part 1 of Chapter 10. Recording by Rosie. Part 2 of Chapter 10 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 10, Part 2. "I feared this," said Margaret, looking mournfully at her sister. "You feared what?" asked Hester quickly, looking up. "I feared that some accident had happened to Mr Hope." So did I. And if, said Margaret, I feared something else— Nay, Hester, you must let me speak. We must have no concealments, Hester. You and I are alone in the world, and we must comfort each other. We agreed to this. Why should you be ashamed of what you feel? I believe that you have a stronger interest in this misfortune than any one in the world, and why— How do you mean, a stronger interest? Asked Hester, trying to command her voice. Tell me what you mean, Margaret. I mean, said Margaret steadily, that no one is so much attached to Mr Hope as you are. I think, said Margaret after a pause, that Mr Hope has a high respect and strong regard for you. She paused again, and then added, If I believed anything more, I would tell you. When Hester could speak again, she said, gently and humbly, I assure you, Margaret, I never knew the state of my own mind till this last night. If I had been aware— If you had been aware, you would have been unlike all who ever really loved, if people say true. Now that you have become aware, you will act as you can act, nobly, righteously. You will struggle with your feelings till your mind grows calm. Peace will come in time. Do you think there is no hope? Consider his state. But if he should recover— Oh, Margaret, how wicked all this is! While he lies there, we are grieving about me. What a selfish wretch I am! Margaret had nothing to reply, there seemed so much truth in this. Even she reproached herself with being exclusively anxious about her sister, when such a friend might be dying, when a life of such importance to many was in jeopardy. I could do anything, I could bear anything, said Hester, if I could be sure that nobody knew. But you found me out, Margaret, and perhaps— I assure you, I believe you are safe, said Margaret. You can hide nothing from me. But Mrs Grey, and nobody except myself has watched you like Mrs Grey, has gone away, I am certain, completely deceived. But Hester, my own precious sister, bear with one word from me. Do not trust too much to your pride. I do trust to my pride, and I will, replied Hester, her cheeks in a glow. Do you suppose I will allow all in this house, all in the village, to be pitying me, to be watching how I suffer, when no one supposes that he gave me cause? It is not to be endured, even in the bare thought. No, if you do not betray me— I betray you? Well, well, I know you will not, and then I am safe. My pride I can trust to, and will. It will betray you, sighed Margaret. I do not want you to parade your sorrow, God knows. It will be better borne in quiet and secrecy. What I wish for is, that you should receive this otherwise than as a punishment, a disgrace in your own eyes, for something wrong. You have done nothing wrong, nothing that you may not appeal to God to help you to endure. Take it as a sorrow sent by him, to be meekly borne, as what no earthly person has any concern with. Be superior to the opinions of the people about us, instead of defying them. Pride will give you no peace. Resignation will. I am too selfish for this, sighed Hester. I hate myself, Margaret. I have not even the grace to love him, except for my own sake, and while he is dying, I am planning to save my pride. I do not care what becomes of me. Come, Margaret, let us dress and go down. Do not trouble your kind heart about me. I am not worth it. This mood gave way a little to Margaret's grief and endearments, but Hester issued from her chamber for the day in a state of towering pride, secretly alternating with the anguish of self-contempt. It was a miserable day, as wretched a party of pleasure as could be imagined. Mrs Rowland was occupied in thinking, and occasionally saying, how strangely everything fell out to torment her, how something always occurred to cross every plan of hers. She talked about this to her mother, Sophia, and Hester, who were in the barouche with her, till the whole cavalcade stopped, just before reaching the farmhouse where Mr Hope lay, and to which Mr Grey rode on to make inquiries. Margaret was in with Mr Rowland in his gig. It was a breathless 3 minutes till Mr Grey brought the news. Margaret wondered how Hester was bearing it. It would have pleased her to have known that Mrs Rowland was holding forth so strenuously upon her disappointment about a dress at the last Buckley ball, and about her children having had the measles on the only occasion when Mr Rowland could have taken her to the races in the next county, that Hester might sit in silence, and bear the surprise unobserved. Mr Grey reappeared quite as soon as he could be looked for. There might have been worse news. Mr Hope was no longer in a stupor, he was delirious. His medical attendants could not pronounce any judgment upon the case further than that it was not hopeless. They had known recovery in similar cases. As Mr Grey bore his report from carriage to carriage, every one strove to speak cheerfully and to make the best of the case, and those who were not the most interested really satisfied themselves with the truth that the tidings were better than they might have been. The damp upon the spirits of the party was most evident when all had descended from the carriages and were collected in the woods. There was a general tremor about accidents. If one of the gentlemen had gone forward to explore, or the children had lagged behind for play, there was a shouting and a general stop, till the missing party appeared. Miss Young would fain have declined her pony, which was duly in waiting for her. It was only because she felt that no individual could well be spared from the party that she mounted at all. Mr Hope was to have had the charge of her, and though she had requested Sydney to take his place, as far as was necessary, Mr Enderby insisted on doing so, a circumstance which did not add to her satisfaction. She was not altogether so heartsick as her friends the Ibbotsons, but even to her everything was weariness of spirit. The landscape seemed dull, the splendid dinner on the grass tiresome, the sunshine sickly, and even the children, with their laughter and practical jokes, fatiguing and troublesome. Even she could easily have spoken sharply to each and all of the little ones. If she felt so, what must the day have been to Hester? She bore up well under any observation that she might suppose herself the object of, but Margaret saw how laboriously she strove, and in vain, to eat; how welcome was the glass of wine; how mechanical her singing after dinner; and how impatient she was of sitting still. The strangest thing was to see her walking in a dim glade, in the afternoon, arm in arm with Mrs Rowland, as if in the most confidential conversation, Mrs Rowland apparently offering the confidence, and Hester receiving it. "Look at them," said Mr Enderby. "Who would believe that my sister prohibited solitary walks and tete-a-tetes only 3 hours ago, on the ground that every one ought to be sociable to-day? I shall go and break up the conference." "Pray do not," said Margaret. "Let them forget rules, and pass their time as they like best." "Oh, but here is news of hope. Mr Grey has now brought word that he is no worse. I begin to think he may get through, which, God knows I had no idea of this morning." "Do you really think so? But do not tell other people, unless you are quite confident that you really mean what you say. I may be wrong, of course, but I do think the chances improve with every hour that he does not get worse, and he is certainly not worse. I have a strong presentiment that he will struggle through." "Go, then, and tell as many people as you choose. Only make them understand how much is presentiment." The tete-a-tete between the ladies, being broken off by Mr Enderby with his tidings, was not renewed. Hester walked beside Miss Young's pony, her cheek flushed and her eye bright. Margaret thought there was pride underneath, and not merely the excitement of renewed hope, so feeble as that hope must yet be, and so nearly crushed by suspense. Before the hour fixed for the carriages to be in readiness, the party had given up all pretence of amusing themselves and each other. They sat on a ridge, watching the spot where the vehicles were to assemble, and message after message was sent to the servants to desire them to make haste. The general wish seemed to be getting home, though the sun was yet some way from its setting. When the first sound of wheels was heard, Hester whispered to her sister, "I cannot be in the same carriage with that woman. No, you must not either. I cannot now tell you why. I dare say Miss Young would take my place, and let me go with the children in the wagon." "I will do that, and you shall return in Mr Rowland's gig. You can talk or not as you please with him, and he is very kind. He is no more to be blamed for his wife's behaviour, you know, than her mother or her brother. It shall be so. I will manage it." Margaret could manage what she pleased, with Maria and Mr Enderby both devoted to her. Hester was off with Mr Rowland, and Margaret with one child on her lap, and the others rejoicing at having possession of her, before Mrs Rowland discovered the shifting of parties which had taken place. Often during the ride she wanted to speak to her brother. 3 times out of 4 he was not to be had, so busy was he joking with the children, as he trotted his horse beside the wagon, and when he did hear his sister's call, he merely answered her questions, said something to make his mother laugh, and dropped into his place beside the wagon again. It struck Maria that the wagon had not been such an attraction in going, though the flowers with which it was canopied had then been fresh, and the children more merry and good-humoured than now. The report to be carried home to Deerbrook was, that Mr Hope was still no worse. It was thought that his delirium was somewhat quieter. Mrs Grey was out on the steps to hear the news, when the carriage approached. As it happened, the gig arrived first, and Hester had to give the relation. She spoke even cheerfully, declaring Mr Enderby's opinion, that the case was going on favourably, and that recovery was very possible. Mrs Grey, who had had a wretchedly anxious day by herself, not having enjoyed even the satisfaction of being useful, nothing having been sent for from the farmhouse, was truly cheered by seeing her family about her again. "I have been watching you for this hour," said she, "and yet I hardly expected you so soon. As it grew late, I began to fancy all manner of accidents that might befall you. When one accident happens, it makes one fancy so many more. I could not help thinking about Mr Grey's horse. Does that horse seem to you perfectly steady, Hester?" "Well, I am glad of it, but I once saw it shy from some linen on a hedge, and it was in my mind all this afternoon. Here you are, all safe, however, and I trust we may feel more cheerfully now about our good friend. If he goes on to grow better, I shall get Mr Grey to drive me over soon to see him. But, my dears, what will you have after your ride? Shall I order tea, or will you have something more substantial?" "Tea, if you please," said Hester. Her tongue was parched, and when Margaret followed her upstairs, she found her drinking water as if she had been 3 days in the great desert. "Can you tell me now," asked Margaret, "what Mrs Rowland has been saying to you?" "No, not at present. Better wait, Margaret. What do you think now?" "I think that it all looks brighter than it did this morning. But what a wretched day it had been." "You found it so, did you? Oh, Margaret, I have longed every hour to lie down to sleep in that wood, and never wake again." "I do not wonder. But you will soon feel better. The sleep from which you will wake to-morrow morning will do nearly as well. We must sleep to-night, and hope for good news in the morning." "No good news will ever come to me again," sighed Hester. "No, no, I do not quite mean that. You need not look at me so. It is ungrateful to say such a thing at this moment. Come, I am ready to go down to tea. It is really getting dark. I thought this day never would come to an end." The evening was wearisome enough. Mrs Grey asked how Mrs Rowland had behaved, and Sophia was beginning to tell, when her father checked her, reminding her that she had been enjoying Mrs Rowland's hospitality. This was all he said, but it was enough to bring one of Sophia's interminable fits of crying. The children were cross with fatigue. Mrs Grey thought her husband hard upon Sophia, and to complete the absurdity of the scene, Hester's and Margaret's tears proved uncontrollable. The sight of Sophia's sent them flowing, and though they laughed at themselves for the folly of weeping from mere sympathy, this did not mend the matter. Mrs Grey seemed on the verge of tears herself, when she observed that she had expected a cheerful evening after a lonely and anxious day. A deep sob from the 3 answered to this observation, and they all rose to go to their apartments. Hester was struck by the peculiar tender pressure of the hand given her by Mr Grey, as she offered him her mute good night. It caused her a fresh burst of grief when she reached her own room. Margaret was determined not to go to rest without knowing what it was that Mrs Rowland had said to her sister. She pressed for it now, hoping that it would rouse Hester from more painful thoughts. "Though I have been enjoying that woman's hospitality, as Mr Grey says," declared Hester, "I must speak of her as I think, to you. Oh, she has been so insolent!" "Insolent to you? How? Why?" "Nay, you had better ask her why. Her confidence was all about her brother. She seems to think she did not say so, or I should have known better how to answer her, but she seems to think that her brother is, I can hardly speak it even to you, Margaret, is in some way in danger from me. Now, you and I know that he cares no more for me than for any one of the people who were there to-day, and yet she went on telling me, and I could not stop her, about the views of his family for him." "What views?" "Views which, I imagine, it by no means follows that he has for himself. If she has been impertinent to me, she has been even more so to him. I wonder how she dares meddle in his concerns as she does." "Well, but what views?" persisted Margaret. "Oh, about his marrying; that he is the darling of the family; that large family interests hang upon his marrying; that all his relations think it is time he was settling; and that he told her last week that he was of that opinion himself. And then she went on to say that there was the most delightful accordance in their views for him; that they did not much value beauty; that they should require for him something of a far higher order than beauty, and which indeed was seldom found with it." "Insolent creature! Did she say that to you?" "Indeed she did; and that her brother's wife must be of a good family, with a fortune worthy of his own, and, naturally, of a county family." "A county family!" said Margaret, half laughing. "What matters county or city, when two people are watching over one another for life and death, and for hereafter?" "With such people as Mrs Rowland," said Hester, "marriage is a very superficial affair. If family, fortune, and equipage are but right, the rest may be left to Providence. Temper, mind, heart. The worst of all, however, was her ending, or what was made her ending by our being interrupted." "Well, what was her finish?" "She put her face almost under my bonnet, as she looked smiling at me, and said there was a young lady, she wished she could tell me about it, the time would come when she might, there was a sweet girl, beloved by them all for many years, from her very childhood, whom they had hopes of receiving, at no very distant time, as Philip's wife." "I do not believe it!" cried Margaret. After a pause, she added, "Do you believe it, Hester?" "I am sure I do not know. I should not rate Mrs Rowland's word very highly; but this would be such a prodigious falsehood. It is possible, however, that she may believe it without its being true; or such a woman might make the most, for the occasion, of a mere suspicion of her own." "I do not believe it is true," repeated Margaret. "At all events," concluded Hester, "nothing that Mrs Rowland says is worth regarding. I was foolish to let myself be ruffled by her." Margaret tried to take the lesson home, but it was in vain. She was ruffled; and, in spite of every effort, she did believe in the existence of the nameless young lady. It had been a day of trouble, and thus was it ending in fresh sorrow and fear. Morris came in, hesitated at the door, was told she might stay, and immediately busied herself in the brushing of hair and the folding of clothes. Many tears trickled down, and not a word was spoken, till all the offices of the toilet were finished. Morris then asked, with a glance at the bookshelf, whether she should go or stay. "Stay, Morris," said Hester, gently. "You shall not suffer for our being unhappy to-night. Margaret, can you read?" Margaret took the volume in which it was the sisters' common practice to read together, and with Morris at night. While Morris took her seat, and reverently composed herself to hear, Margaret turned to the words which have stilled many a tempest of grief from the moment when they were first uttered to mourners, through a long course of centuries. "Let not your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe in me." Morris sometimes spoke on these occasions. She loved to hear of the many mansions in the house of the father of all, and she said that though it might seem to her young ladies that their parents had gone there full soon, leaving them to undergo trouble by themselves, yet she had no doubt they should all be at peace together, sooner or later, and their passing troubles seem as nothing. Even this simple and obvious remark roused courage in the sisters. They remembered what their father had said to them about his leaving them to encounter the serious business and trials of life, and how they had promised to strive to be wise and trustful, and to help each other. This day the serious business and trials of life had manifestly begun. They must strengthen themselves and each other to meet them. They agreed upon this, and in a mood of faith and resolution fell asleep. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 11 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 11. Mediation. Mr. Hope's case turned out more favourably than any of his attendants and friends had ventured to anticipate. For some days the symptoms continued as alarming as at first, but from the hour that he began to amend, his progress towards recovery was without drawback, and unusually rapid. Within a month, the news circulated through the village that he had been safely brought home to his own lodgings, and the day after, the ladies at Mr Grey's were startled by seeing him alight from a gig at the door, and walk up the steps feebly, but without assistance. He could not stay away any longer, he declared. He had been above a month shut up in a dim room, without seeing any faces but of doctor, nurse, and Mrs Grey, and debarred from books. Now he was well enough to prescribe for himself, and he was sure that a little society, and a gradual return to his usual habits of life, would do him more good than anything. Mrs Grey kept all her own children out of sight during this first visit, that Mr Hope might not see too many faces at once. She admitted only Hester and Margaret and Alice, who brought him some refreshment. The girl made him a low curtsy, and looked at him with an expression of awe and pleasure, which brought tears into the eyes of even her mistress. Mr Hope had been a benefactor to this girl. He had brought her through a fever. She had of late little expected ever to see him again. Mr Hope replied to her mute looks. "Thank you, Alice. I am much better. I hope to be quite well soon. Did not you make some of the good things Mrs Grey had been kind enough to bring me?" "I thought so." "Well, I'm much obliged to you, and to everybody who has been taking pains to make me well. I do not know how it is," he continued, when Alice had left the room, "but things do not appear as they used to do. Perhaps my eyes are dim still, but the room does not seem bright, and none of you look well and merry." Mrs Grey observed that she had drawn the blinds down, thinking he would find it a relief after the sunshine. Margaret said ingenuously, "We are all well, I assure you, but you should not wonder if you find us rather grave. Much has happened since we met. We have been thinking of you with great anxiety for so long, that we cannot on a sudden talk as lightly as when you used to come in every day." "Ah!" said he, "I little thought at one time that I should ever see any of you again in this world." "We have thought of you as near death," said Margaret, "and since that, as having a sick room experience, which we respect and stand in awe of, and that is reason enough for our looking grave." "You feel as if you had to become acquainted with me over again. Well, we must lose no time. Here is a month gone, and I can give no account of." Hester felt how differently the case stood with her. The last month had been the longest she had ever known. Tedious as to the state captive, serving his novitiate to prison life. She would have been thankful to say that she could give no account of the past month. She inquired how the accident happened, for this was still a mystery to everybody. Mr Hope could not clear up the matter. He remembered parting with Sydney, and trotting with the bridle of the pony in his hand to the top of the ascent. The point where Sydney lost sight of him, he had no distinct remembrance of anything more, only a sort of impression of his horse rearing bolt upright. He had never been thrown before, and his supposition was that a stone cast from behind the hedge might have struck his horse, but he really knew no more of the affair than anyone else. The ladies all trusted he would not ride the same horse again, but this he would not promise. His horse was an old friend, and he was not in a hurry to part with old friends. He was glad to find that Miss Young had not laid the blame on the pony, but had ridden it through the woods as if nothing had happened. "Not exactly so," said Margaret, smiling. "The young folks did not enjoy their excursion very much, I fancy," said Mrs Grey, smiling also. "Mrs Rowland was quite put out, poor soul. You know she thinks everything goes wrong, on purpose to plague her." "I think she had some higher feelings on that occasion," said Mr Hope, gently but gravely. "I am indebted to her for a very anxious concern on my account, and for kind offices in which perhaps none of my many generous friends have surpassed her." Mrs Grey, somewhat abashed, said that Mrs Rowland had some good qualities. It was only a pity that her unhappy temper did not allow them fair play. "It is a pity," observed Mr Hope, "and it is at the same time an appeal to us to allow her the fair play she does not afford herself. That sofa looks delightfully comfortable, Mrs Grey. Oh, you are tired. You are faint, perhaps? Shall I ring?" said Hester, moving to the box. "No, no," said he, laughing. "I am very well at present. I only mean that I should like to stay all day, if you will let me. I am sure that sofa is full as comfortable as my own. I may stay, may I not?" "No, indeed you shall not, this first day. If you will go away now before you are tired, and if I find when I look in upon you this evening that you are not the worse for this feat, you shall stay longer to morrow. But I assure you it is time you were at home now. My dears, just see whether the gig is at the door." "So I only sent away by begging to stay," said Mr Hope. "Well, I have been giving orders to sick people for many years, that I suppose it is fairly my turn to obey now. May I ask you to send to Widow Rise to day? I looked in as I came, and her child is in want of better food, better cooked, than she is able to give him. I will send him a dinner from our table. You are not going to see any more patients to day, I hope?" "Only two that lie quite in my road. If you send me away, you must take the consequences. Farewell till to morrow. Mr Grey and I shall look in upon you this evening. Now do not look about you out of the doors, to catch anybody's eye, or will you be visiting a dozen patients between this house and your own?" There were, indeed, many people standing about, within sight of Mr Grey's door, to see Mr Hope come out. All Mr Grey's children and servants were peeping through the shrubbery. Mrs Enderby waved her hand from a lower, and two maids looked out from an upper window. The old man of 100 years, who was sunning himself on the bank as usual, rose and took off his hat, and the little Reeves and their schoolfellows stood whispering to one another that Mr Hope looked really bad still. Mrs Plumstead dropped a low curtsey, as she stood taking in the letter bag, at her distant door. Mrs Grey observed to Hester on the respect which was paid to Mr Hope all through the place, as if Hester was not feeling it in her heart of hearts at the moment. Mrs Grey flattered herself that Mr Hope was thinking of Hester when he said his friends did not look well. She had been growing thinner and paler for the last month, and no doubt remained in Mrs Grey's mind about the cause. Hester had commanded herself to her sister's admiration, but she could not command her health, and that was giving way under perpetual feelings of anxiety and humiliation. Mrs Grey thought all this had gone quite far enough. She was more fond and proud of Hester every day, and more impatient that she should be happy, the more she watched her. She spoke to Margaret about her. Margaret was prepared for this, having foreseen its probability, and her answers, while perfectly true and sincere, were so guarded, that Mrs Grey drew from them the comfortable inference that she alone penetrated the matter, and understood Hester's state of mind. She came to the resolution at last of making the young people happy a little sooner than they could have managed the affair for themselves. She would help them to an understanding, but it should be with all possible delicacy and regard to their feelings. Not even Mr Grey should know what she was about. Opportunities were not wanting. When are opportunities wanting to matchmakers? If such do not find means of carrying their points, they can construct them. Few matchmakers go to work so innocently and securely as Mrs Grey, for few can be so certain of the inclinations of the parties as she believed herself. Her own admiration of Hester was so exclusive, and the superiority of Hester's beauty so unquestionable, that it never occurred to her that the attraction which drew Mr Hope to the house could be any other than this. About the state of Hester's affections she felt justly confident, and so, in her view, nothing remained to be done but to save her from further pining by bridging about an explanation. She was frequently with Mr Hope at his lodgings during his recovery, seeing that he took his afternoon rest, and beguiling a part of his evenings. In short, watching over him as over a son, and declaring to Hester that he was no less dear to her. One evening, when she was spending an hour in Mr Hope's parlour, where Mr Grey had deposited her till 9 o'clock, when he was to call her, she made the same affectionate declaration to Mr Hope himself, that he was as dear to her as if he had been her own son. "And," she continued, "I shall speak to you with the same freedom as I should use with Sydney, and may, perhaps, 10 years hence." "Pray do," said Mr Hope. "I shall be glad to hear anything you have to say. Are you going to find fault with me?" "Oh dear, no. What fault should I have to find with you? Unless, indeed, it be a fault or a folly to leave your own happiness and that of another person in needless uncertainty." Mr Hope changed colour, quite to the extent of her wishes. "I know," continued she, "that your illness has put a stop to everything, and that it has left you little nerve for any explanation of the kind. But you are growing stronger every day now, and the case is becoming so serious on the other side, that I own I dread the consequences of much further delay. You see I speak openly." She had every encouragement to do so, for Mr Hope's countenance was flushed with what appeared to her to be delight. "You observed yourself, you know, that Hester did not look well; and indeed the few weeks after your accident were so trying to her. The exertions she made to conceal her feelings were so. But I must spare her delicacy. I trust you are quite assured that she has not the most remote idea of my speaking to you thus. Indeed, no human being is in the least aware of it." "Hester, Miss Ibbotson, pray, Mrs Grey, do not say another word. Let us talk of something else. Presently, when I have finished, you must have seen that I love this dear girl as a daughter, and there is not a thought of her heart that she can conceal from me, though her delicacy is so great that I am confident she thinks me unaware of her state of mind at this moment. But I saw how the affair was going from the very beginning, and the failure of her health and looks since your accident have left me no doubt whatever, and have made me feel it my duty to give you the encouragement your modesty requires, and to confide to you how wholly her happiness lies in your hands. Hester, Miss Ibbotson, I assure you, Mrs Grey, you must be completely mistaken." "I beg your pardon. I am not so easily mistaken as some people. There is Mrs Rowland now. I am sure she fancies that her brother is in love with Hester, when it is plain to everybody but herself that he and my other young cousin are coming to a conclusion as fast as need be. However, I know you do not like to hear me find fault with Mrs Rowland, and besides I have no right to tell Margaret's secrets, so we will say no more about that." Mr Hope sighed heavily. These remarks upon Enderby and Margaret accorded but too well with his own observations. He could not let Mrs Grey proceed without opposition, but all he was capable of was to repeat that she was entirely mistaken. "Yes, that is what men like you always say. In all sincerity, of course. Your modesty always stands in the way of your happiness for a while, but you are no losers by it. The happiness is all the sweeter when it comes at last. But that is not what I mean. You have made it difficult for me to explain myself. I hardly know how to say it, but it must not be said. You have mistaken my intentions, mistaken them altogether." It was now Mrs Grey's turn to change colour. She asked in a trembling voice, "Do you mean to say, Mr Hope, that you have not been paying attentions to Hester Ibbotson?" "I do say so, that I have paid no attentions of the nature you suppose. You compel me to speak plainly. Then I must speak plainly too, Mr Hope. If anyone had told me you would play the part you have played, I should have resented the imputation as I resent your conduct now. If you have not intended to win Hester's affections, you have behaved infamously. You have won her attachment by attentions which have never varied, from the very first evening that she entered our house, till this afternoon. You have amused yourself with her, it seems, and now you are going to break her heart. Stop, Mrs Grey, I cannot hear this. There is not a soul in the place that does not think as I do. There is not a soul that will not say. Let us put aside what people may say. If by any imprudence of my own I have brought blame upon myself, I must bear it. The important point is, surely, Mrs Grey, it is possible that you may be in error about Miss Ibbotson's state of mind." "No, Mr Hope, it is not possible; and being in for it, as she said." Mrs Grey gave such a detail of her observations, and of unquestionable facts, as left the truth indeed in little doubt. "And Margaret," said Mr Hope, in a troubled voice, Do you know anything of her views of my conduct?" "Margaret is not so easily seen through as Hester," said Mrs Grey, an assertion from which Mr Hope silently dissented. Margaret appearing to him the most simple-minded person he had ever known, lucid in her sincerity, transparent in her unconsciousness, he was aware that Mrs Grey had been so occupied with Hester as not to have been open to impression from Margaret. "Margaret is not so easily seen through as Hester, you know, and she and I have never talked over your conduct confidentially. But if Margaret does not perceive the alteration in her sister, and the cause of it, it can only be because she is occupied with her own concerns." "That is not like Margaret," thought Mr Hope. "However, she does see it, I am sure, for she has proposed their return to Birmingham, their immediate return, though their affairs are far from being settled yet, and they do not know what they will have to live upon. They promise to stay till October, too, and we are only half through August yet. Margaret can hardly have any wish to leave us on her own account. Considering whom she must leave behind, it is for Hester's sake, I am confident. There is no doubt of the fact, Mr Hope. Your honour is involved. I repeat, you have won this dear girl's affections, and now you must act as a man of conscience, which I have always supposed you to be." Mr Hope was tempted to ask for further confirmation from the opinions of the people who were about Hester, but he would not investigate the degree of exposure which might have taken place. Even if no one agreed with Mrs Grey, this would be no proof that her conviction was a wrong one. It might happen through Hester's successful concealment of what she must be striving to suppress. Mrs Grey urged him about his honour and conscience more closely than he could bear. He faintly begged her to leave him. He obtained from her a promise that she would inform no person of what had been said, and she again assured him that neither Hester nor anyone else had the remotest idea of her speaking as she had done this evening. On his part, Mr Hope declared that he should reflect on what had passed, and act with the strictest regard to duty as in Mrs Grey's eyes. His duty was perfectly clear. This declaration was completely satisfactory. She saw the young people with her mind's eye, settled in the corner house which belonged to Mr Rowland, and was delighted that she had spoken. As soon as she was gone, Mr Hope would discover, she had little doubt, that he had loved Hester all this time without having been conscious what the attraction had really been, and in a little while he would be thankful to her for having smoothed his way for him. With these thoughts in her mind, she bade him good night just as Mr Grey drove up to the door. She whispered once more that he was as dear to her as a son, and that this was the reason of her having spoken so plainly. "How are you this evening, Hope?" said Mr Grey from the doorway. "On the sofa, eh? Don't rise for me, then. Rather done up, eh? Ah! I was afraid you were for getting on too fast. Bad economy in the end. You will be glad to be rid of us, so I shall not come in. Take care of yourself, I beg of you. Good night." In what a state of mind was Hope left! His plain-speaking, motherly friend little guessed what a storm she had raised in a spirit usually as calm as a summer's morning. There was nothing to him so abhorrent as giving pain, nothing so intolerable an idea as injuring any human being, and he was now compelled to believe that through some conduct of his own, some imprudence, in a case where imprudence is guilt, he had broken up the peace of a woman whom, though he did not love, he respected and warmly regarded. His mind was in too tumultuous a state for him to attempt to settle with himself the degree of his culpability. He only knew that he was abased in his own sense of deep injury towards a fellow creature. In the same breath came the destruction of his hopes of which, till the moment, he had been scarcely conscious. With regard to the one on whom his thoughts had been really fixed, he had pledged himself to act strictly according to his sense of duty. His consolation, his refuge in every former trial of life, since the days of childhood, had been in resolving to abide faithfully by the decisions of duty. In this he had found freedom, in this he had met strength and repose, so that no evil had been intolerable to him. But what was his duty now? Amidst the contradictions of honour and conscience in the primmest case, where should he find his accustomed refuge? At one moment he saw clearly the obligation to devote himself to her whose affection he had gained, thoughtlessly and carelessly, it is true, but to other guys purposely. At the next moment the sin of marrying without love, if not while loving another, rose vividly before him, and made him shrink from what an instant before seemed clear duty. The only hope was in the possibility of mistake, which might yet remain. The whole could not be mistake, without Hester and Enderby and Margaret, and all Mrs Grey's convictions. Some of all this must be true. The probability was that it was all true, and if so, he could almost repine that he had not died when his death was expected. Then he should not have known all this injury and woe. Then he should not have had to witness Margaret's love for another. Then Hester's quiet grief would have melted away with time, unembittered by reproach of him. No one had, till this hour, loved and relished life more than he. Yet now his gladsome being caught himself mourning that he had survived his accident. He roused himself from this, but all was fearful and confused before him. He could see nothing as it was, and as it ought to be. He could decide upon nothing. He must take time. He must be deliberate upon this, the most important transaction of his life. Thus he determined, as the last remains of twilight faded away in his apartment, and the night air blew in chill from the open window. He was so exhausted by his mental conflict as to be scarcely able to rise to close the window, and retire to rest. There was one hope, familiar as the sunshine to his eyes, but usually feeble, still abiding in his mind for comfort, that he should, sooner or later, clearly discern what it was his duty to do. All was at present dark, but this light might flow in. He would wait. He would not act till it did. He did wait. For many days he was not seen in any of the haunts to which he had begun to return. The answer to inquiries was that Mr Hope was not so well, and wished for entire quiet. Everyone was anxious. Hester was wretched, and Mrs Grey extremely restless and uneasy. She made several attempts to see him, but in no instance did she succeed. She wrote him a private note, and received only a friendly verbal answer, such as all the world might hear. Mr Hope did wait for his duty to grow clear in the accumulating light of thought. He decided at length how to act, and he decided wrong, not for want of waiting long enough, but because some considerations intruded themselves which warped his judgment and sophisticated his feelings. He decided upon making the great mistake of his life. Nothing had ever been clearer to his mind than the guilt of marrying without love. No man could have spoken more strongly, more solemnly than he, on the presumption, the dishonourableness, the profligacy of such an act. But he was unaware how a man may be betrayed into it, while he was neither presumption, nor treachery, nor profligacy in his thoughts. Hope went through a world of meditation during the days of his close retirement. Some of his thoughts were superficial, and some deceived him. He considered Margaret lost to him. He glanced forwards to his desolation when he should lose the society of both sisters, an event likely to happen almost immediately, unless he should so act as to retain them. He dwelt upon Hester's beauty, her superiority of mind to every woman but one whom he had known, her attachment to himself, her dependence upon him. He pondered these things till the tone of his mind was lowered, and too many superficial feelings mingled with the sacredness of the transaction, and impaired its integrity. Under the influence he decided what to do. He had no intention, all this while, of taking Mrs Grey's word for the whole matter, without test or confirmation. From the beginning he was aware that his first step must be to ascertain that she was not mistaken, and this was his first step. There were two obvious methods of proceeding. One was to consult Mr Grey, who stood in the place of guardian to these girls, as to the probability of his success with Hester, in case of his proposing himself to her. The other was to ask the same question of Margaret, The advantage of speaking to Mr. Gray was, that he might not be bound to proceed, in case of Mr. Gray differing from his lady's view of the case. But then, Mr. Gray was perhaps unaware of the real state of Hester's mind. From Margaret there was certainty of hearing nothing but the truth, however little of it her feelings for her sister might allow her to reveal. But such a conversation with her would compel him to proceed. All retreat would be cut off after it, and he naturally shrank from conversing with Margaret, of all people, on this subject. But Hope was equal to any effort which he thought a matter of duty, and he resolved not to flinch from this. He would speak first to Mr. Gray, and if Mr. Gray did not undertake to answer for Hester's indifference, he would seek an interview with Margaret. If Margaret should encourage his advances on her sister's behalf, the matter was decided. He should have a wife who might be the pride of any man, whom it would be an honour to any man to have attached. If, as was still just possible, Margaret should believe that her sister felt no peculiar regard for him, he thought he might imitate so much of the truth as, without offering her feelings on her sister's account, would secure for him freedom to reconsider his purposes. No man disliked more than he so circuitous a method of acting in the most important affair of life. He had always believed that, in the case of a genuine and virtuous attachment, there can or ought to be nothing but the most entire simplicity of conduct in the parties, no appeal to any but each other, no seeking of an intervention where no stranger ought to intermeddle with the joy. But the present affair, though perpetually brightening before Hope's fancy, could not for a moment be thought of as of this kind. And here the circuitous method, which had always appeared disgusting to his imagination, was a matter of necessity to his conscience. Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 12. A Turn in the Shrubbery. Mr. Gray looked extremely pleased when asked whether he supposed Hester might be won. His reply was simple enough. He was not in his young cousin's confidence. He could not undertake to answer for the state of mind of young ladies, but he knew of no other attachment, of nothing which need discourage his friend Hope, who would have his hearty good wishes if he should persevere in his project. Yes, he fully understood. It was not to be spoken of. It was to rest entirely between themselves till Hope should have felt his way a little. He knew it was the fashion in these days to feel the way a little more than was thought necessary or desirable in his time. But he liked that all should follow their own method in an affair which concerned themselves so much more than any one else. So the matter should be a perfect secret, as Mr Hope desired, though he did not fancy it would have to be kept so close for any great length of time. This was over. Now for the interview with Margaret, which had become necessary. His reappearance in the family party at Mr Gray's, under the inquisitive eyes of Mrs Gray herself, must be an awkward business at the best, while he remained in uncertainty. The only way was to put an end to the uncertainty as soon as possible. He would go this very afternoon, and ascertain his fate before the day was over. He went boldly up to the door and rang. The family were all out in the garden after dinner, Alice said. Would Mr Hope join them there, or would he rest himself while she told them he had arrived? Alice's anxiety about his looks was not yet satisfied. "I will step in here," said he, the door of the blue parlour being open. "Send Morris to me." Morris at that moment crossing the hall. "Morris, I want to see Miss Margaret. Will you just tell her that some one wishes to speak with her? I know she'll excuse my asking the favour of her to come in." Miss Margaret, sir?" "Yes. I am sure, sir, you look more fit to sit here than to be gathering apples with them in the orchard. Did you say Miss Margaret, sir?" "Yes." "Whatever else may be in Morris's mind," thought Hope, "it is clear that she is surprised at my wanting to see Margaret. Here she comes." He was not sorry that the step paused in the hall, that there was a delay of some seconds before Margaret appeared. He felt as weak at that moment as on first rising from his bed after his accident; but he rallied his resolution before he met her eye, now timid and shrinking as he had never seen it before. Margaret was very grave, and as nearly awkward as it was possible for her to be. She shook hands with him, however, and hoped that he was better again. "I am better, thank you. Will you sit down, and let me speak to you for a few minutes?" It was impossible to refuse. Margaret sank down while he shut the door. "I hear," he said, "that you are already thinking of returning to Birmingham. Is this true?" "Yes: we shall go home in a few days." "Then, before you leave us, will you allow me to ask your advice?" At the word advice, a glow of pleasure passed over Margaret's face, and she could not quite suppress a sigh of relief. She now looked up freely and fearlessly. All this was good for Mr Hope, but it went to his heart, and for a moment checked his speech. He soon proceeded, however. "I want your advice as a friend, and also some information which you alone can give me. What I have to say relates to your sister." Margaret's ecstasy of hope was scarcely controllable. For her sister's sake she hung her head upon her bosom, the better to conceal her joy. It was a bitter moment for him who could not but note and rightly interpret the change in her countenance and manner. "I wish to know, if you have no objection to tell me, whether your sister is disengaged." "I have no objection to say," declared Margaret, looking up cheerfully, "that my sister is not engaged." "That is the information I wished for. Now for the opinion which I venture to ask of you, as of the one to whom your sister's mind is best known. Do you believe that, if I attempt it, I am likely to win her?" Margaret was silent. It was difficult to answer the question with perfect truth, and with due consideration to her sister. "I see," said Hope, "that you do not approve my question, nor do I myself. Rather tell me whether you suppose that she prefers any one to me; that she had rather I should not seek her; whether, in short, you would advise me to withdraw." "By no means," said Margaret. "I cannot say anything tending to deter you. I know of nothing which need discourage you; and, I assure you, you have my best wishes that you may succeed." She looked at him with the bright expression of sincerity and regard which had touched his heart oftener and more deeply than all Hester's beauty. He could not have offered to shake hands at the moment, but she held out hers, and he could not but take it. The door burst open at the same instant, and Mr Enderby entered. Both let drop the hand they held, and looked extremely awkward and grave. A single glance was enough to send Mr Enderby away, without having spoken his errand, which was to summon Margaret to the orchard, for the final shake of the apple tree. When he was gone, each saw that the face of the other was crimson; but while Hope had a look of distress which Margaret wondered at, remembering how soon Mr Enderby would understand the nature of the interview, she was struggling to restrain a laugh. "Thank you for your truth," said Mr Hope. "I knew I might depend upon it from you." "I have told you all I can," said Margaret, rising, "and it will be best to say no more at present. It is due to my sister to close our conversation here. If she should choose," continued she gaily, "to give us leave to renew it hereafter, I shall have a great deal to say to you on my own part. You have done me the honour of calling me friend. You have my friendship, I assure you, and my good wishes." Hope grasped her hand with a fervour which absolved him from the use of words. He then opened the door for her. "I must return to the orchard," said she. "Will you go? or will you repose yourself here till we come in to the tea?" Mr Hope preferred remaining where he was. The die was cast, and he must think. His hour of meditation was salutary. He had never seen Margaret so. He dared not dwell upon it; but then never had her simplicity of feelings towards him, her ingenuous friendship, unmixed with a thought of love, been so clear. He had made no impression upon her, except through her sister, and for her sister. He recalled the stiffness and fear with which she had come when summoned to a tete a tete, her sudden relief on the mention of her sister, and her joyous encouragement of his project. "I ought to rejoice. I do rejoice at this," thought he. "It seems as if every one else would be made happy by this affair. It must have been my own doing. There must have been that in my manner and conduct which authorised all this expectation and satisfaction, an expectation and satisfaction which proved to be no fancy of Mrs Grey's. I have brought it upon myself, the charge of Hester's happiness. She is a noble woman, bound to me by all that can engage my honour, my generosity, my affection. She shall be happy from this day, if my most entire devotion can make her so. Margaret loves Enderby. I am glad I know it. I made him dreadfully jealous just now. I must relieve him as soon as possible. I do not know how far matters may have gone between them, but Margaret is not at liberty to explain what he saw till I have spoken to Hester. There must be no delay. I will do it this evening. I cannot bring myself to communicate with Mrs Grey. If Mr Grey is at home, he will make the opportunity for me." Mr Grey was at home, and on the alert to take a hint. "I guessed how it was," said he. "Margaret has been trying to keep down her spirits, but not a child among them all flew about the orchard as she did, when Mr Enderby had been to look for her, and she followed him back. I thought at first it was something on her own account, but Enderby looked too dull and sulky for that. I have no doubt he is jealous of you. He found you together, did he? Well, he will soon know why, I trust. Oh, you have a hearty well wisher in Margaret, I am sure. Now you see they are setting Sophia down to the piano, and I think I can find for you the opportunity you want, if you really wish to bring the business to a conclusion this evening. I will call Hester out to take a turn with me in the shrubbery, as she and I often do these fine evenings, and then, if you choose, you can meet us there." Hester was not at all sorry to be invited by Mr Grey to the turn in the shrubbery, which was one of the best of her quiet pleasures, a solace which she enjoyed the more she became attached to kind Mr Grey. And she did much respect and love him. This evening she was glad of any summons from the room. Margaret had fully intended not to speak to her of what had passed, thinking it best for her sister's dignity, and for Mr Hope's satisfaction, that he should not be anticipated. All this was very wise and undeniable while she was walking back to the orchard; but it so happened that Hester's hand hung by her side, as she stood looking up the apple tree, unaware that Margaret had left the party. Margaret could not resist seizing the hand and pressing it with so much silent emotion, such a glance of joy, as threw Hester into a state of wonder and expectation. Not a syllable could she extort from Margaret, either on the spot or afterwards, when summoned to tea. Whether it was on account of Mr Hope's return to the house, she could not satisfy herself. She had sat, conscious and inwardly distressed, at the tea table, where nothing remarkable had occurred, and was glad to escape from the circle where all that was said appeared to her excited spirit to be tiresome, or trifling, or vexatious. How different was it all when she returned to the house! How she loved the whole world, and no one in it was dull, and nothing was trifling, and it was out of the power of circumstances to vex her. Life had become heaven. Its doubts, its cares, its troubles were gone, and all had given place to a soul penetrating joy. She should grow perfect now, for she had one whom she believed perfect to lead her on. Her pride, her jealousy, would trouble her no more. It was for want of sympathy, perfect sympathy, always at hand, that she had been a prey to them. She should pine no more, for there was one who was her own. A calm, nameless, all pervading bliss had wrapped itself round her spirit, and brought her as near to her Maker as if she had been his favoured child. There needs no other proof that happiness is the most wholesome moral atmosphere, and that in which the immortality of man is destined ultimately to thrive, than the elevation of soul, the religious aspiration which attends the first assurance, the first sober certainty of true love. There is much of this religious aspiration amidst all warmth of virtuous affections. There is a vivid love of God in the child that lays its cheek against the cheek of its mother, and clasps its arms about her neck. God is thanked, perhaps unconsciously, for the brightness of his earth on summer evenings, when a brother and sister, who have long been parted, pour out their hearts' stores to each other, and feel their course of thought brightening as it runs. When the aged parent hears of the honours his children have won, or looks round upon the innocent faces as the glory of his decline, his mind reverts to Him who in them prescribed the purpose of his life, and bestowed its grace. But, religious as is the mood of every good affection, none is so devotional as that of love, especially so called. The soul is then the very temple of adoration, of faith, of holy purity, of heroism, of charity. At such a moment the human creature shoots up into the angel. There is nothing on earth too defiled for its charity, nothing in hell too appalling for its heroism, nothing in heaven too glorious for its sympathy. Strengthened, sustained, vivified by that most mysterious power, union with another spirit, it feels itself set well forth on the way of victory over evil, sent out conquering and to conquer. There is no other such crisis in human life. The philosopher may experience uncontrollable agitation in verifying his principle of balancing systems of worlds, feeling, perhaps, as if he actually saw the creative hand in the act of sending the planets forth on their everlasting way. But this philosopher, solitary seraph as he may be regarded, amidst a myriad of men, knows at such a moment no emotions so divine as those of the spirit becoming conscious that it is beloved. Be it the peasant girl in the meadow, or the daughter of the sage, reposing in her father's confidence, or the artisan beside his loom, or the man of letters musing by his fireside. The warrior, about to strike the decisive blow for the liberties of a nation, however impressed with the solemnity of the hour, is not in a state of such lofty resolution as those who, by joining hearts, are laying their joint hands on the whole wide realm of futurity for their own. The statesman who, in the moment of success, feels that an entire class of social sins and woes is annihilated by his hand, is not conscious of so holy and so intimate a thankfulness as they who are aware that their redemption is come in the presence of a new and sovereign affection. And these are many. They are in all corners of every land. The statesman is the leader of a nation. The warrior is the grace of an age. The philosopher is the birth of 1,000 years. But the lover, where is he not? Wherever parents look round upon their children, there he has been. Wherever children are at play together, there he will soon be. Wherever there are roofs under which men dwell, wherever there is an atmosphere vibrating with human voices, there is the lover, and there is his lofty worship going on, unspeakable, but revealed in the brightness of the eye, the majesty of the presence, and the high temper of the discourse. Men have been ungrateful and perverse. They have done what they could to counteract, to debase, this most heavenly influence of their life. But the laws of their Maker are too strong. the benignity of their father is too patient and fervent for their opposition to withstand, and true love continues, and will continue, to send up its homage amidst the meditations of every eventide, and the busy hum of noon, and the song of the morning stars. Hester, when she re entered the house, was full of the commonest feeling of all in happy lovers, a wonder that such intense happiness should be permitted to her. Margaret was lingering about the stair head in the dusk, and met her sister at the door of their own apartment. "May I come in?" said she. "May you come in? Oh, Margaret, I want you!" "All is right. All is well. Is it, Hester? And I was quite wrong throughout. I grieve now that I helped to make you miserable: but indeed I was miserable myself. I saw no hope. I was completely mistaken." "We were both mistaken," said Hester, resting her head at Margaret's shoulder. "Mistaken in judgment, blinded by anxiety. But all that is over now. Margaret, what have I done that I should be so happy?" "You have loved one who deserves such a love as yours," said Margaret, smiling. "That is what you have done: and you will have the blessings of all who know you both. You have mine, dearest." "What an ungrateful wretch shall I be, if I do not make every one happy that is within my reach!" cried Hester. "Margaret, I will never grieve his heart as I have grieved yours. I will never grieve yours again." "But how is it?" asked Margaret. "You have not told me yet. Is it all settled?" A silent embrace told that it was. "I may shake hands with you upon it, then. Oh, Hester, after all our longings for a brother, you are going to give me one. We are not alone in the world. My father, our mother, where are they? Do they know? Have they foreseen while we have been suffering so? Do they now foresee for us?" "There was not one word of his," said Hester, "that I should not have gloried in their hearing. So gentle, Margaret, so noble, so calm." "And you?" said Margaret, softly. "Did you speak openly?" "Yes. It was no time for pride." "With him I have no pride. I could not have believed how I should tell him all: but he was so noble, spoke so gloriously, that it would have been an insult to use any disguise. He knows all that you know, Margaret, and I am not ashamed." "I honour you," said Margaret. "Thank God, all is right. But where is Mr Hope all this time?" "He went away when I came in. You will see him in the morning." "Can you go down this evening? If you think you can." "Go down? Yes. This moment. I feel as if I could face the whole world." "Let me ask you one thing. May I tell Maria in the morning? She will be so pleased: and no one but you understands my feelings so well. Everybody will rejoice with me, but I can say anything to her. May I tell her all in the morning?" "Dear Maria! Oh, yes! Tell her from me, with my love. I know I shall have her blessing. Now let us go down." "But we must just settle how matters are to proceed," said Margaret. "Are the family to know or not?" "Oh, let it all take its chance," said Hester. "I am sure I do not care. Let it be as it happens, for to night at least." "For to night at least," agreed Margaret. All was going on as usual below stairs. The working of collars and of rugs was proceeding, as the family sat around the lamp. On the appearance of Hester and Margaret, the book, with the Society's cover on it, was produced, and it was requested that some one would read aloud, as it was necessary that 40 pages a day should be gone through, to get the volume done by the time it must be sent to Mrs Enderby. Sophia asked whether some one else would be so good as to read this evening, as she thought she could finish her collar by keeping steadily to it till bedtime. Margaret took the book, and was surprised to find how easy a process it is to read aloud passably, without taking in a word of the sense. Fortunately, the Greys were not much given to make remarks on what they read. To have gone through the books that came from the Society was enough, and they could not have accomplished the 40 pages in an evening, if they had stopped to talk. The only words spoken during the lecture, therefore, were occasional remarks that the reader seemed hoarse, and that some one else had better take the book, and whispered requests across the table for scissors, thread, or the adjustment of the light. Such being the method of literary exercise in the family, Hester and Margaret were able to think of anything they pleased with impunity. "There! Here comes papa," said Sophia; "and I do not believe we have read nearly 40 pages. Where did you begin, Margaret?" Margaret resigned the volume to her to have the place found, and was told that she should not have shifted the marker till the evening reading was done, unless she at once set it forward 40 pages. It made it so difficult to find the place. Sophia was detained only 5 minutes from her collar, however, before she discovered that they had read only 28 pages. Mrs Grey observed that Mr Grey was coming in rather earlier than usual to night, and Sophia added that her cousins had been a good while in their own room. Hester was conscious that Mr Grey cast a rapid, penetrating glance upon her as he drew his chair and took his seat at her elbow. "What a clever book this is!" said Mrs Grey. "Very entertaining," added Sophia. "What is your opinion of it?" asked Mr Grey of Hester. She smiled, and said she must read more of it before she could judge. "It is such a relief," said Mrs Grey, "to have a book like this in hand after the tiresome things Mr Rowland orders in. He consults Mrs Rowland's notions about books far too much, and she always takes a fancy to the dullest. One would almost think it was on purpose." Sydney liked the sport of knocking on the head charges against the Rowlands. He showed, by reference to the Society's list, that the book just laid down was ordered by the Rowlands. "Dear me, Sophia," said her mother, "you made quite a mistake. You told us it was ordered in by Mr Hope. I am sure I thought so all this time." "Well, I dare say we shall not be able to finish it," said Sophia. "We have read only 28 pages this evening, papa. How shockingly Mr Hope looks still, does he not? I think he looks worse than when he was here last. And I trust he will look better when we see him next. I have the strongest hopes that he will now gain ground every day." "I am sure he seems to have gained very little yet." "Oh, yes, he has, as I trust you will soon see." Sophia was about to bewail Mr Hope's sickly looks again, when her mother trod on her foot under the table, and, moreover, winked and frowned in a very awful way, so that Sophia felt silenced. She could not conceive for what reason. Not being able to think of anything else to say, to cover her confusion, she discovered that it was bedtime, at least for people who had been gathering apples. Once more Mrs Grey gazed over her spectacles at her husband, when the young people were gone. "My dear," said she, "what makes you think that Mr Hope is gaining ground every day?" "My dear, what made you tread on all our toes when I said so?" "Dear me, I only gave Sophia a hint, to prevent her saying dismal things before people. One does not know what may be passing in their minds, you know. And so you kindly show what is passing in yours. However, these young ladies may soon be able, perhaps, to tell us more about Hope than we can tell them." "My dear, what do you mean?" "I saw a glance between them, a smile, when you were silencing Sophia. I believe you may prepare yourself for some news, my dear." "I have no doubt of Hester's state of mind, and I feel confident of Hope's: so here is the case, pretty well made out between us." Mrs Grey was in raptures for a moment, but she then resumed her system of mysterious tokens. She shook her head, and owned that she had reason to think her husband was mistaken. "Well, just observe them the next time they are together, that is all. And my poor Hester looks wretchedly, Mr Grey. It really makes my heart ache to see her." "How differently people view things! I was just thinking that I never saw her so lovely, with such a sprightliness, such a glow in her face, as 5 minutes ago. Just this evening she does not look so pale, but she is sadly altered, grievously changed indeed. Seeing this is the only thing which reconciles me to parting with her. Now, Mr Grey, I should like to know what sets you smiling in that manner at that poor girl." "I was smiling to think how, as young ladies have been known to change their minds, it may be possible that we may have the pleasure of seeing Hester pick up her good looks again here, in spite of all that Morris says about her native air. I should not wonder that we may persuade her to stay yet." Mrs Grey shook her head decisively. She would have been very glad, a little while since, to hear her husband's opinion that Mr Hope's views were fixed upon Hester; but men were always so positive, and always the most positive where they knew the least. A deep sigh from the one party, and a broad smile from the other, closed the conversation. Chapter 13. Sophia in the village. Deerbrook was not a place where practical affairs could be long kept secret, even where the best reasons for secrecy existed. About Hester's engagement there was no reason whatsoever for concealment, and it was accordingly made known to every one in Deerbrook in the course of the next day. Margaret shut herself up with Maria before breakfast, and enjoyed an hour of hearty sympathy from her, in the first place. As they were both aware that this communication was a little out of order, Mr and Mrs Grey having a clear title to the earliest information, Maria had to be discreet for nearly 3 hours, till she heard the news from another quarter. Immediately after breakfast, Mr Hope called on Mr Grey at the office, and informed him. Mr Grey stepped home, and found Margaret enlightening his wife. Sophia was next called in, while Morris was closeted with her young ladies. Sophia burst breathless into the summer house to tell Miss Young, which she did in whispers, so loud as to be overheard by the children. Matilda immediately found she had left her slate pencil behind her, and ran into the house to give her mamma the news, just at the moment that Mr Grey was relating it to his partner in the office. On returning, Sophia found her mother putting on her bonnet, having remembered that it was quite time she should be stepping across the way to hear how poor Mrs Enderby was, after the thunderstorm of 3 days ago. This reminded Sophia that she ought to be inquiring about the worsteds which Mrs Howell must have got down from London by this time to finish Mrs Grey's rug. Mrs Grey could not trust her eyes to match shades of worsteds, and Sophia now set out with great alacrity to oblige her mother by doing it for her. On the way she met Dr Levitt, about to enter the house of a sick parishioner. Dr Levitt hoped all at home were well. All very well indeed, Sophia was obliged to him. Her only fear was that the excitement of present circumstances might be too much for mamma. Mamma was so very much attached to cousin Hester, and it would be such a delightful thing to have her settled beside them. Perhaps Dr Levitt had not heard that Hester and Mr Hope were going to be married. No, indeed, he had not. He wondered his friend Hope had not told him of his good fortune, of which he heartily wished him joy. How long had this happy affair been settled? Not long, he fancied. Not very long, and perhaps Mr Hope did not consider that it was quite made public yet; but Sophia thought that Dr Levitt ought to know. Dr Levitt thanked her, and said he would try and find Hope in the course of the morning, to congratulate him, and he and Mrs Levitt would give themselves the pleasure of calling on the ladies very shortly. "Ritson, how is your wife?" said Sophia, crossing over to speak to a labourer who was on his way up the street. "A deal better, miss. She's coming about right nicely." "Ah, that is Mr Hope's doing. He attends her, of course." "Oh, yes, miss. He's done her a sight o' good." "Ah, so he always does. But, Ritson, if he should not be able to attend to her quite so closely as usual just now, you will excuse it when you hear how it is." "Lord, miss, The wonder is that he has come at all, so ill as he has been himself." "I don't mean that. You will soon see him very well now. He is going to be married, Ritson." "What, is he? Well, to my cousin, Miss Ibbotson. He will be more at our house, you know, than anywhere else." And with a wink which was a very good miniature of her mother's, Sophia passed on, leaving Ritson to bless Mr Hope and the pretty young lady. She cast a glance into the butcher's shop as she arrived opposite to it, and her heart leapt up when she saw Mrs James, the lawyer's wife, watching the weighing of a loin of veal. "You will excuse my interrupting you, Mrs James," said she from the threshold of the shop, "but we are anxious to know whether Mr James thinks Mrs Enderby really altered of late. We saw him go in last week, and we heard it was to make up an alteration of her will." "I often wonder how things get abroad," said Mrs James. "My husband makes such a particular point of never speaking of such affairs; and I am sure no one ever hears them from me. I believe Mrs Enderby told mamma about the will herself." "Well, that is as she pleases, of course," said Mrs James, smiling. "What is the weight with the kidney, Mr Jones?" "We should like so to know," resumed Sophia, "whether Mr James considers Mrs Enderby much altered of late." "I should think you would be better able to judge than he, Miss Grey. I believe you see her 10 times to his once." "That is the very reason. We see her so often, that a gradual change would be less likely to strike us. Mr Hope will give you satisfaction. He must be a better judge than any of us." "Oh, yes; but we cannot expect him to have eyes for any person but one, at present, you know." "Oh, so he is going to marry Deborah Giles, after all?" "Deborah Giles!" "Yes; was he not said to be engaged to her some time ago?" "Deborah Giles, the boatman's daughter! I declare I never heard such a place as this for gossip. Why, Deborah Giles can barely read and write, and she is beneath Mr Hope in every way. I do not believe he ever spoke to her in his life." "Oh, well, I do not pretend to know. I heard something about it. 11 and 3d. Can you change a sovereign, Mr Jones? And pray send home the chops immediately." "It is my cousin, Miss Ibbotson, that Mr Hope is engaged to," said Sophia, unable to refrain from disclosures which she yet saw were not cared for. "The beautiful Miss Ibbotson, you know." "Indeed, I am sure somebody said it was Deborah Giles. Then you think, Mr Jones, we may depend upon you for game when the season begins?" Mr Jones seemed more interested in the news than his customer. He wished Mr Hope all good luck with his pretty lady. Sophia thought herself fortunate when she saw Mr Enderby turn out of the toy shop with his youngest nephew, a round faced boy, still in petticoats, perched upon his shoulder. Mr Enderby bowed, but did not seem to heed her call. He jumped through the turnstile, and proceeded to canter along the church lane amidst the glee of the child so rapidly, that Sophia was obliged to give up the hope of being the first to tell him the news. It was very provoking. She would have liked to see how he would look. She was sure of a delighted listener in Mrs Howell, to whom no communication ever came amiss; but there was a condition to Mrs Howell's listening, that she should be allowed to tell her own news first. When she found that Sophia wanted to match some worsteds, she and her shopwoman exchanged sympathetic glances, Mrs Howell sighing, with her head on the right side, and Miss Miskin groaning with her head on the left side. "Are you ill, Mrs Howell?" asked Sophia. "It shook me a little, I confess, ma'am, hearing that you wanted worsteds. We have no relief, ma'am, from ladies wanting worsteds." "No relief, day or night," added Miss Miskin. "Day or night! Surely you do not sell worsteds in the night time?" said Sophia. "Not sell them, ma'am, only match them. The matching them is the trial, I assure you. If you could only hear my agent, ma'am, things he has to tell about people in my situation, how they are going mad all over the country, with incessantly matching of worsteds, now that the kind of work is all the fashion; and nothing more likely, ma'am, for there is no getting one's natural rest. I am for ever matching worsteds in my dreams, and when I wake I seem to have had no rest; and, as you see, directly after breakfast ladies come for worsteds." "And Miss Anderson's messenger left a whole bundle of skeins to be matched for her young ladies, as early as 8 this morning," declared Miss Miskin; "and so we go on." "It will not be for long, I dare say, Mrs Howell. It is a fashionable kind of work that we may soon grow tired of." "Dear me, ma'am, think how long former generations went on with it. Think of our grandmothers' work, ma'am, and how we are treading in their steps. We have the beautifullest patterns now, I assure you. Miss Miskin will confirm that we sold one, last week, the very day we had it, the interior of Abbotsford, with Sir Walter, and the furniture, and the dogs, just like life, I assure you." "That was beautiful," said Miss Miskin, "but not to compare oh dear no, not to compare, Miss Grey, with one that we were just allowed the sight of. Not a mere pattern, but a finished specimen; and I never saw anything so pathetic. I declare I was quite affected, and so was Miss Miskin. It was `By the Rivers of Babylon,' most sweetly done. There were harps in the cross stitch, ma'am, and the willows in all tent stitch. I never saw anything so touching." "I don't think mamma will trouble you for many more worsteds for some time to come, Mrs Howell. When there is going to be a wedding in the family, there is not much time for fancy work, you know." "Dear me, a wedding!" smiled Mrs Howell. "A wedding! Only think," simpered Miss Miskin. "Yes, Mr Hope and my cousin Hester are going to be married. I am sure they will have your best wishes, Mrs Howell?" "That they will, ma'am, as I shall make a point of telling Mr Hope. But, Miss Grey, I should think it probable that your mamma may think of working a drawing room screen, or perhaps a set of rugs for the young folks; and I assure you she will see no such patterns anywhere as my agent sends down to me, as I have no doubt you will tell her. And pray, ma'am, where are Mr Hope and his lady to live? I hope they have pleased their fancy with a house?" "That point is not settled yet. It is a thing which requires some consideration, you know." "Oh dear, ma'am, to be sure it does. But I did not mean to be impertinent in asking, I am sure. Only you mentioned making wedding clothes, Miss Grey." "I did not mean that we have exactly set about all that yet. I was only looking forward to it." "And very right too, ma'am. My poor dear Howell used to say so to me every time he found so much difficulty in inducing me to listen to future projects about the happy day, you know, ma'am. He was always looking forward upon principle, dear soul, as you say, ma'am. That in the very brown, ma'am, no doubt of it. Only 2 skeins, ma'am?" Here ended Sophia's pleasures in this kind. She could not summon courage to face Mrs Plumstead without knowing what was the mood of the day, and the half door of the little stationery shop was closed, and no face was visible within. All her father's household, and all whom she had told, were as busy as herself, so that by the time she walked down the street again, nobody remained to be informed. She could only go home, put off her bonnet, and sit with her mother, watching who would call, and planning the external arrangements which constitute the whole interest of a wedding to narrow minds and apathetic hearts. No one in Deerbrook enjoyed the news more than Mr Enderby. When he evaded Sophia in the street, he little knew what pleasure she had it in her power to afford him. It was only deferred for a few minutes, however, for on his returning his little nephew to mamma's side, he found his mother and sister talking the matter over. Mrs Grey's visit to Mrs Enderby had been unusually short, as she could not, on so busy a day, spare much time to one person. The moment she was gone, the old lady rang for her calash and shawl, and prepared to cross the way, telling the news meanwhile to her maid Phoebe. It was a disappointment to find Mrs Rowland already informed, but then came Philip, ignorant and unconscious as could be desired. The extreme graciousness of his sister guided him in his guess when he was desired to say who was going to be married; but there was a trembling heart beneath his light speech. It was more difficult to disguise his joy when he heard the truth. He carried it off by romping with the child, who owed several rides from corner to corner of the room to the fact that Mr Hope was going to be married to Hester. "I am delighted to see Philip take it in this way," observed Mrs Rowland. "I was just thinking the same thing," cried Mrs Enderby; "but I believe I should not have said so if you had not. I was afraid it might be a sad disappointment to poor Philip, and this prevented my saying quite so much as I should have done to Mrs Grey. Now I find it is all right, I shall just call in and express myself more warmly on my way home." "I beg Philip's pardon, I'm sure," said Mrs Rowland, "for supposing for a moment that he would think of marrying into the Grey connection. I did him great injustice, I own." "By no means," said Philip. "Because I did not happen to wish to marry Miss Ibbotson, it does not follow that I should have been wrong if I had. It was feeling this, and with a sense of justice to her and myself, which made me refuse to answer your questions, some weeks ago, or to make any promises." "Well, well, let us keep clear of Mrs Grey's connections, and then you may talk of them as you please," said the sister in the complaisance of the hour. Philip remembered his pledge to himself to uphold Mrs Grey as long as he lived, if she should prove right about Mr Hope and Hester. He began immediately to discharge his obligations to her, avowing that he did not see why her connection was not as good as his own; that Mrs Grey had many excellent points; that she was a woman of a good deal of sagacity; that she had shown herself capable of strong family attachments; that she had been gracious and kind to himself of late in a degree which he had felt he had not deserved; and that he considered that all his family were obliged to her for her neighbourly attentions to his mother. Mrs Enderby seized the occasion of her son's support to say some kind things of the Greys. It gave her a frequent pain to hear them spoken of after Mrs Rowland's usual fashion; but when she was alone with her daughter she dared not object. Under cover of Mr Rowland's presence occasionally, and to day of Philip's, she ventured to say that she thought the Greys a very fine family, and kind neighbours to her. "And much looked up to in Deerbrook," added Philip. "And a great blessing to their poor neighbours," said his mother. "Dr Levitt respects them for their conscientious dissent," observed Philip. "And Mr Hope, who knows them best, says they are a very united family among themselves," declared Mrs Enderby. Mrs Rowland looked from one to the other as each spoke, and asked whether they were both out of their senses. "By no means," said Philip. "I never was more in earnest in my life." "I have always thought just what I now say," protested Mrs Enderby. "Yes, my dear ma'am," said the daughter, scornfully. "We are all aware of your ways of thinking on some points of my mother's love of justice and neighbourly temper," said Philip, giving his little nephew a glorious somersault from his shoulder. "I believe, if we could find my mother's match, the two would be an excellent pair to put into Eddystone Lighthouse. They would chat away for a twelvemonth together without ever quarrelling." "Philip, do let that poor boy alone," said mamma. "You are shaking him to pieces." "We have both had enough for the present, eh, Ned? Mother, I am at your service, if you are going to call at the Greys." Mrs Enderby rose with great alacrity. "Come to me, my pet," cried mamma. "Poor Ned shall rest his head in mamma's lap. There, there, my pet." Mamma's pet was not the most agreeable companion to her when they were left alone. He was crying lustily after Uncle Philip, for all mamma could say about Uncle Philip always tiring him to death. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 14. Preparing for Home. The affair proceeded rapidly, as such affairs should do where there is no reason for delay. There was no more talk of Birmingham. The journey which was to have been taken in a few days was not spoken of again. The external arrangements advanced well, so many as there were anxious about this part of the matter, and accomplished in habits of business. Mr Rowland was happy to let the corner house to Mr Hope, not even taking advantage, as his lady advised, of its being peculiarly fit for a surgeon's residence, from its having a door round the corner, made to be a surgery door, to raise the rent. Mr Rowland behaved handsomely about everything: rent, alterations, painting and papering, and laying out the garden anew. Mr Grey bestirred himself to get the affairs at Birmingham settled, and he was soon enabled to inform Mr Hope that Hester's fortune was ascertained, and that it was smaller than could have been wished. He believed his cousins would have £70 a year each, and no more. It was some compensation for the mortifying nature of this announcement, that Mr Hope evidently did not care at all about the matter. He was not an ambitious nor yet a luxurious man. His practice supplied an income sufficient for the ease of young married people, and it was on the increase. No one seemed to doubt for a moment that Margaret would live with her sister. There was no other home for her. She and Hester had never been parted. There seemed no reason for their parting now, and every inducement for their remaining together. Margaret did not dream of objecting to this. She only made it a condition that £50 of her yearly income should go into the family stock, thus saving her from obligation to any one for her maintenance. Living was so cheap in Deerbrook, that Margaret was assured that she would render herself quite independent by paying £50 a year for her share of the household expenses, and reserving 20 for her personal wants. Both the sisters were surprised to find how much pleasure they took in the preparations for this marriage. They could not have believed it, and but that they were too happy to feel any kind of contempt, they would have despised themselves for it. But such contempt would have been misplaced. All things are according to the ideas and feelings with which they are connected; and if, as old George Herbert says, dusting a room is an act of religious grace when it is done from a feeling of religious duty, furnishing a house is a process of high enjoyment when it is the preparation of a home for happy love. The dwelling is hung all round with bright anticipations, and crowded with blissful thoughts, spoken by none, perhaps, but present to all. On this table, and by this snug fireside, will the cheerful winter breakfast go forward, when each is about to enter on the gladsome business of the day; and the sofa will be drawn out, and those window curtains will be closed, when the intellectual pleasures of the evening, the rewards of the laborious day, begin. Those ground windows will stand open all the summer noon, and the flower stands will be gay and fragrant, and the shaded parlour will be the cool retreat of the wearied husband, when he comes in to rest from his professional toils. There will stand the books destined to refresh and refine his higher tastes, and there the music with which the wife will indulge him. Here will they first feel what it is to have a home of their own, where they will first enjoy the privacy of it, the security, the freedom, the consequence in the eyes of others, the sacredness in their own. Here they will first exercise the graces of hospitality, and the responsibility of control. Here will they feel that they have attained the great resting place of their life, the resting place of their individual lot, but only the starting point of their activity. Such is the work of furnishing a house once in a lifetime. It may be a welcome task to the fine lady, decking her drawing room anew, to gratify her ambition or divert her ennui. It may be a satisfactory labour to the elderly couple, settling themselves afresh when their children are dispersed abroad, and it becomes necessary to discard the furniture that the boys have battered and spoiled. It may be a refined amusement to the selfish man of taste, wishing to prolong or recall the pleasures of foreign travel; but to none is it the conscious delight that it is to young lovers and their sympathizing friends, whether the scene be the 2 rooms of the hopeful young artisan, about to bring home his bride from service, or the palace of a nobleman, enriched with intellectual luxuries for the lady of his adoration, or the quiet abode of an unambitious professional man, whose aim is privacy and comfort. Margaret's delight in the process of preparation was the most intense of all that was felt, except perhaps by one person. Mrs Grey and Sophia enjoyed the bustle, and the consequence, and the exercise of their feminine talents, and the gossip of the village, and the spitefulness of Mrs Rowland's criticisms, when she had recovered from her delight at her brother's escape from Hester, and had leisure to be offended at Mr Hope's marrying into the Grey connection so decidedly. The children relished the mystery of buying their presents secretly and hiding them from their cousins till the day before the wedding. Sydney was proud to help Margaret in training the chrysanthemums, putting the garden into winter trim, and in planting round the walls of the surgery with large evergreens. Mr Grey came down almost every evening to suggest and approve; and Morris left her needle, now busy from morning till night in Hester's service, to admire, and to speak her wishes, when desired, about the preparations in her department. Morris, another maid, and a footboy, were the only servants, and Morris was to have everything as she liked best for her own region. But Margaret was as eager and interested as all the rest together. Her heart was light for her sister, and for the first time since she was capable of thought, she believed that Hester was going to be happy. Her own gain was almost too great for gratitude. A home, a brother, and relief from the responsibility of her sister's peace. As often as she thought of these blessings, she looked almost as bright as Hester herself. How was Mr Hope all this while? Well, and growing happier every day. He believed himself a perfectly happy man, and looked back with wonder to the struggle which it had cost him to accept his present lot. He was not only entirely recovered from his accident before the rich month of October came in, but truly thankful for it, as the means of bringing to his knowledge, sooner at least, the devoted affection which he had inspired. It cannot but be animating, flattering, delightful to a man of strong domestic tendencies, to know himself the object of the exclusive attachment of a strong-minded and noble-hearted woman; and when, in addition to this, her society affords the delight of mental accomplishment and personal beauty, such as Hester's, he must be a churl indeed if he does not greatly enjoy the present, and indulge in sweet anticipations for the future. Hope also brought the whole power of his will to bear upon his circumstances. He dwelt upon all the happiest features of his lot, and in his admiration of Hester thought as little as he could of Margaret. He had the daily delight of seeing how he constituted the new born happiness of her whose life was to be devoted to him. He heard of nothing but rejoicings and blessings, and fully believed himself the happy man that every one declared him. He dwelt on the prospect of a home full of domestic attachment, of rational pursuit, of intellectual resource, and looked forward to a life of religious usefulness, of vigorous devotedness to others, of which he trusted that his first act of self-sacrifice and its consequences were the earnest and the pledge. He had never for a moment repented what he had done; and now, when he hastily recurred to the struggle it had cost him, it was chiefly to moralize on the short-sightedness of men in their wishes, and to be grateful for his own present satisfaction. A few cold misgivings had troubled him, and continued to trouble him, if Hester at any time looked at all less bright and serene than usual; but he concluded that these were merely the cloud shadows which necessarily chequer all the sunshine of this world. He told himself that when two human beings become closely dependent on each other, their peace must hang upon the variations in one another's moods, and that moods must vary in all mortals. He persuaded himself that this was a necessary consequence of the relation, and to be received as a slight set off against the unfathomable blessings of sympathy. He concluded that he had deceived himself about his feelings for Margaret. He must have been mistaken, for he could now receive from her the opening confidence of a sister. He could cordially agree to the arrangement of her living with them. He could co-operate with her in the preparation for the coming time, without any emotion which was inconsistent with his duty to Hester. With unconscious prudence, he merely said this to himself, and let it pass, reverting to his beautiful, his happy, his own Hester, and the future years over which her image spread its sunshine. The one person who relished the task of preparation more than Margaret herself was Hope. Every advance in the work seemed to bring him nearer to the source of the happiness he felt. Every day of which they marked the lapse appeared to open wider the portals of that home which he was now more than ever habituated to view as the sanctuary of duty, of holiness, and of peace. All remarked on Mr Hope's altered looks, the shyness and coldness with which he had seemed to receive the first congratulations on his engagement, and which excited wonder in many, and uneasiness in a few, had now given place to a gaiety only subdued by a more tender happiness. Even Mrs Grey need no longer watch his countenance and manner, and weigh his words with anxiety, and try to forget that there was a secret between them. One ground of Mr Hope's confidence was Hester's candour. She had truly told her sister she felt it was no time for pride when he offered himself to her. Her pride was strong, but there was something in her as much stronger in force than her pride as it was higher in its nature, and she had owned her love with a frankness which had commanded his esteem as much as it engaged his generosity. She had made a no less open avowal of her faults to him. She had acknowledged the imperfections of her temper, the sorest of her troubles, both at the outset of their engagement, and often since. At first, the confession was made in an undoubting confidence that she should be reasonable and amiable and serene henceforth for ever, while she had him by her side. Subsequent experience had moderated this confidence into a hope that, by his example, and under his guidance, she should be enabled to surmount her failings. He shared this hope with her, pledged himself to her and to himself to forbear as he would be forborne, to aid her and to honour her efforts, and he frequently declared, for his own satisfaction and hers, that all must be safe between them while such generous candour was the foundation of their intercourse. A generosity and candour in whose noble presence superficial failings of temper were as nothing. He admitted that her temper was not perfect, and he must ever remember his own foreknowledge of this; but he must also bear in mind whence this foreknowledge was derived, and pay everlasting honour to the greatness of soul to which he owed it. An early day in December was fixed for the marriage, and no cause of delay occurred. There happened to be no patients so dangerously ill as to prevent Mr Hope's absence for his brief wedding trip. The work people were as nearly punctual as could be expected, and the house was all but ready. The wedding was really to take place, therefore, though Mrs Rowland gave out that in her opinion the engagement had been a surprisingly short one, that she hoped the young people knew what they were about, while all their friends were in such a hurry, that it was a wretched time of the year for a wedding, and that, in her opinion, it would have been much pleasanter to wait for fine spring weather. As it happened, the weather was finer than it had been almost any day of the preceding spring. The day before the wedding was sunny and mild as an October morning, and the fires seemed to be blazing more for show than use. When Mr Hope dropped in at the Greys at 2 o'clock, he found the family dining. It was a fancy of Mrs Grey's to dine early on what she considered busy days. An early dinner was, with her, a specific for the despatch of business. On this day the arrangement was rather absurd, for the great evil of the time was that everything was done, except what could not be transacted till the evening, and the hours were actually hanging heavy on the hands of some members of the family. Morris had packed Hester's clothes for her little journey, and put out of sight all the mourning of both sisters, except what they actually had on. Sophia's dress for the next morning was laid out, in readiness to be put on, and the preparations for the breakfast were as complete as they could be 20 hours beforehand. It only remained to take a final view of the house in the evening, when the children's presents were to be discovered, and to cut the wedding cake. In the interval there was nothing to be done. Conversation flagged, every one was dull, and it was a relief to the rest when Mr Hope proposed to Hester to take a walk. Mrs Rowland would have laughed at the idea of a walk on a December afternoon, if she had happened to know of the circumstance; but others than lovers might have considered it pleasant. The sun was still an hour from its setting, and high in the pale heaven was the large moon, ready to shine upon the fields and woods, and shed a milder day. No frost had yet bound up the earth: it had only striped the trees with a touch as gentle as that of the fruit gatherer. No wintry gusts had yet swept through the woods, and all there was this day as still as in the autumn noon, when the nut is heard to drop upon the fallen leaves, and the light squirrel is startled at a rustle along its own path. As a matter of course, the lovers took their way to the spring in Vernon Woods, the spot which had witnessed more of their confidence than any other. In the alcove above it they had taken shelter from their summer storm and the autumn shower. They had sat on its brink for many an hour, when the pure depths of its rocky basin seemed like coolness itself in the midst of heat, and when falling leaves fluttered down the wind, and dimpled the surface of the water. They now paused once more under shelter of the rock which overhung one side of the basin, and listened to the trickle of the stream. If, aside the devil turned for envy, in the presence of the pair in paradise, it might be thought that he would take flight from this scene also, from the view of this resting of the lovers on their marriage eve, when the last sun of their separate lives was sinking, and the separate business of their existence was finished, and their paths had met before the gate of their paradise, and they were only waiting for the portal to open to them. But there was that on Hester's brow which would have made the devil look closer. She was discomposed, and her replies to what was said were brief, and not much to the purpose. After a few moments' silence, Mr Hope said gaily, "There is something on our minds, Hester. Come, what is it?" "Do not say `our minds.' You know you never have anything on yours. I believe it is against your nature, and I know it is against your principles. Do not say `our minds.'" "I say it because it is true. I never see you look grave but my heart is as heavy. But never mind that. What is the matter, love?" "Nothing," sighed Hester. "Nothing that any one can help. People may say what they will, Edward, but there can be no escape from living alone in this world, after all." "What do you mean?" "I mean what no one, not even you, can gainsay. I mean that the heart knoweth its own bitterness, that we have disappointments and anxieties and remorse and many, many kinds of trouble that we can never tell to any human being, that none have any concern with, that we should never dare to tell. We must be alone in the world, after all." "Where is your faith while you feel so?" asked Edward, smiling. "Do you really think that confidence proceeds only while people believe each other perfect, while they have no anxieties and disappointments and remorse? Do you not feel that our faults, or rather our failures, bind us together?" "Our faults bind us together!" exclaimed Hester. "Oh, how happy I should be I could think that!" "We cannot but think it. We shall find it so, love, every day. When our faith fails, when we are discouraged, instead of fighting the battle with our faithlessness alone, we shall come to one another for courage, for stimulus, for help to see the bright, the true side of everything." "That supposes that we can do so," said Hester, sadly. "But I cannot. I have all my life intended to repose entire confidence, and I have never done it yet. Yes, you have in me. You cannot help it. You think that you cannot, only because you mean more by reposing confidence than others do. Your spirit is too noble, too ingenuous, too humble for concealment. You cannot help yourself, Hester. You have fully confided in me, and you will go on to do so." Hester shook her head mournfully. "I have done it hitherto with you, and with you only," said she. "And the reason has been you know the reason the same which made me own all to you that first evening in the shrubbery. Ah! I see you think that this is a lasting security, that, as you will never change, I never shall. But you do not understand me wholly yet. There is something that you do not know, that I cannot make you believe; but you will find it true when it is too late. No good influence is permanent with me. Many, all have been tried, and the evil that is in me gets the better of them all at last." She snatched her hand from her lover's, and covered her face to hide her tears. "I shall not contradict you, Hester," said he tenderly, "because you will only abase yourself the more in your own eyes. But tell me again, where is your faith, while you let spectres from the past glide over into the future to terrify you? I say you, and not us, because I am not terrified. I fear nothing. I trust you, and I trust him who brought us together, and moved you to lay open your honest heart to me. My sick heart, Edward, it is sick with fear. I thought I had got over it. I thought you had cured it, and that now, on this day of all days, I should have been full of your spirit, of the spirit which made me so happy a few weeks ago, that I was sure I should never fall back again. But I am disappointed in myself, Edward, wholly disappointed in myself. I have often been so before, but this time it is fatal. I shall never make you happy, Edward." "Neither God nor man requires it of you, Hester. Dismiss it." "Oh, hear me!" cried Hester, in great agitation. "I vowed to devote myself to my father's happiness when my mother died. I promised to place the most absolute confidence in him. I failed. I fancied miserable things. I fancied he loved Margaret better, and that I was not necessary to him; and I was too proud, too selfish to tell him so; and when he was dying, and commended Margaret and me to each other, oh, so solemnly, I am sure it was in compassion to me, and I shrank from it, even at that moment. When we came here, and Margaret and I felt ourselves alone among strangers, we promised the same confidence I vowed to my father. The next thing was, perhaps you saw it, I grew jealous of Margaret's having another friend, though Maria was as ready to be my friend as hers, if I had only been worthy of it. Up to this hour, at this very moment, I believe I am jealous of Maria. And with Margaret before my eyes, Margaret who loves me as her own soul, and yet has never felt one moment's jealousy of you, I am certain, if her heart was known. We will rejoice, then, in Margaret's peace of mind, the reward of her faith." "Oh, so I do! I bless God that she is rewarded, better than by me. But you see how it is. You see how I poison every one's life. I never made anybody happy. I never shall make any one happy." "Let us put the thought of making happiness out of our minds altogether," said Hope. "I am persuaded that half the misery in the world comes of straining after happiness." "After our own," said Hester. "I could give up my own; but yours, I cannot put yours out of my thoughts." "Yes, you can, and you will when you give your faith fair play. Why cannot you trust God with my happiness as well as your own? And why cannot you trust me to do without happiness, if it be necessary, as well as yourself?" "I know," said Hester, "that you are willing to forego all for me as I am for you; but I cannot. I dare not consent to the risk. Oh, Edward, if ever you wished to give me ease, do what I ask now. Give me up. I shall make you wretched. Give me up, Edward." Hope's spirit was for one instant wrapped in storm. He recoiled from the future, and at the moment of recoil came this offer of release. One moment's thought of freedom, one moment's thought of Margaret convulsed his soul, but before he could speak, the tempest had passed away. Hester's face, frightfully agitated, was upraised. His countenance seemed heavenly to her when he smiled upon her and replied, "I will not. You are mine; and, as I said before, all our failures, all our heart sickness, must bind us the more to each other. Then you must sustain me, you must cure me, you must do what no one has ever yet been able to do. But above all, Edward, you must never, happen what may, cast me off." "That is, as you say, what no one has ever been able to do," said he, smiling. "Your father's tenderness was greatest at the last; and Margaret loves you, you know, as her own soul. Let us avoid promises, but let us rest upon these truths. And now," continued he, as he drew nearer to her, and made his shoulder a resting place for her throbbing head, "I have heard your thoughts for the future. Will you hear mine?" Hester made an effort to still her weeping. "I said just now that I believe half the misery in our lives is owing to straining after happiness; and I think, too, that much of our sin is owing to our disturbing ourselves too much about our duty. Instead of yielding a glad obedience from hour to hour, it is the weakness of many of us to stretch far forward into the future, which is beyond our present reach, and torment ourselves with apprehensions of sin, which we should be ashamed of if they related to pain and danger." "Oh, if you could prove to me that such is my weakness!" cried Hester. "I believe that it is yours, and I know that it is my own, my Hester. We must watch over one another. Tell me, is it not faithless to let our hearts be troubled about any possible evil which we cannot at the moment of the trouble prevent? Are we not sacrificing what is, at the time, of the most importance, our repose of mind, the holiness, the religion of the hour?" "I know I have defiled the holiness of this hour," said Hester, humbly; "but, as my thoughts were troubled, was it not better to speak them? I could not but speak them." "You cannot but do and speak what is most honourable and true and generous, Hester; and that is the very reason why I would fain have you trust for the future as well as the present, to the impulse of the hour. Surely, love, the probation of the hour is enough for the strength of every one of us." "Far, far too much for me. At times too much for all." "Well, then, what have we to do? To rest the care of each other's happiness upon Him whose care it is; to be ready to do without it, as we would hold ourselves ready to do without this, or that, or the other comfort, or supposed means of happiness. Depend upon it, this happiness is too subtle and too divine a thing for our management. We have nothing to do with it, but to enjoy it when it comes. Men say of it, `Lo, it is here! Lo, there!' but never has man laid hold of it with a voluntary grasp." "But we can banish it," said Hester. "Alas, yes! And what else do we do at the very moment when we afflict ourselves about the future? Surely our business is to keep our hearts open for it, holy and at peace, from moment to moment, from day to day. And yet, is it not our privilege, said at least to be so, to look before and after? I am not sure, however, that I always think this is a privilege. I long sometimes to be any bird in the air, that I might live for the present moment alone." "And yet, is it not our privilege, said at least to be so, to look before and after? I am not sure, however, that I always think this is a privilege. I long sometimes to be any bird of the air, that I might live for the present moment alone. Let us be so far birds of the air, free as they, neither toiling nor spinning out anxious thoughts for the future. But why, with all this, should we not use our human privilege of looking before and after, to enrich and sanctify the present? Should we enjoy the wheat fields in June as we do, if we knew nothing of any seed time, and had never heard of harvest? And how should you and I feel at this moment, sitting here, if we had no recollection of walks in shrubberies, and no prospect of a home and a lifetime to spend in it, to make this moment sacred? Look at those redbreasts. Shall we change lots with them? No, no. Let us look forward. But how? We cannot persuade ourselves that we are better than we are, for the sake of making the future bright. True, and therefore it must be God's future, and not our own, that we must look forward to. That is for confessors and martyrs, said Hester. They can look peacefully before and after, when there is a bright life and a world of hopes lying behind, and nothing around and before them but ignominy and poverty, or prison, or torture, or death. They can do this, but not such as I. God's future is enough for them, the triumph of truth and holiness, but and I believe it would be enough for you in their situation, Hester. I believe you could be a martyr for opinion. Why cannot you and I brave the suffering of our own faults, as we would meet sickness or bereavement from heaven, and torture and death from men? Is this the prospect in view of which you marry me? It is the prospect in view of which all of us are ever living, since we are all faulty, and must all suffer. But marriage justifies a holier and happier anticipation. The faults of human beings are temporary features of their prospect. Their virtues are the firm ground under their feet, and the bright arch over their heads. Is not it so? If so, how selfish, how ungrateful have I been in making myself and you so miserable! But I do so fear myself. Let us fear nothing, but give all our care to the day and the hour. I am confident that this is the true obedience and the true wisdom. If the temper of the hour is right, nothing is wrong. And I am sure, if the temper of the hour is wrong, nothing is right. If one could always remember this, if we could always remember this, we should perhaps find ourselves a little above the angels, instead of being, like the serene, the Fenelons of our race, a little below them. We shall not always remember it, love, but we must remind each other as faithfully as may be. You must bring me here when I forget, said Hester. This spring will always murmur the truth to me. If the temper of the hour is right, nothing is wrong. How wrong has my temper been within this hour! Let it pass, my Hester. We are all faithless at times, and without the excuse of meek and anxious love. Is it possible that the moon casts that shadow? The dark, dark hour is gone, said Hester, smiling as she looked up, and the moon shone on her face. Nothing is wrong. Who would have believed an hour ago that I should now say so? When you would have given me up, said Hope, smiling. Oh, let us forget it all. Let us go somewhere else. Who will say this is winter? Is it October, or the first mild day of March? It might be either. There is not a breath to chill us, and these leaves, what a soft autumn carpet they make! They have no wintry crispness yet. There is not a breath to chill us, and these leaves, what a soft autumn carpet they make! They have no wintry crispness yet. There was one inexhaustible subject to which they now recurred: Mr Hope's family. He told over again what Hester was never weary of hearing, how his sisters would cherish her, whenever circumstances should allow them to meet, how Emily and she would suit best, but how Anne would look up to her. As for Frank, but this representation of what Frank would say and think and do was somewhat checked and impaired by the recollection that Frank was just about this time receiving the letter in which Margaret's superiority to Hester was pretty plainly set forth. The answer to that letter would arrive, some time or other, and the anticipated awkwardness of that circumstance caused some unpleasant feelings at this moment, as it had often done before during the last few weeks. Nothing could be easier than to set the matter right with Frank, as was already done with Emily and Anne. The first letter might occasion some difficulty. Frank was passed over lightly, and the foreground of the picture of family welcome was occupied by Emily and Anne. It was almost an hour from their leaving the Spring before the lovers reached home. They were neither cold nor tired. They were neither merry nor sad. The traces of tears were on Hester's face, but even Margaret was satisfied when she saw her leaning on Edward's arm, receiving the presents of the children where alone the children would present them, in the new house. There was no fancy about the arrangements, no ceremony about the cake and the ring, to which Hester did not submit with perfect grace. Notwithstanding the traces of her tears, she had never looked so beautiful. The same opinion was repeated the next morning by all the many who saw her in church, or who caught a glimpse of her in her way to and from it. No wedding was ever kept a secret in Deerbrook, and Mr Hope's was the one in which concealment was least of all possible. The church was half full, and the path to the church door was lined with gazers. Those who were obliged to remain at home looked abroad from their doors, so that all were gratified more or less. Everyone on Mr Grey's premises had a holiday, including Miss Young, though Mrs Rowland did not see why her children should lose a day's instruction, because a distant cousin of Mr Grey's was married. The marriage was made far too much a fuss of for her taste, and she vowed that whenever she parted with her own Matilda, there should be a much greater refinement in the mode. Everyone else appeared satisfied. The sun shone, bells rang, and the servants drank the health of the bride and the bridegroom. Margaret succeeded in swallowing her tears, and was, in her inmost soul, thankful for Hester and herself. The letters to Mr Hope's sisters and brother, left open for the signatures of Edward and Hester Hope, were closed and despatched, and the news was communicated to 2 or 3 of the Ibbotsons' nearest friends at Birmingham. Mr and Mrs Grey agreed, at the end of the day, that a wedding was, to be sure, a most fatiguing affair for quiet people like themselves, but that nothing could have gone off better. Chapter 14.
Part 1 of 2 of Chapter 15, Part 1 of 2. Maria and Margaret. This recording is in the public domain. Please visit LibriVox.org for more information. Chapter 15 of Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Mr Hope's professional duties would not permit him to be long absent, even on such an occasion as his wedding journey. The young couple went only to Oxford, and were to return in a week. Margaret thought that this week never would be over. It was not only that she longed for rest in a home once more, and was eager to repose upon her new privilege of having a brother. She was also anxious about Hester, anxious to be convinced, by the observation of the eye and the hearing of the ear, that her sister was enjoying that peace of spirit which reason seemed to declare must be hers. It would be difficult to determine how much Margaret's attachment to her sister was deepened and strengthened by the incessant solicitude she had felt for her, ever since this attachment had grown out of the companionship of their childhood. She could scarcely remember the time when she had not been in a state of either hope or fear for Hester. Hope that in some new circumstances she would be happy at last, or dread lest these new circumstances should fail, as all preceding influences had failed, if Hester had been less candid and less generous than she was. Her sister's affection might have been given way under the repeated trials and disappointments it had to sustain, and there were times when Margaret's patience had given way, and she had for a brief while wished, and almost resolved that she could and would regard with indifference the state of mind of one who was not reasonable, and who seemed incapable of being contented. But such resolutions of indifference dissolved before her sister's next manifestations of generosity, or appeals to the forgiveness of those about her. Margaret always ended by supposing herself the cause of the evil, that she had been inconsiderate, that she could not allow sufficiently for a sensitiveness greater than her own, and above all, that she was not fully worthy of such affection as Hester's, not sufficient for such a mind and heart. She had looked forward with ardent expectation when she was happiest, and with sickly dread when she was depressed, to the event of Hester's marriage, as that which must decide whether she could be happy, or whether her life was to be throughout the scene of conflict that its opening years had been. Hester's connexion was all that she could have desired, and far beyond her utmost hopes. This brother-in-law was one of 1,000, one whom she was ready to consider a good angel sent to shed peace over her sister's life, and during the months of her engagement she had kept anxiety at bay, and resigned herself to the delights of gratitude, and of sweet anticipations, and to the satisfaction of feeling that her own responsibilities might be considered at an end. She had delivered Hester's happiness over into the charge of one who would cherish it better and more successfully than she had done, and she could not but feel the relief of the freedom she had gained. But neither could she repress her anxiety to know, at the outset, whether all was indeed as well as she had till now undoubtedly supposed that it would be. Margaret's attachment to her sister would have been in greater danger of being worn out but for the existence of a closer sympathy between them than any one but themselves, and perhaps Morris was aware of. Margaret had a strong suspicion that in Hester's place her temper could have been exactly what Hester's was in its least happy characteristics. She had tendencies to jealousy, and if not to morbid self-study, and to dissatisfaction with present circumstances, she was indebted for this. She knew to her being occupied with her sister, and yet more to the perpetual warning held up before her eyes. This conviction generated no sense of superiority in Margaret, interfered with no degree with the reverence she entertained for Hester, a reverence rather enhanced than impaired by the tender compassion with which she regarded her mental conflicts and sufferings. Every moment of irritability in herself, and she was consciousness of many, alarmed and humbled her, but at the same time enabled her better to make allowance for her sister, and every harsh word and unreasonable mood of Hester's, by restoring her to her self-command and stimulating her magnanimity, made her sensible that she owed much of her power over herself to that circumstance which kept the necessity of it perpetually before her mind, for the same reason that men hate those whom they have injured. Margaret loved with unusual fervour the sister with whom she had to forbear, for the same reason that the children, even the affectionate children, of tyrannical or lax parents, love liberty and conscientiousness above all else. Margaret was in practice gentle, long-suffering, and forgetful of self, for the same reason that the afflicted are looked upon by the pure-minded as sacred. Margaret regarded her sister with a reverence which preserved her patience from being spent, and her attachment from wasting away. The first letter from her brother and sister had been opened in great internal agitation. All was well, however. It was certain that all was well, for while Hester said not one word about being happy, she was full of thought for others. She knew that Margaret meant to take possession of the corner house, to go home, a few days before the arrival of the travellers, in order to make all comfortable for them. Hester begged that she would take care to be well amused during these few days. Perhaps she might induce Maria Young to waive the ceremony of being first invited by the real housekeepers, and to spend as much time as she could with her friend. "Give my kind regards to Maria," said the letter, "and tell her I like to fancy you two passing a long evening by that fireside, where we all hope we shall often have the pleasure of seeing her." 6 months ago Hester would not have spoken so freely and so kindly of Maria. She would not have so sanctioned Margaret's intimacy with her. All was right, and Margaret was happy. Maria came, and, thanks to the holiday spirit of a wedding week, for a long day, delicious are the pleasures of those whose appetite for them is whetted by abstinence. Charming, wholly charming was this day to Maria, spent in quiet, free from the children, free from the observation of other guests, passed in all external luxury, and in sister-like confidence with the friend to whom she had owed some of the best pleasures of the last year. Margaret was no less happy in indulging her, and in opening much more of her heart to her than she could to any one else since Hester married, which now, at the end of 6 days, seemed a long time ago. Miss Young came early that she might see the house and everything in it before dark, and the days were now at their shortest. She did not mind the fatigue of mounting to the very top of the house. She must see the view from the window of Morris's attic. Yesterday's fall of snow had made the meadows one sheet of white, and the river looked back, and the woods somewhat frowning and dismal. But those who knew the place so well could imagine what all this must be in summer, and Morris was assured that her room was the pleasantest in the house. Morris curtsied and smiled, and did not say how cold and dreary a wide landscape appeared to her, and how much better she should have liked to look out upon the street, if only Mr Hope had happened to have been settled in Birmingham. She pointed out to Maria how good Miss Hester had been in thinking about the furnishing of this attic. She had taken the trouble to have the pictures of Morris's father and mother, which had always hung opposite her bed at Birmingham, bought Hitler and fixed up in the same place. The bed hangings had come too, so that, except for its being so much lighter, and the prospect from the window so different, it was almost like the same room she had slept in for 23 years before. When Maria looked at the pictures, silhouettes taken from shadows on the wall, with numerous little deformities and disproportions incident to that method of taking likenesses, she appreciated Hester's thoughtfulness, though she fully agreed in what Margaret said, that if Morris was willing to leave a place where she had lived so many years for the sake of remaining with Hester and her, it was the least they could do to make her feel as much at home as possible in her new abode. Margaret's own chamber was one of the prettiest rooms in the house, with its light green paper, its French bed and toilet at one end, and the bookcase, table and writing desk, footstool and armchair at the other. "I shall spend many hours alone here in the bright summer mornings," said Margaret. "Here I shall write my letters, and study and think, and nod over your books, perhaps," said Maria. These seemed comfortable arrangements for an old or infirm person, but I should be afraid they would send you to sleep. You have had little experience of being alone. Do you know the strong tendency that solitary people have to napping?" Margaret laughed. She had never slept in the daytime in her life, except in illness. She could not conceive of it in the case of a young person full of occupation, with 100 things to think about, and 20 books at a time that she wanted to read. She thought that regular daily solitude must be the most delightful, the most improving thing in the world. She had always envied the privilege of people who could command solitude, and now, for the first time in her life, she was going to enjoy it and try to profit by it. "You began yesterday, I think," said Maria. "How did you like it?" "It was no fair trial. I felt restless at having the house in my charge, and I was thinking of Hester perpetually, and then I did not know but that some of the Greys might come in at any moment, and besides, I was so busy considering whether I was making the most of the precious hours, that I really did next to nothing all day." "But you look sadly tired at night, Miss Margaret," said Morris. "I never saw you more fit for bed after any party or ball." Maria smiled. She knew something of the fatigues as well as the pleasures of solitude. Margaret smiled too, but she said it would be quite another thing when the family were settled, and when it should have become a habit to spend the morning hours alone, and to this Maria fully agreed. Morris thought that people's liking or not liking to be alone depended much on their having easy or irksome thoughts in their minds. Margaret answered gaily that in that case she was pretty sure of liking solitude. She was made grave by a sigh and a shake of the head from Morris. "Morris, what do you mean?" said Margaret, apprehensively. "Why do you sigh and shake your head? Why should not I have easy thoughts as often as I sit in that chair?" "We never know, Miss Margaret, my dear, how things will turn out. Do you remember Miss Stevenson, that married a gentleman her family all thought a great deal of, and she turned out a swindler and—" The girls burst out a laughing, and Maria assured Morris that she could never answer for no accident of that kind happening with regard to Mr Hope. Morris laughed too, and said she did not mean that, but only that she never saw anybody more confident of everything going right than Miss Stevenson and all her family, and within a month after the wedding they were in the deepest distress. That was what she meant. But there were many other ways of distressing happening. "There is death, my dears," she said. "Remember death, Miss Margaret." "Indeed, Morris, I do," said Margaret. "I never thought so much of death as I have done since Mr Hope's accident, when I believed death was coming to make us all miserable; and the more I have since recoiled from it, the oftener has the thought come back. That is all right, my dear, all very natural. It does not seem unnatural to undertake any great new thing in life, without reminding oneself of the end that must come to all our doings. However, I trust my master and mistress, and you have many a happy year to live." "I like those words, Morris. I like to hear you speak of your master and mistress. It has such a domestic sound. Does it not make one feel at home, Maria?" "Yes, Morris. There I shall sit, and feel so at ease, so at home once more. But there may be other—" Morris stopped, and changed her mood. She stepped into the closet, and opened the door, to show Miss Young the provision of shelves and pegs, and pointed out the part of the room where she had hoped there would be a sofa. She should have liked that Miss Margaret should have had a sofa to lie down on when she pleased. It seemed to her the only thing wanting. Margaret gaily declared that nothing was wanting. She had never seen a room more entirely to her taste, though she had inhabited some that were grander. By the time the little breakfast room had been dully visited, and it had been explained that the other small parlour must necessarily be kept for a waiting room for Mr Hope's patients, and the young ladies had returned to the drawing room, Maria was in full flow of sympathy with the housekeeping interests and ideas which occupied or rather amused her companion. Women do inevitably love housekeeping, unless educational or other impediments interfere with their natural tastes. Household management is to them the object of their talents, the subject of their interests, the vehicle of their hopes and fears, the medium through which their affections are manifested, and much of their benevolence gratified. If it be true, as has been said, that there is no good quality of a woman's heart and mind which is not necessary to perfect housekeeping, it follows that there is no power of the mind or affection of the heart which may not be gratified in the course of its discharge. As Margaret and her guest enjoyed their pheasant, their table drawn close to the sofa and the fire, that Maria might be saved the trouble of moving, their talk was of tradespeople, of shopping at Deerbrook and the market at Birmingham, of the kitchen and store room, and the winter and summer arrangements of the table. The footboy, whom Margaret was teaching to wait, often forgot his function, and stood still to listen, and at last left the room deeply impressed with the wisdom of his instructor and her guest. When the dinner and the wine were gone, they sang, they gossiped, they quizzed. The Greys were sacred, of course, but many an anecdote came out, told honestly and with good nature, of dear old Miss Enderby and her talent for being pleased, of Miss Rowland's transactions abroad and at home, all regulated by the principle of eclipsing the Greys, and of Mrs Hallowell's and Miss Miskin's fine sentiments and extraordinary pieces of news. Margaret produced some of her brother-in-law's outlines, which she had picked up, and preserved sketches of the children in the oldest attitudes of children, of Dr Levitt resting his book on the end of his nose, and he read in his study chair, of Mrs Plumstead, exasperated by the arrival of an illegible letter, of almost every oddity in the place. Then out came the pencils, and the girls supplied omissions. They sketched Mr Hope himself, listening to an old woman's theory of her own case. They sketched each other. Mr Enderby was almost the only person omitted altogether, in conversation and on paper. "Where can I have hidden my work bag?" asked Maria after tea. "You laid it beside you, and I put it away," said Margaret. "I wanted to see whether you could spend a whole afternoon without the feel of your thimble. You shall have it again now, for you never once asked for it between dinner and tea." "I forgot it. But now you must give it me. I must finish my collar, or I shall not duly honour your sister in my first call. We could talk as well as working as idle. Cannot I help you? Our affairs are all in such dreadfully perfect order, that I have not a stitch of work to do. I see a hole in your glove. Let me mend it. Do. And when you have done that, there is the other. 2 years hence, how you will wonder that there ever was a time when you had not a stitch of work in the house. Wedding clothes last about 2 years, and then they all wear out together. I wish you joy of the work you will have to do then. If nothing should come between you and it. What should come between us and it? Said Margaret, struck by the tone in which Maria spoke the last words. Are you following Morris's lead? Are you going to say, remember death, Miss Margaret? Oh, no. But there are other things which happen sometimes besides death. I beg your pardon, Margaret, if I am impertinent. How should you be impertinent? You, the most intimate friend, but one that I have in the world. You mean marriage, of course. That I may marry within these same 2 years? Any one may naturally say so, I suppose, to a girl whose sister is just married, and in another person's case it would seem to me probable enough. But I assure you, Maria, I do not feel as if it was all likely that I should marry. I quite believe you, Margaret. I have no doubt you feel so, and that you will feel so till. But, dear, you may one day find yourself feeling very differently without a moment's warning, and that day may happen within 2 years. Such things have been known. If there was any one, said Margaret, simply, if I had never seen any one for whom I could fancy myself feeling as Hester did. If there was any one, repeated Maria, looking up in some surprise. My dear Margaret, do you mean to say there is no one? Yes, I do. I think so. I know what you mean, Maria. I understand your face and your voice, but I do think it was very hard that one cannot enjoy a pleasant friendship with anybody without seeing the people on the watch for something more. It is so very painful to have such ideas put into one's mind, to spoil all one's intercourse, to throw restraint over it, to mix up selfishness with it. It is so wrong to interfere between those who might and would be the most useful and delightful companions to each other, without having a thought which need put constraint between them. Those who interfere have a great deal to answer for. They do not know what mischief they may be doing, what pain they may be giving, while they are gossiping and making remarks to one another about what they know nothing at all about. I have no patience with such meddling. So I perceive, indeed, replied Maria, somewhat amused. But not a syllable was spoken about any remarks, any observations between any people, or even about reference to any particular person. I alone must be subject to all this displeasure, and even I did not throw out a single hint about any friend of yours. No, you did not. That is all very true, said Margaret, blushing. But neither was I vexed with you, at least not so much as with some others. I was hasty. You were, indeed, said Maria, laughing. I never witnessed such an outburst from you before, and you shall not see such another. But I was answering less what you said than what I have reason to suppose is in the minds of several other people. In their minds? They have not told you their thoughts, then? And several other people, too? Why, Margaret, I really think it is not very reasonable in you to find fault with others for thinking something which they have not troubled you to listen to, and which is so natural that it has struck several of them. Surely, Margaret, you must be a little, just a very little, touchy upon the matter. Touchy? What should make me touchy? I what? I do assure you, Maria, nothing whatever has passed between that person and me which has anything more than the commonest, no, I will not say the commonest friendship, because I believe ours is a very warm and intimate friendship, but indeed it is nothing more. You may be sure that if it had been otherwise, I should not have said a word upon the whole matter, even to you, and I would not have allowed even you to speak 10 words to me about it. Are you satisfied now? I am satisfied that you any what you think. Oh, Maria, what a sigh! If you have no objection, I should like to know the meaning of that sigh. I was thinking of the course of true love, but not that it never does run smooth. That is not true. Witness Hester's, dear Margaret. Be not presumptuous. Consider how early the days of that love are yet, and that love in their case has only just leaped out of the fountain, and can hardly be said to have begun its course. Well, may heaven smile on it! But tell me about that course of love which made you sigh as you did just now." "What can I tell you about it? And yet you shall know, if you like, how it appears to me." "Oh, tell me! I shall see whether you would have understood Hester's case. The first strange thing is, that every woman approaches this crisis of her life as unawares as if she were the first that ever loved. And yet all girls are brought up to think of marriage as almost the only event in life. Their minds are stuffed with thoughts of it, almost before they have had time to gain any other ideas, merely as means to ends low enough for their comprehension. It is not marriage, wonderful, holy, mysterious marriage, that their minds are full of, but connection with somebody or something which will give them money and ease and station and independence of their parents. This has nothing to do with love. I was speaking of love, the grand influence of a woman's life, but whose name is a mere empty sound to her till it becomes suddenly, secretly, a voice which shakes her being to the very centre, more awful, more tremendous than the crack of doom. But why so tremendous? From the struggle which it calls upon her to endure, silently and alone, from the agony of the change of existence, which must be wrought without any eye perceiving it. Depend upon it, Margaret, there is nothing in death to compare with this change, and there can be nothing in entrance upon another state which can transcend the experience I speak of. Our powers can but be taxed to the utmost. Our being can be strained till not another effort can be made. This is all that we can conceive to happen in death, and it happens in love, with the additional burden of fearful secrecy. One may lie down and await death, with sympathy about one to the last, though the passage hence must be solitary, and it would be a small trouble if all the world looked on to see the parting of soul and body. But that other passage into a new state, that other process of becoming a new creature, must go on in the darkness of the spirit, while the body is up and abroad, and no one must know what is passing within. The spirit's leap from heaven to hell must be made while the smile is on the lips, and light for words are upon the tongue. The struggles of shame, the pangs of despair, must be hidden in the depths and the prison house. Every groan must be stifled before it is heard. And as for tears, they are a solace too gentle for the case. The agony is too strong for tears. End of chapter 15, part 1 of 2. Part 2 of chapter 15 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 15, Part 2. "Is this true love?" asked Margaret in agitation. "This is true love, but not the whole of it. As for what follows. But is this what every woman has to undergo? Do you suppose that every woman knows what love really is? No, not even every unmarried woman. There are some among them, though I believe but few, who know nothing of what love is. There are undoubtedly a multitude of wives who have experienced liking, preference, affection, and taken it for love, and who reach their life's end without being aware that they have never loved. There are also, I trust, a multitude of wives who have really loved, and who have reaped the best fruits of it in regeneration of soul. But how dreadful is the process, if it be as you say! I said I had alluded to only a part of it. As for what follows, according as it is prosperous or unreturned love, heaven ensues upon its purgatory, or one may attain a middle region somewhat dim but serene. You wish me to be plainer? I wish to hear all you think, all you know, but do not let us go on with it if it makes you sigh so." "What woman ever spoke of love without sighing?" said Maria, with a smile. "You sighed yourself just now." "I was thinking of Hester, I believe. How strange, if this process really awaits women, if it is a region through which their path of life must stretch, and no one gives warning or preparation or help. It is not so strange as at first sight it seems. Every mother and friend hopes that no one else has suffered as she did, that her particular change may escape entirely or get off more easily. Then there is the shame of confession which is involved. Some conclude at a distance of time that they must have exaggerated their own sufferings, or have been singularly rebellious and unreasonable. Some lose the sense of the anguish in the subsequent happiness, and there are not a few who, from constitution of mind, forget altogether the things that are behind. When you remember, too, that it is the law of nature and providence that each should bear his and her own burden, and that no warning would be of any avail, it seems no longer so strange that while girls hear endlessly of marriage, they are kept wholly in the dark without love. Would warning really be of no avail? Of no more avail than warning to a pilgrim in the middle of the desert that he will suffer from thirst, and be divided by the mirage before he gets into green fields again. He has no longer the choice whether to be a pilgrim in the desert or to stay at home. No one of us has the choice to be or not to be, and we must go through with our experience under its natural conditions. To be or not to be, said Margaret, with a grave smile. You remind one that the choice of suicide remains, and I almost wonder, surely suicide has been committed from dread of lighter woes than you have described. I believe so, but in this case there is no dread. We find ourselves in the midst of the struggle before we are aware, and then he who appoints the struggles of the spirit supplies aids and supports. I fully believe that this time of conflict is that in which religion first become to many the reality for which they ever afterwards live. It may have been hitherto a name, a fancy, a dim abstraction, or an intermitting though bright influence, and it may yet be resorted to merely as a refuge for the spirit which can find no other. But there is a strong probability that it may now be found to be a wonderful reality, not only a potent charm in sorrow, but the life of our life. This is with many the reason why, and the mode in which the conflict is endured to the end. But the beginning, said Margaret, what can be the beginning of this wonderful experience? The same with that of all the most serious of our experiences, levity, unconsciousness, confidence. Upon what subject in the world is there a greater accumulation of jokes than upon love and marriage? And upon what subject are jokes so indefatigably current? A girl laughs at her companions, and blushes or pouts for herself, as girls have done for thousands of years before her. She finds by degrees new and sweet and elevated ideas of friendship stealing their way into her mind, and she laments and wonders that the range of friendship is not wider, that its action is not freer, that girls may not enjoy intimate friendship with the companions of their brothers, as well as with their own. There is a quick and strong resentment at anyone who smiles at, or speculates upon, or even observes the existence of such a friendship. "Oh, Maria!" exclaimed Margaret, throwing down her work and covering her face with her hands. "This goes on for a while," proceeded Maria, as if she did not observe her companion. "This goes on for a while, smoothly, innocently, serenely. Mankind are then true and noble. The world is passing fair, and God is tender and bountiful. All evil is seen to be tending to good. All tears are meant to be wiped away. The gloom of the gloomy is faithless. Virtue is easy and charming, and the vice of the vicious is unaccountable. Thus does young life glide on for a time. Then there comes a day, it is often a mystery why it should be that day of all days, when the innocent and gay and confident young creature finds herself in sudden trouble. The film on which she lightly trod has burst, and she is in an abyss. It seems a mere trifle that plunged her there. Her friend did not come when she looked for him. He is gone somewhere, for he has said something that she did not expect. Some such trifle reveals to her that she depends wholly upon him, that she has for long been living only for him, and on the unconscious conclusion that she has been living only for her, at the image of his dwelling anywhere but by her side, of his having any interest apart from hers, the universe is, in a moment, shrouded in gloom. Her heart is sick, and there is no rest for it, for her self-respect is gone. She has been reared in a maidenly pride and an innocent confidence. Her confidence is wholly broken down, her pride is wounded, and the agony of the wound is intolerable. We are wont to say, Margaret, that everything is endurable but a sense of guilt. If there is an exception, this is it. This wounding of the spirit ought not perhaps to be, but it is very like the sting of guilt, and a wounded spirit who can bear. How is it borne? So many as are the sufferers, and of a class usually thought so weak? That is a mistake. There is not on earth a being stronger than a woman in the concealment of her love. The soldier is called brave who cheerfully bears about the pain of a laceration to his dying day; and criminals who, after years of struggle, unbosom themselves to their secret, give tremendous accounts of the sufferings of those years. But I question whether a woman whose existence have been burdened with an unrequited love will not have to unfold in the next world a more harrowing tale than either of these. It ought not to be so. It ought not, where there is no guilt. But how noble is such power of self-restraint! Though the principle of society may be to cultivate our pride to excess, what fortitude grows out of it! There are no bounds to the horror, disgust, and astonishment expressed when a woman owns her love to its object unasked, even urges upon him. But I acknowledge my surprise to be the other way, that the cases are so rare, yet fancying the case one's own. "Oh, dreadful!" cried Margaret. "No woman can endure the bare thought of the case being her own; and this proves the strong natural and educational restraint under which we all lie. But I must think that the frequent and patient endurance proves a strength of soul, a vigour of moral power, which ought to console and animate us in the depth of our abasement, if we could but recall it then when we want support and solace most." "It can be little estimated, little understood," said Margaret, "or it would not be sported with as it is." "Do not let us speak of that, Margaret. You talk of my philosophy sometimes. I own that part of the subject is too much for any philosophy I have." "I see nothing philosophical," said Margaret, "in making light of deepest cruelty and treachery which is transacted under the sun. A man who trifles with such affections and abuses such moral power, and calls his cruelty flirtation, is such an one as we will not speak of now. Well, it cannot be but that good, moral and intellectual good, must issue from such exercise and discipline as this; and such good does issue often, perhaps generally. There are sad tales sung and told everywhere of brains crazed, and graves dug by hopeless love; and I fear that many more sink down into disease and death from this cause than are at all suspected to be its victims. But not a few find themselves lifted up from their abyss, and set free from their bondage of pride and humiliation. They marry their loves, and stand against, amazed at their own bliss, and are truly the happiest people upon earth, and in the broad road to the widest, in my belief, the happiest are ever so." "Bless you for that, for Hester's sake. And what of those who are not thus released? They get out of the abyss too, but they have to struggle out alone. Their condition must depend much on what they were before the conflict befell them. Some are sored, and live restlessly; some are weak, and come out worldly, and sacrifice themselves in marriage or otherwise, for low objects; some strive to forget, and to become as like as possible for what they were before; and of this order are many of the women whom we meet, whose minds are in a state of perpetual and incurable infancy. It is difficult to see the purpose of their suffering, from any effects it appears to have produced; but then there is the hope that their griefs were not of the deepest. And what of those whose griefs are of the deepest? They rise the highest above them. Some of these must be content with having learned more or less of what life is, and of what is it for, and with reconciling themselves to its objects and conditions. In short, with being philosophical," said Margaret, with an inquiring and affectionate glance at her friend. "With being philosophical," Maria smiling agreed. "Others of a happier nature, to whom philosophy and religion come as one, and are welcomed by energies not wholly destroyed, and affections not altogether crushed, are strong in the new strength which they have found, with hearts as wide as the universe, and spirits the gayest of the gay." "You never told me anything of all this before," said Margaret. "Yet it is plain that you must have thought much about it, that it must have been long in your mind." "It has; and I tell it to you, that you may share what I have learned, instead of going without the knowledge, or, alas, gathering it up for yourself." "Oh, then it is so. It is from your own." "It is from my own experience that I speak," said Maria, without looking up. "And now there is some one in the world who knows it beside myself. I hope you do not. I hope you never will repent having told me," said Margaret, rising and taking her seat on the sofa beside her friend. "I do not, and I shall not repent," said Maria. "You are faithful, and it will be a relief to me to have sympathy, to be able to speak sometimes, instead of having to deny and repress my whole heart and soul. But I can tell you no more, not one word. Do not. Only show me how I can comfort, how I can gratify you." "I need no special comfort now," said Maria, smiling. "I have sometimes grievously wanted a friend to love and speak with, and if I could, to serve. How I have a friend!" And the look with which she gazed at her companion brought the tears into Margaret's eyes. "Come, let us speak of something else," said Maria, cheerfully. "When do you expect your friend Mr Enderby at Deerbrook again?" "His sister says nobody knows, and I do not think he can tell himself. You know he does not live at Deerbrook." "I am aware of that. But his last visit was such a long one, 6 days," said Margaret, laughing. "Ah, I did not mean his last week's appearance, or any of his pop visits. I was thinking of his summer visitation. It was so long that some people began to look upon him as a resident. If his mother does not grow much better soon, we shall see him again," said Margaret. "It is always her illness that brings him. Do you not believe me, Maria? I believe, as before, that you say what you think. Whether you are mistaken is another question, which I cannot pretend to answer." "I hope, Maria, that you have placed so much confidence in me, you will not stop short at the very point which is the greatest importance to me." "I will not, dear. What I think on the subject of Mr Enderby, in relation to you, is, that some of your friends believe that you are the cause of his stay having been so long in the summer, and of his coming so often since. I know no more than this. How should I? Then I will tell you something more that I might as well have mentioned before. When Mrs Rowland had an idea that Mr Enderby might think of Hester, she told Hester that miserable day in Dingleford woods, that his family expected he would soon marry a young lady of family and fortune, who was a great favourite with all his connections. Who may this young lady be? Oh, she did not say. Some one too high for our acquaintance, if we are to believe what Mrs Rowland declared. And do you believe it? Why, do you? I dare say Mrs Rowland may believe it herself, but she may be mistaken." "That is exactly what Hester said," observed Margaret, eagerly; "and that was more than 5 months ago, and we have not heard a syllable of the matter since." "And so intimate a friendship as yours and Mr Enderby's is," said Maria, smiling. "It is scarcely probable that his mind should be full of such an affair, and that he should be able to conceal it so perfectly from you." "I am glad you think so," said Margaret, ingenuously. "You cannot imagine how strange it is to see Mrs Grey and others taking for granted that he is free, when Hester and I could tell them in a moment what Mrs Rowland said. But if you think Mrs Rowland is all wrong, what do you really suppose about his coming so much to Deerbrook? I have little doubt that those friends of yours, Mrs Grey and the others, are right. But what? Just this. If I might warn you by myself, I would caution you, not only against dwelling much upon such a fact, but against interpreting it to mean more than it possibly may. This is my reason for speaking to you upon the matter of all. I do it because you will be pretty sure to hear now the fact itself is viewed by others, while no one else would be likely to give you the caution. Mr Enderby may come, as you suppose, entirely to see his mother. He may come to see you; but supposing he does, if he is like other men, he may not know his own mind yet. And there is another possible thing, a thing which is possible, Margaret, though he is such a dear and intimate friend, that he may not know yours. All its strength of affection, all of its fidelity, all its trust and power of self-control." "Oh, stop! Pray stop!" said Margaret. "You frighten me with the thoughts of all you have been saying this evening, though I could so entirely satisfy you as to what our intercourse has been, though I know Mr Enderby so much better than you do. You need warn me no more. I will think of what you have said. If I find myself doubting whether he comes to see his mother, if I find myself listening to what others may suppose about his reasons, indeed, I will remember what you have said." Then I am glad I ventured to say it, particularly as you are not angry with me this time." "I am not at all angry. How could I be so? But I do not agree with you about the fact." "I know it, and I may be mistaken. Now tell me," said Margaret, "what do you suppose Morris meant when she said what you heard about the pleasure of solitude, depending on one's thoughts being happy or otherwise? I know it is a common old idea enough, but Morris does not know that, and I am sure he had some particular instance in view. Morris does not make general propositions, except with a particular case in her mind's eye, and she is a wise woman, and we think her sayings are weighty. It struck me that she had a real probability in her mind, but I did not think it related to Mr Enderby, or to anything so exclusively your own concern." "No, I hope not. But what then?" "I think that Morris knows more of life and the world than you, and that she does not anticipate quite so much happiness from Hester's marriage as you do. Do not be distressed or alarmed. She means no mistrust of anybody, I imagine, but only that there is no perfect happiness in this life, that nobody is faultless, and no home, not even where her young ladies live, is quite free from care and trouble. It would not hurt you, surely, if she was to say this outright to you?" "Oh, no, nor a good deal more of the same tendency. She might come much nearer to the point, good soul, without hurting me. Suppose I ask her what it was she did mean, to-night or to-morrow, when she and I are alone?" "Well, if she is such a wise woman; but I doubt whether you could get her nearer to the point without danger of hurting her." "Can she bring herself to own that either of you have faults?" "Oh, yes. She has never spared us from the time we were 2 feet high." "What can make you so anxious as to what she meant?" "I really hardly know, unless it be that where one loves very much one fears, oh, so faithlessly. I know I ought to fear less for Hester than ever, and yet—" The door burst open, and the footboy entered with his jingling tray, and news that the sedan for Miss Young was at the door. "What sedan?" Margaret had asked Mrs Grey for hers, as the snow had fallen heavily, and the streets were not fit for Maria's walking. Maria was very thankful. Here was an end of Maria's bright holiday. Mr Grey's porters must not be kept waiting. The friends assured each other that they should never forget this day. It was little likely that they should. Chapter 15.
Section 19, Chapter 16 of Deerbrook, by Harriet Martineau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook, by Harriet Martineau. Section 19, Chapter 16. Home. Margaret had an unconscious expectation of seeing her sister altered. This is an irresistible persuasion in almost every case where an intimate friend is absent, and is under new influences and amidst new circumstances. These accessories alter the image of the beloved one in our minds. Our fancy follows it, acting and being acted upon in ways in which we have no share. Our sympathy is at fault, or we conceive it to be so, and doubt and trouble creep over us, we scarcely know why. Though the letters which come may be natural and hearty as of old, breathing the very spirit of our friend, we feel a sort of surprise at the handwriting being quite familiar. We look forward with a kind of timidity to meeting, and fear there may be some restraint in it. When the hour of meeting comes, there is the very same face, the line of the cheek, the trick of the lip, the glance of the eye, the rise and fall of the voice are the same, and the intense familiarity makes our very spirit swim in joy. We are amazed at our previous fancy. We laugh at the solemn stiffness in which our friend stood before our mind's eye, and to relieve which we had striven to recall the ludicrous situations and merry moods in which that form and that face had been seen. And perhaps we have no peace till we have acknowledged to the beloved one the ingenuity of our self-tormentings. Is there a girl whose heart is with her brother at college, who does not feel this regularly as the vacation comes round? Is there a parent whose child is reaping honours in the field of life, and returning childlike from time to time to rest in the old country home? Is there such a parent who is not conscious of the misgiving and the reassurance as often as the absence and the reunion occur? Is there even the most trustful of wives, whose husband is on the other side of the globe, that is wholly undisturbed by the transmutation of the idol in her mind? When the husband is returning, and her hungry heart is feasting on the anticipation of his appearance, she may revel in the thought, "And will I see his face again? And will I hear him speak?" But it is not till that vivid face and that piercing voice thrill her sight and her ear again that all misgivings vanishes. There is nothing in life that can compensate for long partings. There ought to be few or no insurmountable obstacles to the frequent meetings, however short, of those who love each other. No duties and no privileges can be of more importance than the preservation, in all their entireness, of domestic familiarity and faith. A very short separation will afford the experience of a long one, if it be full of events, or if the image of the absent one be dwelt upon from hour to hour with laborious strivings of the fancy. It has been said that this week of Hester's absence was the longest that Margaret had ever known. Besides this, she felt that she could have forgotten her sister further than she could have supposed possible after a 10-year separation. On the evening when she was expecting the travellers home, her heart was sick with expectation, and yet she was conscious of a timidity which made her feel as if alone in the world. Again and again she looked around her, to fancy what would be the aspect of everything to Hester's eye. She wandered around the house to see once more all that was in its right place, and every arrangement in due order. She watched the bright drawing-room fire nervously, and made herself anxious about the tea-table, and sat upright on the sofa, listening for the sound of horses' feet in the snowy street, as if it had been a solemn stranger that she was expecting, instead of her own sister Hester, with whom she had shared all her heart and spent all her days. But a small part of this anxiety was given to Mr Hope. She retained her image of him unperplexed, as a treasure of a brother, and a man with a mind so healthy that he was sure to receive all things rightly, and be pleased and satisfied, happen what might. They came, and Hester's spring from the carriage and her husband's way of rubbing his hands over the fire put all Margaret's anxieties to flight. How sweet was the welcome! How delicious the contest about which was to give the welcome to this, the lasting home of the three! Whether she who had put all in order for them, or they who claimed to have the charge of her. Margaret's eyes overflowed when Hester led her to Edward for his brotherly kiss. Mr Hope's mind was disturbed for one single moment, that he had not given this kiss with all the heartiness and simplicity of a brother; but the feeling was gone almost before he was conscious of it. The fire crackled, the kettle sang. Hester took her own place at once at the tea-board, and her husband threw himself on the sofa, after ascertaining that there were no family letters for him. He knew that it was impossible that there should be any in answer to the announcement of his marriage. Even Anne's could not arrive these 4 or 5 days yet. He desired Margaret not to tell him at present if there were any messages for him; for if all Deerbrook had colds, he had no inclination to go out tonight to cure them. There was a long list of messages, Margaret said, but they were in the surgery, and the pupil there might bring them in, if he thought proper. They should not be sent for. This one evening might be stolen for home and comfort. Their journey had been delightful. Oxford was more splendid than Hester had had an idea of. Every facility had been afforded them for seeing it, and Mr Hope's acquaintances there had been as kind as possible. The fall of snow had not put them in any danger, and the inconveniences it had caused were rather stimulating to people who had travelled but little. Hester had had to get out of the carriage twice, and once she had walked a mile when the driver had been uncertain about the road; but as Mrs Grey had the foresight to cause a pair of snow boots to be put into the carriage
at the last moment, no harm had happened, not even to the wetting of feet, only enough inconvenience to make them glad to be now by their snug fireside. Hester was full of mirth and anecdote. She seemed to have been pleased with everybody and awake to everything. As her sister looked upon her brow, now open as a sleeping child's, upon the thick curl of glossy brown hair, and upon the bright smile which lighted up her exquisite face, she was amazed at herself for having perplexed such an image with apprehensive fancies. How had Margaret spent her week? Above all, it was to be hoped she had not fatigued herself in their service. They were 4 days' grace yet for preparation, before they should receive their company. Margaret should not have worked so hard. Had Maria Young come yesterday? Dear Maria, she must come often. Should not the Greys be asked to dine in a quiet way, before anyone else was admitted into the house? Was it not due to them? But could the footboy wait at table? Would it be possible to bring him into such training as would prevent Mrs Grey's being too much shocked at their way of getting through dinner? Or was there anyone in Deerbrook who went out as a waiter? Morris must be consulted. But they must have the Greys to dinner before Monday. How was Mrs Enderby? Was her illness really thought serious? Or was it only Mrs Rowland's way of talking, which was just the same, whether Mrs Enderby had a twinge of rheumatism or one of her frightful attacks? Was Mr Enderby coming? That was the chief point. If he did not appear, it was certain that he could not be feeling uneasy about his mother. Margaret blushed when she replied that she had not heard of Mr Enderby's being expected. She could not but blush, for the conversation with Maria came full into her mind. Mr Hope saw the blush, and painfully wondered that it sent trouble through his soul. How were Morris and the new maid likely to agree? Did Morris think the girl promising? Surely it was time to take some notice of the servants. Edward would ring the bell twice, the signal for Morris, and Morris should introduce the other two into the parlour. They came, Morris in her best gown, and with her wedding ribbon on. When she had shaken hands with her master and mistress, and spoken a good word for her fellow servants, as she called them, the ruddy-faced girl appeared, her cheeks many shades deeper than usual, and her cap quillings standing off like the rays on a signpost picture of the sun. Following her came the boy, feeling awkward in his new clothes, and scraping with his left leg till the process was put to a stop by his master's entering into conversation with him. Hester's beauty was really so striking, as with a blushing bashfulness she for the first time enacted the mistress before her husband's eyes, that it was impossible not to observe it. Margaret glanced towards her brother, and they exchanged smiles. But the effect of Margaret's smile was that Mr Hope's died away and left him grave. "Brother," said Margaret, "what is the true story belonging to that great book about the polar sea that you see lying there?" "How do you mean? Is there any story belonging to it at all?" "3 at least; and Deerbrook has been so hot about it. You should send round the book to cool them. It is enough to freeze one to look at the plates of those polar books." "Sending round the book is exactly the thing I wanted to do, and could not. Mrs Rowland insists that Mrs Enderby ordered it in, and Mrs Grey demands to have it first, and Mr Rowland is certain that you bespoke it before anybody else. I was afraid of the responsibility of acting in so nice a case. An everlasting quarrel might have come out of it. So I covered it, and put it in the list, all ready to be sent at a moment's warning. Then I amused myself with it while you were away. Now, brother, what will you do?" "The truth of the matter is that I ordered it in myself, as Mr Rowland says. But Mrs Enderby shall have it at once, because she is ill. It is a large, fine type for her, and she will pore over the plates, and forget Deerbrook and all her own ailments, in wondering how the people will get out of the ice." "Do you remember, Margaret," said Hester, "how she looked one summer day, like a ghost from the grave, when she came down from her books, and had even forgotten her shawl?" "Oh, about the battle!" cried Margaret, laughing. "What battle?" asked Hope. An historical one, I suppose, and not that of the Rowlands and Greys. Mrs Enderby is of a higher order than the rest of us Deerbrook people. She gets most of her news, and all of her battles, out of history. Yes, she alighted among us to tell us that such a wonderful battle had been fought at a place called Blenheim by the Duke of Marlborough, who really seemed a surprisingly clever man. It was such a good thought of his to have a swamp at one end of his line, and to put some of his soldiers behind some bushes, so that the enemy could not get at them, and he won the battle. This book will be the very thing for her, said Margaret. It is only a pity that it did not come in at midsummer instead of Christmas. I am afraid she will sympathise so thoroughly that Phoebe will never be able to put coals on enough to warm her. Nay, said Mr Hope, it is better as it is. She must be told now at all events, whereas if this book came to her in midsummer, it would chill her the whole month of July. She would start every time she looked out of the window and saw the meadows green. I hope she's really not very ill, said Hester. You were thinking the same thought that I was, said her husband, starting up from the sofa. It is certainly my business to go and see her tonight, if she wishes it. I will step down into the surgery and learn if there is any message from her. And if there is not from her, there will be from someone else, said Hester sorrowfully. What a cold night for you to go out and leave this warm room. Mr Hope laughed as he observed what an innocent speech that was for a surgeon's wife. It was plain that her education in that capacity had not yet begun, and down he went. Here are some things for you, cards and notes, said Margaret to her sister, as she opened a drawer of the writing table. One from Mrs Grey, marked private. I do not suppose that your husband may not see it, but that is your affair. My duty is to give it to you privately. One of the Grey mysteries, I suppose, said Hester, colouring, and tearing open the letter with some vehemence. These mysteries were foolish enough before; they are ridiculous now. So you are going out, cried she, as her husband came in with his hat on. Yes, the old lady will be the easier for my seeing her this evening, and I shall carry her the polar sea. Where is pen and ink, Margaret? We do not know the ways of our own house yet. Margaret bought pen and ink, and while Mr Hope wrote down the dates in the Book Society's lists, Hester exclaimed against Mrs Grey for having sent a letter marked private now that she was married. If you mean it not to be private, you shall tell me about it when I come back, said her husband. If I see Mrs Enderby tonight, I must be gone. It was not 20 minutes before he was seated by his own fireside again. His wife looked disturbed, and was so. She even forgot to inquire after Mrs Enderby. There is Mrs Grey's precious letter, said she. She may mean to be very kind to me. I dare say she does. But she might know that it is not kindness to write so of my husband. I do not see that she writes any harm of me, my dear, said he, laying the letter open upon the table. She only wants to manage me a little, and that is her way, you know. So exceedingly impertinent, cried Hester, turning to Margaret. She wants me to use my influence, quietly and without betraying her, to make my husband... She glanced into her husband's face and checked her communication. In short, she said, Mrs Grey wants to be meddling between my husband and one of his patients. Well, what then? Said Margaret. What then? Why, if she is to be interfering already in our affairs, if she is to be always fancying that she has anything to do with Edward, and we living so near, I shall never be able to bear it. And Hester's eyes overflowed with tears. My dear, is it possible? Such a trifle. It is no trifle, said Hester, trying to command her voice. It can never be a trifle to me that any one shows disrespect to you. I shall never be able to keep terms with any one who does. Margaret believed that nothing would be easier than to put a stop to any such attempts, if indeed they were serious. Mrs Grey was so fond of Hester that she would permit anything from her, and it would be easy for Hester to say that, Not wishing to receive any exclusively private letters, she had shown Mrs Grey's to her husband, though to no one else, and that it was to be the principle of the family not to interfere, more or less, with Mr Hope's professional affairs, or better still, take no notice of the matter in any way whatever. This time, said Mr Hope, we can let her have her way while we keep our own, cannot we? So, let us put the mysterious epistle into the fire, shall we? I wait your leave, he said, laughing, as he held the letter over the flame. It is your property. Hester signed to have it burned, but she could not forget it. She recurred to Mrs Grey again and again. So near as they lived, she said, so much as they must be together. The nearer we all live, and the more we must be with our neighbours, said her husband, the more important it is that we should allow each other our own ways. You will soon find what it is to live in a village, my love, and then you will not mind these little trifles. If they would meddle only with me, said Hester, I should not mind. I hope you do not think I should care so much for anything they could do or say about me. If they only would let you alone. That is the last thing we can expect, said Margaret. Do they let any public man alone? Dr Levitt, or Mr James? Or the parish clerk, added Mr Hope. It was reported lately that steps were to be taken to intimate to Owen that it was a constant habit of his to cough as he took his seat in the desk. I was told once myself that it was remarked throughout Deerbrook that I seemed to be half whistling as I walked up the street in the mornings, and that was considered a practice too undignified for my profession. Hester's colour rose again, and Margaret laughed and asked, "What did you do?" I made my best bow, and thought no more about the matter, till events brought it to mind again at this moment. So, Hester, suppose we think no more of Mrs Grey's hints. Seeing that her brow did not entirely clear, he took his seat by her, saying, "Supposing, love, that our letter does not show enough deference to my important self to satisfy you. Still it remains that we owe respect to Mrs Grey. She is one of my oldest and most hospitable and faithful friends here, and I need say nothing of her attachment to you. Cannot we overlook in her one little error of judgment?" "Oh, yes, certainly," said Hester cheerfully. "Then I will say nothing to her unless she asks, and then tell her, as lightly as I may, what Margaret proposed just now. So be it." And all was bright and smooth again, to all appearance. But this little cloud did not pass away without leaving its gloom in more hearts than one. As Margaret set down her lamp on her own writing table, and sank into the chair of whose ease she had bidden Maria make trial, she might have decided, if she had happened at that moment to remember the conversation, that the pleasure of solitude does depend much on the ease of the thoughts. She sat long, wondering how she could have overlooked the obvious probability that Hester, instead of finding the habit of mind of a lifetime altered by the circumstances of love and marriage, would henceforth suffer from jealousy for her husband, in addition to the burden she had borne for herself. Long did Margaret sit there, turning her voluntary musings on the joy of their meeting, and the perfect picture of comfort which their little party had presented, but perpetually recurring against her will to the trouble which had succeeded, and following back the track of this cloud to see whether there were more in the wind, whether it did not come from a horizon of storm. Yet hers was not the most troubled spirit in the house. Hester's vexation had passed away, and she was unconscious, as sufferers of her class usually are, of the disturbance she had caused. She presently slept and was at peace. Not so her husband. A strange trouble, a fearful suspicion had seized upon him. He was amazed at the return of his feelings about Margaret, and filled with horror when he thought of the days and months and years of close domestic companionship with her, from which there was no escape. There was no escape. The peace of his wife, of Margaret, his own peace in theirs, depended wholly on the deep secrecy in which he should preserve the mistake he had made. It was a mistake. He could scarcely endure the thought, but it was so. For some months he had never had a doubt that he was absolutely in the road of duty; and if some apprehension about his entire happiness had chilled him, from time to time he had cast them off as inconsistent with the resolution of his conscience. Now, he feared, he felt he had mistaken his duty, as, in the stillness of the night, the apprehension assailed him that he had thrown away the opportunity and the promise of his life, that he had desecrated his own home, and doomed to withering the best affections of his nature. He for the moment wished himself dead, but his was a soul never long thrown off its balance. He convinced himself in the course of a long sleepless night that whatever might have been his errors, his way was now clear, though difficult. He must devote himself wholly to her whose devotion to him had caused him his present struggles, and he must trust that, if Margaret did not ere long remove from the daily companionship which must be his sorest trial, he should grow perpetually stronger in his self-command. Of one thing he was certain, that no human being suspected the real state of his mind. This was a comfort and support. Of something else he felt nearly certain, that Margaret loved Philip. This was another comfort, if only he could feel it so, and he had little doubt that Philip loved her. He had also a deep conviction, which he now aroused for his support, that no consecration of a home is so holy as that of a kindly, self-denying, trustful spirit in him who is the head and life of his house. If there was in himself a love which must be denied, there was also one which must be indulged. Without trammelling himself with vows, he cheered his soul with the image of his life he might yet fulfil, shedding on all under his charge the blessings of his activity, patience and love, and daily casting off the burden of the day, leaving all care for the morrow to such as, happier than himself, he would have the future the image of the present. End of chapter 16.